Hello and welcome to IASPrimers. My name is Shubhashish and in this video we'll be covering the complete class 6th History NCERT. Now this is basically ancient India. So this is very important from the point of view of ancient India that is asked in the preliminary examination. Now coming to this book, it is titled as Our Past 1. So there are two other parts and these are covered in 7th and 8th standard. So part 1, as I said, it is about ancient India. Part 2 is about medieval and part 3 is about modern. 9th and 10th is with the world history. So therefore not very important. Now the reason that I am starting with this initiative, we'll be covering the 6th and the 7th NCERT first and then we'll look at the 8th one. So the reason is that my own experience that I realized during my preparation days that we give lot of emphasis on the modern history, modern India. You go to whichever coaching also, modern is it's highly prioritized. It's fine. So we read also a lot on it. And it is conceptual also. But when we come to ancient and medieval India, we have a difficulty in recalling. Why? Because it is heavily fact-centric. It is dependent on rote memory. So I devised a strategy that just before the exam, I'll study the 6th and the 7th History NCERT, ancient and medieval, and I get lot of information from there. And then one more thing that I used to do was I referred the Indian geography component, again factual, because concepts we tend to remember. Physical geography is conceptual and hardly 1 or 2 questions come. Right? So from the prelims point of view, this is going to be very, very helpful. And as part of our, as my experience as a faculty, as a content developer, content reviewer, I have noticed that when it comes to the preliminary paper, we can trace a large number of questions coming from the 6th and the 7th standard. Only thing is that we have to have greater clarity on the concepts. Further, we need to do some additional work, additional reading, so that we are able to comprehensively cover this ancient and medieval component. So that is the only shortcoming with this book. And this is providing us the entire syllabus in a very crisp and concise manner. If you refer to any book on ancient India as well as medieval India also, it will be about 300 pages. Any standard book, 300, 350 pages. If you go in greater detail, then it will be 600 pages. And then also you will not know, you will not be very, very sure as to the questions that are being asked in the prelims. And I can say for this because I myself am from history optional. And I found the history NCERT to be the most relevant. Right. So this is the index now, you can see, and we are covering this in a very concise manner. Plus we will do some additional information. And plus being a student of history also, and with lot of emphasis that I give on the mains pay component also, no matter what initiative it is. So I'll be sharing some additional insights, additional pointers, which will help you in dealing with this paper, the questions on the ancient and the medieval component. Right. So this we are going to do. But our primary focus is going to be the preliminary paper. Okay. Now coming to the index, you can see it's the chapters, just before the chapter, it starts with why study history. And this is very, very important. The understanding as to why we are going with this exercise, and it sets the tone of our preparation. So why do we study history? According to the NCERT says that there are many, amongst the social sciences, there is history, there is geography, there is political science, there is economy. So there are various branches of social sciences, but all of them are dealing with the present system, present day scenario, the present day earth, weather system, geography, or what is happening in the society. Everything is about the present system. It is only history, one component of social science, which is telling us about past. So from here we know about the past. Now why is the knowledge of past important? Because it is something that has already happened. The very reason is that it helps us in knowing how we came to our present system. So based on this, we can know, okay, fine, our political system, that is the democratic system that we have, it has come because of a series of struggles. It wasn't always this way, right? So we know about it. We know the importance of this, the struggles that the people faced. Likewise, we can trace the social evils or the social wrongs that are there in the society. We can trace the roots and try to correct them. In fact, many of the social reformers that you will study in the modern history, they themselves were looking into the past so that they knew the roots of the problem and they could address it. So, whichever way you see, it basically helps us in identifying our past so that we can come back to our present system. And one more important thing with reference to history is that history helps us identify our roots, and our roots define our culture, our heritage, and our culture and heritage provides us our identity, which is very, very important. And therefore, we must know about our past. Now, coming to the first chapter, this chapter starts with a question: what, where, how, and when. So the first one, what, over here, according to this chapter itself, it means what can we know about the past. Where, over here, means where did the people live? Where did the people live in the past? And how do we know what we know, right? Where did the people live and when did they live? And what all things that they did. So how essentially over here is talking about the sources to the study of history. It is the discipline, the key discipline of history. Now this chapter starts with a question. It poses a question to the student that it is very easy to know as to what happened yesterday, right? We can read the newspaper, we can listen to the radio, television. So the newspaper also, all the DNA that we do, it is the past days things. But what about something that happened on the previous year, or maybe 2 years before this, 5 years before this? How do we know about it? Maybe we have lived through it, so we can recall it based on a memory, or we are dependent on the memory of the other person. But what about things that happened very, very long ago? Like, how do we know about the Harappan civilization? How do we know about the Mauryas or the great Gupta kings? How do we know about them? We can't read about them in the newspaper, right? Nobody lived through that time. Then how do we know about them? So this is the challenge. And this essentially, this discipline of knowing about things is history. And this we know from the various sources. And sometimes we will also be required to, there are different sources which gives us different information. They contradict one another. So how do we validate that? That is also important. Validating information or validating sources. Now coming to what can we know about the past, I want to give you an exercise. Before we go on with the chapter. So here is a site. This is a post-Harappa site. And archaeologists, they figured it out that this must have been an urban city which looked like this. Right? So from buildings and structures, we know something like this. It must have been like this. Now, what all things can we know about the people who lived here or who lived over here? Pause the video, take your pen and paper and just write the things that you think would have happened or what you could know from just by seeing this. So we can know about certain things like, we can know about the buildings and structures of the people. We can know about the people who lived in these buildings. We can know about, let's say, the social status. There are certain buildings that are smaller in size. There are certain buildings that are bigger in size, right? Something like palaces, etc. So we can know about the social status. Naturally, people living in smaller houses may not be so rich. We can know about their culture. Maybe certain things are still remaining over there. Or maybe we can know about the fashion, maybe from some statue or a copper sculpture that is found, which is having bangles. There is a sculpture that was found with a posture. So dancing lady, that means dance and culture was very important. And this lady was wearing a lot of bangles. We also know that then if copper sculpture was found, that means craft activity was taking place, right? We can know number of things about such a system, and naturally for this also, to manage everything, some sort of administration must have been there, some sort of economic system must have been there. We can also know about people who never lived in the settlements. For example, the settlement is an urban settlement. An urban settlement, farming does not take place. So to get food, they must be depending on the farmers. So farmers would be supplying the food. Likewise, certain other resources like raw materials, etc. would not be available. So they must be sourced from the outside. So from this information, we can know about the people that were living outside the settlement. So coming back to the chapter, so what can we know about the past? Various things. We can know about what people ate, by the grains that were left, by the clothes they used to wear, what was the fashion sense. We can know about the lives of the hunters, herders, farmers, rulers, merchants. So many things can be known about them. We can know about the games that the children played, the toys with which they played. Sometimes the toys are left over, right? Sometimes we can see it by the means of paintings, or sometimes it is just written, as simple as that. Now coming to the next one, that is, where did people live? Where? So this was an entire page which I just condensed into these pointers. So first of all, it is going chronologically. So the first site is Narmada. On the banks of New River Narmada and Vindhyas, there is a site known as Bhimbetka. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and therefore very important. So here we have evidence of hunters and gatherers living. And these hunters and gatherers, we are basically talking about the prehistoric age. We are talking about the Stone Age man. We'll cover them in second chapter, and the Stone Age will be continued in the third chapter as well. So these people used to travel long distances. They were engaged in hunting and gathering activity. Then we find evidence of cultivation. We find evidence of settled life. So we find earliest villages. This is in the Suleiman and Kirthar region. So the region of Mehergarh. So the first Neolithic site, the first evidence of village life, 7500 BC. So this is in the subcontinent, not in the world. Okay, then comes the river valley civilizations. So what essentially happened, that first we find the site of Mehergarh, then we find sprouting of village-like structures. We found those remains along the Indus River. These villages turned into cities. Urban centers like these. So this is an example of the Harappan site, right? So Harappan site was basically the site along the Indus Valley civilization, or it was along the Indus River. So one is this, and much later we have evidence of greater civilization, greater settlements along the Ganga River. So Ganga Valley civilization. Now the NCERT has asked us to identify Garo Hills and Vindhyas on this map, right? So Vindhyas you can see. Then comes Garo Hills. So Garo Hills, even though not stated in the NCERT, here we have high density of Neolithic sites. Neolithic sites means Stone Age site. Lithic means stone. So Stone Age site, but they were villages. They were living settled life. They were farming. They were grazing animals. And to the east in Assam, there is one more site known as Daujali Harding. Right, so this is an important site. We'll cover this in third NCERT again, third chapter. Now coming to the aspect of people traveling, and because of this people to people cultural exchange taking place. So let's start with the first thing. So when we look at the map of our country, India, we find that there are a lot of barriers. Here are the mountains over here, there are mountains over here. Right, this basically is virtually the north and south of a country. There are mountains over here, then there are rivers. So all of them act as barriers. And if you closely look on our culture also, or on our political map also, it will be associated with the rivers or the barriers that must have defined the changes in the culture, because people were locked. But yes, people did find a way of crossing these barriers and moving from one place to another. So this kept happening over the time. So the question NCERT poses before us is, why did the people travel? So this could be in search of livelihood. It could be a professor or a student who wants to go to a very grand university from Patliputra, wants to study at Taxila, right? Then we have people coming to Nalanda or Vikramashila, or for trade related activities, or king of a particular area wants to conquer new territories. So because of that, people also migrated. So number of reasons could be there. Or it could be spirit of adventure, like the Portuguese or the Columbus, right? So Columbus identified America, Portuguese found India. He found a route to India actually. So because of this, what happens? Because of this, it leads to interaction between people, different people. This leads to sharing of ideas. It leads to sharing of cultural traditions. If we like something about a particular culture, we borrow it. So it enriches our culture, right? It enriches our culture. It enriches the craft work that we do. If we see the craft work of a different place, we like it, we inculcate those practices. With reference to music or any art form, or even with reference to cooking of food, the Mughlai roti, the samosas and other things. So it's coming from, it's Persian culture which comes into India, right? It was basically samosas were with meat, now with potatoes. And coming to potatoes again were not, they were brought to India by the Portuguese. So potatoes and tomatoes, imagine before 1500 dishes in India without potatoes and tomatoes. It's unthinkable today. Right. Now one more thing, now coming to the names of the land. Which land? Obviously we are talking about our India. Now India, as we say, this land is called as India. It is also called as Hindustan. I am purposefully using this sequence, Hindustan and then Bharat. The NCERT doesn't refer to Hindustan, but we all know it is known as Hindustan also. So how did this name, this land came to be called this? How did this happen? Essentially, it is coming from the name of the river Indus. This Indus river was actually called as Sindhu Nadi. Nadi means river. So Sindhu. And who called it Sindhu? The Rig Vedic people called it as the Sindhu river or Sindhu Nadi. So this Sindhu, for example, when the Greeks came into our country, right, the Alexander invasion, so they started calling this as Indus, Indus. Megasthenes, when he comes to Chandragupta Maurya's court, he calls this land as Megasthenes Indica. His work is known as Indica, right? So again, from Sindhu, INDHU is taken, or INDUS. So that is how this name comes into place. Eventually it came to be known as India. Then comes Hindustan. The Persian people had a difficulty pronouncing Sindhu, sir. They had a difficulty with the sir. So they used to pronounce sir with her. So it becomes Hindu. And the land to the east of this territory came to be known as Hindustan. Now this did not mean the entire land, but it was basically the Islamic rulers, the rulers coming from the west who settled over here. Their territories was known as Hindustan. Gradually the entire territory came to be known as Hindustan. Then comes the last one, that is Bharat. India, that is Bharat. Article 1 of the Constitution also says that. So the name Bharat was used for a group of people who lived in the northwest, Rig Vedic people, who eventually migrated into our land. Right? So they migrated and this land came to be known as Bharat. Names of the land. Now coming to finding out about the past. So we are now coming to the sources. And there are essentially two ways of finding out about the past. So one is literary sources, where everything is written, right? So people can directly read. And then there are non-literary sources. And this essentially means the remains that people left in the past, the things that we find, so not written, but things that we find, anything like pottery, coins, whatever. And this is basically archaeology. Now coming back to literary sources, again, literary sources is something that is written on a piece of paper. By the way, this is not a piece of paper. Paper came to India much later with the, it was a Chinese invasion, and it was around 1000 AD, sometime around that time, paper came to a country. So they didn't have paper. So they found alternatives like the bark of a tree known as birch. So birch tree that is found in the Himalayas, particularly Kashmir. So from that they made pages. They made this thing. And on this they wrote. Or they wrote on the people, on the leaves basically, they wrote on that. Right? They lived and then they compiled it. So these are known as manuscript. These are manually written, therefore manuscript. Right? I'm not making this up. It's basically Latin word. So manu means manual. So written by the hand. And it is when it is written on a paper-like thing, anything. So the bark of a tree or the people, leaf, etc. When it is written on a very hard surface, then it is known as inscription. This is an example of Kandahar inscription. We'll come to this. Right, so this is the difference over here. And the nature of content that is there on both on manuscript as well as inscription is different. Now coming to manuscript, these must be literature like literature on the religious beliefs and practices, on the lives of the king. King was very rich, very affluent, so he could afford people to write about him or her. Him only, there were very few her. Okay, then on medicine, then on science also. Sushruta Samhita, Charaka Samhita, right? Then for science also we have the works of Aryabhatta, etc. Besides these, there were epics, Ramayana, Mahabharata, there were poems, there were plays. And they were works that were in Sanskrit, they were works that were in Prakrit, that was the language that was spoken by the common person, and also in Tamil. Right? So these were they were different types of works over here. Then comes inscription. So inscription is something that is written on a very hard surface. And the study of inscriptions is known as epigraphy. Right. Now coming back to this inscription, who will write on the hard surface? It is very difficult. Right? It is very difficult. So maybe it is the king who wants to give instructions to his subjects or to his officials. So king did not have the luxury of YouTube or did not have the luxury of mass media that time. So he would get things placed at one place or the other by means of rock or on the iron, whatever hard surfaces, they would have this done. So king would do it. So it was like a set of instructions maybe. Or king is telling us what he believes is the right state, or what are his obligations towards the people, or how should people conduct themselves, anything. It could also be a king, now this is with reference to Kandahar edict, but it could also be with reference to copper plate. Cu is for copper, so copper plate. For example, property has been allocated to a particular person. Property has been allocated, so that proof is on the copper plate. So copper plates are very, very important. And then they again tell us, copper plate again, the obligations of the person, the rights and the obligations of the person who is holding the property, particular property. It would also tell us about the obligation to pay tax, or if the tax exemption is there. So a lot of things can be revealed from them about the nature of administration. Here again, when the king gives instructions to the people, to his official, it again tells us about the nature of administration. For example, this is the Mauryan inscription. So here again we know about that this was issued by a particular king. His reference is there, so we know, okay, fine, there was this king known as Ashoka from the Mauryan dynasty. This king believed in peace. This king believed, just from this king believed in that people should live in harmony, and he's finding out a way of interacting with the subjects. So he wants to have some sort of a connect between the people, between the subjects and the king. And it also reflects that a king is concerned of the subjects, therefore this is a welfare state. So many things can be revealed. Now it was not just the king or the, for administrative purposes also. Sometimes, like when you go to the temple or Gurudwara, you will find that, I have donated so much, this money was donated by so and so, so and so. So it was for that purpose also, for memory's sake also, it was inscribed on the hard surface. So it tells us as to who commissioned it. It tells us about the nature of administration, and naturally this inscription is in a language, therefore it tells us about the language spoken by the people. Now here in Kandahar, you see the language that is there, Greek and Aramaic language is being used, Greek, Aramaic, right? Now one more thing, one more concept that is referred to in the NCERT over here, the difference between language and script. When you write in your WhatsApp mobile phone, you write, let's say, मैं यहाँ जा रहा हूँ. This is the language, but when you type MEIN, yaha, YAHA, when you write this, you are using the English script, but you are speaking in Hindi. And likewise for Tamil and likewise for any other place. Right? So this is the difference between language and script. So this is the script. This is the script. Now coming to the non-literary sources. Something that is not written obviously, and it is heavily dependent on the past remains, and the study of the past remains is done by the person known as, or the people known as, archaeologists. And what are the most common things that they refer to? Most commonly actually it is the pots. Pots, maybe it could be because pots were used to store things, right? Pots were very, very important. Pots were used to store things. Pots also don't go bad. For example, let's say something that is made of wood would go bad, but pots remained. And from the types of pots that are used, for example, we identify Harappa age with certain type of pottery. We identify Vedic age with the painted grey ware type of pottery. We identify Mauryans with the northern black polished ware type of pottery, NBPW. So along the pottery, the remains that are there, it helps us in telling us that, okay, fine, this belonged to this age, that way. Right, so potteries are very, very important. Then on pottery, there is also designs. By the way, this is again, it's a broken pottery because obviously it's very difficult to find okay potteries, right? So you can see this is fixed. Then comes, sometimes we also find coins. There was a question on coins that was asked in 2017 also. I am not going to the question right now, but just the coins over here. Right, so this is an example of a punched mark coin, something that is punched like a die, it's punched on the coin, and something is made over here. This is the example of the earliest coins. This is the example of the Indian coin. Your NCERT tells us that in what ways is the coin different from the coins that we use today. And let me introduce to you the concept of numismatics. Now this is all a bit extra actually, numismatics. How is this coin different from that coin? Right, you figure it out. You can write it in the comment section also. Now this coin, let's say numismatics is a study of coins. Now this coin actually, what do we study with the coin? We study, okay fine, which authority has sanctioned this coin. Naturally coins will be sanctioned by somebody, some authority. It could be, normally it should be government, but it could also be the trade guild, merchants, etc. They also did it in the ancient times. So it tells us about the authority that is released. It tells us about the denomination of the coin, right? Denomination. Then from the material that is used, steel is used, aluminium is used, or gold is used. So material. And this is again very significant because in India's context, the coins do not have intrinsic value, but here it has an intrinsic value, that is based on the material, the coin is valued. And now again, when the coin is used, when the gold coin is used over here, India does not have gold. So how did the Gupta people, these are the Gupta coins, how did the Gupta people get gold? Naturally, it was coming by means of trade, right? So it tells us a lot more actually than what its simple coin is. Then what if this is defaced? What if it is wiped off, struck off, and a new impression is made? It would mean that, let's say with the reference to this coin, let's say Guptas were invaded by somebody, so the new king would sanction his name over here. These are the symbols of the Gupta dynasty, so that new king will deface, he will use the same coins but deface it and use his own impression over there, right? So lot of things can be known over here. So lot of things. So here this question was asked, so how do you justify the view that the level of excellence of the Gupta numismatic art is not at all noticeable in the later times? Because when the Guptas declined, they were under pressure, they could not invest in all this. And furthermore, the access to gold was also coming down, right? So these are the primary reasons basically. And also the trade was hampered. So these are certain points. Now we are concluding. One past the many, because if you look at this, past is past, something that happened in the past, so it should have been singular, right? It is written as plural, s over here. So it basically says that, even though this is wrong English, but it basically says that it is not our past of, we cannot quantify past. Different people have different past. They were different groups. We have been too much focused upon kings and the royal family and the dynasties. Imagine when you guys come to me and ask me about history, ask me about history optional and say that history optional is very difficult, we have to memorize the kings and the queens and the dates. So we associate with them only, and we know more about these people only. But then the past is lots more than that. Past also meant the people other than the king and the royal family. Farmers had a different past. Craftsperson had a different past, right? Then there were different practices, customs, etc. Then the past is also different based on the geography. For example, the past in the mainland India will be different from the past of that of somebody who's in the Andamans. So past varies, and therefore our past, it is written as plural. Now letter with dates. It's very simple. Where when we have date, we refer to them as before Christ, BC, or we refer to as AD. Now most recently the trend is Common Era, CE. So basically we are using the Christian calendar. British were ruling over here, so we borrowed this tradition, and furthermore the whole of world was actually, it was Pax Britannica, the entire world was being ruled by the Europeans. So eventually the Christian calendar came into existence, and this is the norm now. So the 0 time period is basically the birth, it's the year of the Lord, or when the Christ was born. So before this is known as before Christ, and after this is known as Anno Domini, or the year of the Lord, right? So we go forward in this way. So now we are, let's say, in 2000s plus, we are in this time period. And before this, we are something like this. We're using like this scale, 550 BC to we approaching the 0. So 300 BC, 200 BC, like that. We are approaching the 0. So the numbers keep decreasing. And the bigger the number, that means it is older. But when we go in the AD times, then the bigger the number means, obviously, we are going more into the future. Now some important terms are there. So traveling manuscript, inscriptions, archaeology, historians, source, and decipherment. Decipherment is basically the things that is written, we decipher that. For example, we try to decipher what is written in the coin. So try to know what is there, that is decipherment. Right, so this is one of the important works of the historians or the archaeologists, numismatics, people engaged in study of coins or epigraphy, whatever. So this essentially covers the first chapter. Now we'll be moving into the world of the prehistory, that is Paleolithic and Mesolithic age. Now the chapter number 2 is about the prehistoric age. In fact, if you look at the title also, on the trail of the earliest people. So it means the prehistoric people. And this chapter number 2 is particularly about the Paleolithic and the Mesolithic age. So let me just give you a context over here. So we have this ancient history, which we call it as ancient history. Then we have medieval, and then we have modern. So this entire period is known as history, where we have written evidence that is known as history. Then comes a period where we do not know what language did the people communicate in. So this period is known as prehistory. The Stone Age, we do not know what language was used, what script was there, we do not have any evidence, and therefore we call it as prehistory. And you see the line over here, this is to indicate that there was a time period, Harappan civilization, where we have a script but we do not know, we are not able to decipher it. Therefore it is not known as proto-history. And then on comes history. It's just for the sake of convenience of our this book purpose that ancient history is merged with the prehistory. Okay, so here we are talking about the Paleolithic and the Mesolithic age. It basically means we are talking about the Stone Age man, but the Stone Age man was basically a hunter and gatherer, did not lead a settled life. And this will be covered in the chapter 3, which is about the Neolithic age. Okay. Now, just before starting, I want to share a picture, because I think earlier also I told you that painting is a very important source of history. And with reference to prehistoric people, we know about them from the paintings that they drew like this, and from the stones that they used. Stone tools. They didn't know how to make pots, so pots are out. So all we have the stone tools and the paintings. Now I just wanted to describe how the prehistoric man could have been, and what better way that they themselves tell us. So this is the Bhimbetka, and this is the prehistoric painting that is drawn over here. Now this painting is telling us a story. It is telling us something. What? See, we see these people. It's quite likely that they are going for an hunting expedition. See, they are using a tool, they are using it like a weapon. So it could be that we do not find any iron or any other evidence. So it could be a sharpened stone which is attached with a rod or a stick or a bone. So with that they are using it. Now we can also see that there were certain people who were more influential, right? These people are on a normal animal, but this one is more elaborately shown over here. It also tells us about this painting that you can see below. It seems like it is rubbed off, it is wiped off. And on top of this painting is made. Now this again reflects people joining hands. So it tells us about something about the cultural life. Maybe some sort of dance is taking place, or some form of unity, most likely a dance. And here again at the bottom we see children. It's like children are playing. So it tells us a lot about their economic life, about their way of life, about their culture, etc. In fact, a question was also asked in the mains paper that Mesolithic rock cut architecture of India not only reflects the cultural life of the times, but also the fine aesthetic sense comparable to modern painting. So this we will cover later. This is from the 11th NCERT. But I just wanted to correlate that on this subject also a question has been asked. Okay, so what does this tell us? It tells us about the primitive way of life of the people. It tells us that they were dependent on hunting and gathering activity. It tells us that they lived in caves. They didn't know how to make their own houses. They lived in caves for protection from wind, rain, animals, you name it. The tools that were being used, how were the tools being used? We can see some evidence of community life, people going together as a community, not alone. And some are more powerful than the other. Now coming to the concept of Stone Age, the concept. So, as I said earlier also, we can classify the Stone Age into Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. So Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. I can't find, here it is, Neolithic. So Paleolithic. So first of all, this word lithic is common in all the three. Lithic means stone. Paleo means old. So old Stone Age. Middle Stone Age. Meso means middle, and Neolithic means New Stone Age. So this naturally means we are talking about, let me just write it this way first: Paleolithic, the Old Stone Age, then Mesolithic, and then Neolithic, New Stone Age. Why am I writing like this? Paleo is written at the bottom because imagine if you were here, right? This is the earth and this is the bottom. So if you were an archaeologist and you were excavating, the oldest thing you will find at the top, then older thing, and then the oldest thing. Right? This concept is clear. Even if you place books one over the other, so the book that you kept first will be at the bottom level. Logical? Okay. Now Paleolithic itself has been classified into lower, middle and upper. Now you tell me which is the oldest over here. Naturally it has to be the lower Paleolithic, right? Upper will be the newer one. Now the Paleolithic age is basically about 99% of the human history, so about 2 million years ago to 12,000 years ago. Then why do we call this age as Paleo? Okay, fine, this we call it as Paleolithic, but what happened around this time, around 12,000 BC? We find evidence of stones that were smaller, that were sharper. So some advancement took place, some technological advancement, and people were able to make stones that were sharper and sharper basically. So these are known as microliths. So this is a normal stone. This stone has been worked upon. Some activity has been done. I'll explain it. So some activity has been done and it has been sharpened. And with the evolution of time, man could find ways of making them even finer. So microliths were made. So if the stone is sharper, right, they can do more damage to the animals if they are going for hunting activity, or more activities can be done with a pin rather than a stone. Right, pin is for thread stitching activity. So lots can be done. So it reflected an advancement in the technology. Therefore, we call it as Mesolithic. So here we find microliths. Neolithic is also microlith. Microlith is only seen here. Only addition is, and this is very significant, that we find evidence of settled life. Meergarh, right? So this is the site. Okay, so this is also done, this concept. Now coming back to this thing. So this image is also there. So earliest people in the subcontinent, we have them from 2 million years ago. We have this evidence. These people were dependent on hunting and gathering activity. In India's context, actually, many people believe that the Indian people were primarily gatherers. It is not that they were not dependent on hunting, they were primarily gatherers. This is because we live in a tropical country where food resources are much more easily available as compared to, imagine a person living in Europe in a colder environment, in the Nordic areas. So in that sense, they were particularly gatherers. And what did they gather? Naturally, fruits on the trees, roots, nuts, seeds, leaves, stalks, eggs, those things that we eat today also. So these were the things. Now, the hunting and gathering activity was not easy. Imagine, human being going alone. Just imagine human being going alone to a forest, and not today's forest, back then when there was a lot of wildlife. It could be easily hunted upon, right? They do not have the advantage of nails or the speed and the agility of a cat or a tiger. So they could be easily hunted, they could be easily identified. So this was a problem. Therefore, human beings, because of the shortcomings that they had to find a new way of life. They had to adapt themselves. So they started to live in a community. When they would go for a hunting, they will go together. They will go in a planned manner. So that if they go united, they will be more secure, they'll be safer. They knew, okay, fine, we do not have the nails, we do not have the speed, agility, but we have hands which are of great utility. I can write with my hand. I can hold the stone and break it and sharpen it. So it tried to overcome the shortcomings with the things that it had. And also to live in the community, it is also important to communicate, right? So language came into vogue, language came into existence. Now we also have that people moved from one place to another. Do you watch National Geographic or Discovery? You will find animals also moving from one place to another along corridors. So human beings also traveled, especially the prehistoric man, and long distances. Why? So one is in search of food. If this hunter and gatherer lives in one place, doesn't know how to grow, he will exhaust all the resources that are there. He or she will exhaust everything over there. So in search of food, they would go from one place to another. Sometimes while chasing their prey, right? So in the search of the prey is also moving from one place to another, maybe in search of grass, right? In terms of grass, let's say sheep, goat, deer. So in search of grass, they are going because the time of the year they are growing, they are also going along with that, they are following them and they are hunting them. Then, as I said, different times of the year we have different seasons. So different seasons, different fruits are there, grass grows differently. The availability of water also varies based on season, based on rainfall, etc. So based on these factors also, these factors forced the early human being to travel from one place to another. This is the same one. This is now I'm talking about this basically as to how the stones were shaped. Now the NCERT gave us basically one example over here, the shaping of the stone. You know, this was not, even today we find it, the animals finding ways of shaping the stone. Now this, you know, this monkey that you see, he's trying to change the stone over here, change the shape of the stone. And this technique is known as stone on stone technique. So you have one stone in your hand, I'm a righty, so one stone in your hand and you keep hitting it like this. We have done all of this, I think, not with the stone or something else. So we keep hitting it to give it a kind of shape, so that the thing that is at the side of it goes away. So this is known as the flake, and therefore it gets sharper. The other technique is you hold something, you know, this thing will have greater pressure. So you hit it with a hammer and then the flake comes off. So this again leads to sharpening. So we see both of them over here, right? Chimpanzee and monkey, some form of monkey. And by the way, we share most of our DNA with the chimpanzee. Now these sharpened stones that are there could be used for various purposes. Here we have an example where the person is trying to stitch, right? Here we have an example where a person is digging so that they get trying to dig the soil. They are digging it to collect edible roots, chop woods, for making firewood, right? So various activities could be there for treating the hides, whatever, cutting the meat, bones, etc. Now coming back to the site. Now with reference to prehistoric age, we identify the places where the people lived into two ways. So one, we call it as habitation site. Habitation site, where the people lived, like the Bhimbetka cave that you saw. So that is the habitation site. And the other one is known as the factory site, where they worked on the stones. That is known as the factory sites. Sometimes we find both of them together. So these are known as habitation cum factory. Now where are we more likely to see these sites? We are likely to see these sites along the places where we find stones, and especially stones that are workable, pebbles basically. And where do we find pebbles? Along the hills, along river water, especially close to the mountains. So we have a lot of pebbles that are dispersed on the river path as well as on the side of it, right? You travel sometimes to the Shimla or any other place, you will find them. So where they are workable, these are the places. And again, where there are caves, and caves are again close to the mountain areas or the hilly areas. So these are the places where we will find more of the habitation and factory sites. Now this is an example of a factory site. This is in a place known as Hunski in Karnataka. Only this reference was there, but I have taken all this from the internet. Okay. Now, why do we call this? How do we know that this is a factory site? We find evidence of rocks, stones, pebbles. We find evidence of unused waste stones. We find evidence of flakes, and therefore we declare that this site must have been a factory site. If there was a cave or a structure like that, we could have said it is an habitation cum factory site also. Who knows? Now coming to the next one, that is finding out about the fire. Now fire, as we know, has a lot of utilities. It can be used as a source of light by the prehistoric man. It could be used for roasting meat, scare away animals, a lot of things. So we find one of the earliest evidence of fire along the Kurnool caves. Where is Kurnool? Andhra Pradesh, right? Spot it on the map in your NCERT when you're reading it. Go back to the page and see it. Right, so here we find the evidence of fire. And we don't really find fire as such, obviously. We find ash. So from ash we know. Now a changing environment. Now around 12,000 BC, 12,000 years ago, what we found was that, there must have been an ice age. There is a belief that there was an ice age. Everything was very, very cold. Imagine this land being covered by ice altogether. Imagine the Antarctics or the Arctics. Now, because of this melting, because of the warming, this land was exposed, this ice went away, and soil was there, and soil allowed the growth of the grasses primitively, right? So ultimately came the grasslands. Now, one thing with the grasslands is that with the warming of the environment also, there was, who eats grass? The grazing animals. So we find the number of deer, antelope, goat, sheep and cattle. In search of them, human beings also started to go towards away from their caves, basically. Right? So this started taking place. And along the grass also, there are certain types of grass that we eat even today. The cereals, the paddy, the wheat, all of them, barley, these are all grains. So they observed that there are certain grasses that are edible, that can be eaten. They started to protect them, they started to cultivate them. They realized there are certain animals that are tameable, goat, sheep, cattle, and they have certain economic value. So they will help them in sustaining. So this ultimately led to the change, and this led to the human being lead a settled life. So comes the Neolithic age. Now we also have evidence of ostriches. At some point of time there used to be ostriches in the prehistoric times. And how do we know? One, we have the shells in a place in Maharashtra known as Patne. So here we have shells of ostrich egg. So from there we know. And we also have some painting of ostrich, like something that looked like ostrich. Right? So this we have over here. I have some additional information you want to read. You can refer to this. Now elsewhere, so basically a chapter is concluded. Now India is not the only place where prehistoric men drew paintings. So even in France and many other parts of the world, we have prehistoric. So this thing was quite common. Now here we have evidence of, you can see the difference between the ones that were being made in France and the ones that are made in India. You can see the difference, you can recall. And here it is made in black. So they used the locally available material, particularly charcoal. So use charcoal to have this black color over here. This rust and orange color is coming from the rust or the iron ore. So that was being used over here to paint. So this completes the second chapter. And now we'll be moving to the third chapter, that is about the Neolithic age. Now coming to the third chapter, that is from gathering to growing food. So as I told you earlier also, this is about the time period when human beings learned to grow their own food. So we are referring to the Neolithic age. Now let me briefly again explain this, and with the help of this image over here. This is reflective of the Neolithic life. So two things had taken place. So one is the changing climate. So this was around 12,000 BC, and the advancement in technology. What technology? The use of microliths. So this had created certain changes. The environment had changed, the technology had changed, and it allowed man to progress. So because of the changing environment, we see that from ice age we move towards grasslands. And in grasslands, what will grow? Naturally, grass would grow, grass which is grazed by animals. And there was certain grass that was edible, like wheat, paddy, barley. These were edible. So human beings identified that they could see these crops are edible. These need to be protected from animals that are grazing. So we need to protect them. They also saw that how they grow, and they learned how to grow them by themselves. So they started to domesticate, they started to farm them, and as a result of this, farming took place. Now with reference to the animals also, they realized that there are certain animals that are gentle, that can be tamed, they are not very harmful. And they can be tamed because they wanted to domesticate them, they wanted to keep them with themselves because they provided them certain value. For instance, look at the sheep over here. Sheep can provide the wool for the winters. It can provide the leather it can be used to make leather, hides. It can be used for meat, milk, etc., etc. So this created a kind of compulsion. It forced the human being to be settled in a specific place. So they had to leave their caves, they had to leave their mountains and now come to flat areas where cultivation was better, as well as they had to look after their animals. So this led to the settled life. Now since the human beings had to move away from the caves, the natural shelters where they were living, they had to construct their own houses. So normally houses that are made of mud. So mud based houses were seen. Right? So this is how the settled life came into existence. So in the Neolithic age, we find evidence of settled life. We find evidence of pastoral life, where human beings are grazing, human beings are herding their animals and moving from one place to another to tend to their animals because they need to eat grass, so they have to go to distant places and then they come back. Okay, now one problem emerged. Now human beings had to store the grains, they had to find a way to store the grains because grains, it's not that it is available all the time. So you have to store them and keep them with yourselves. So they had to find a way to store things. Maybe even to fetch water also, they had to find a way. So this led to the creation of pots. So pots are seen in this age, right? There was also a way of digging things and storing it, but pots are naturally more efficient, right? So these are the things that we see. And all the things that I have actually said, this actually covers the first 4-5 pages of this chapter and in a very pictorial form. I think one thing. So when human beings started to lead a settled life, that is the Neolithic age, so village life came into existence. So gradually the human beings, with the emergence of a more advancement in technology, particularly with the exposure to copper. So copper was the first metal which human beings started to use. So there comes Chalcolithic age, where we find tools made of copper. And then comes the Bronze Age. So this settled way of life matured into an urban way of living, into the Harappan civilization in our context. Right? So this was made possible, and therefore this age is very, very significant. Now coming back, so quickly we'll cover the text over here. So climate of the world was changing. The human beings observed men, women, children. They observed several things. They observed edible plants, how they were found, how the seeds broke off the stalks. You know what is a stalk? Have you seen the wheat or the rice plants? So let's say this is the wheat plant. So here are the seeds or the grains. These are the grains at the top of it. The stalk is the sturdy part, the stem which holds the plant together. So how the grains fell off and how they started to grow in different parts. Now they started to cultivate by themselves also. Then they also saw that there are certain animals that can be tamed. So they started to tame the animals. They found that certain animals are gentle, they are friendly, and they started to keep them with themselves. They provided them shelter, they provided them food, etc. They looked after them basically. One of the earliest animals is a wild ancestor of dog. The modern day dog is slightly different from the dog that was there in the prehistoric time. Then there comes the sheep, goat and cattle. So in the earlier sites we find sheep and goat, more of these, and then cattle becomes more prominent. Now here we have, from the point of view of science, we have domestication. So domestication could be with reference to plants, as in when human beings were farming, they are domesticating plants. They are segregating, they are identifying that there are certain plants that are not wild. So within the natural environment, they identified certain plants, they took them, selected them and started cultivating them. So that is domestication. And then comes domestication of animals. Right? I think this thing is still very clear. So with reference to plants, they selected those plants that are not prone to diseases, which provided large size grains, which had long and strong stalks. Right? So these things, that they identified certain traits, and the same applies for animals. Now in the course of times, because they were taking them, they were selecting them and breeding them together, there is now a variation. There is a variation because the select features or the selective traits are chosen. So we find a variation now as to the crops that are there today and the ones that were there before. For instance, even with reference to plants, I think you can take a reference of the bananas that are found in the wild and the bananas that we eat, right? It's seedless, it's sweeter, right? So we find some traits. Now banana example is actually not given over here, that's my own actually. Okay, then comes with reference to the animals also. So animals that are domesticated, for example, so domesticated animals, you will find the teeth that are there, they are smaller. Right, so teeth are smaller, the teeth are less sharper with the animals that are domesticated. This is one evidence, when we find the prehistoric times dogs, the dogs that were domesticated by those people, they had much bigger teeth, bigger jaws as compared to the ones that we have today. So they are much more gentle, docile. So those traits are seen. So a new way of life had emerged. Right, people began growing plants, people began to stay in the same place, they were tending to the crops, they were planting them, they were watering them, weeding them, driving away animals and birds, etc. People had to also think ways of storing it. So this led to the creation of the large clay pots. They also made woven baskets like the one that you can see over here. They also dug pits into the ground. You have seen all of this actually in this image over here. Okay, now here it says the utility of the grains in the earlier times, ways in which the grain was used. So it could be used as seeds for recultivation, it could be used as for eating purpose, for food, it could be used as gifts, nothing else was there actually, so used as gifts, it could be used to store food. Now coming to storing of food, even animals, if we stored animals, it was in a way we are storing food because animals are a source of food. It can provide us meat, it can provide us milk, right? So because of this, we can say that the animal is a store of food, and therefore the heading is storing animals, storing of animals. Now this is important from prelims point of view. So here we have certain Neolithic sites and the things that were the remains that we found, particularly the grains and the bones. Now you would notice that certain sites I have marked. I feel these are more important, therefore I have marked, and some additional information I'll provide. Now with reference to the grains, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about the grains because the grains that are found at a particular place, it is dependent on the geography. You will find wheat and paddy, wheat and barley in drier areas, in arid areas, semi-arid areas. Rice will be in areas, rice is water intensive, so where river water is there, so those areas you will find, right? Lentils, that is pulses, dals, etc., they are available everywhere. So you can apply your common sense as well. Okay, so Mehergarh, so it is in the present day Pakistan, and it is located on the Bolan Valley. Some additional information, located on the Bolan Valley, this thing can be asked. And it provides us the earliest evidence of settled life. This is around 7500 BC. So Mehergarh is there. And what all things we find? We do not find rice. So wheat, barley, sheep, goat and cattle. Then comes Koldiva. Koldiva is in the present day Uttar Pradesh, and it is on the Bolan Valley. That it is close to the Bolan River. So here we find rice, fragmentary animal bones, etc. So rice is found, and Uttar Pradesh again, it is on it's the Ganga river belt again. So in that way also rice is more suitable. Okay. Now next is, I'm coming to Chirant over here. Chirant is in Bihar. It is on the banks of river Ganga. It's a very important site actually, because according to IGNOU, which is not listed over here, rice was found. It's not mentioned, and the sites along the Ganga has rice. It's rich in rice, but here rice wasn't found according to NCERT. So here we have wheat, green gram, barley, buffalo and ox. But I cross-checked, this is on the banks of river Ganga, right? Then we have Halur, then we have Payampally. These are Payampally is again a very important site. Okay, now comes the sites that are close to, which are basically in Kashmir, and this I feel is important. So Gufkral in the present day Kashmir and Burzom. It is a tentative site under the World Heritage Site, UNESCO's World Heritage Site. It is a proposed site, so it is under consideration. Now think about it. The UNESCO World Heritage Sites are important, but the site that is under consideration, that is always going to get more attention, and somewhere it is hidden also, not directly mentioned as a UNESCO site. So this is important. Burzom is important. I missed Mahagada. Mahagada is on the banks, Prayagraj, present day freights, Surva Malabar, that is in Prayagraj. So here again we find rice. So again, Chirant should have rice also. Okay, now coming to Burzom. So Burzom is in Kashmir, and we find evidence of subterranean settlement. It writes here that we find the features of Neolithic people housing, Neolithic people. We find evidence of subterranean settlement. You can see it's beneath the earth base. And from here we find evidence, on the same site we find evidence of mud brick structures of the megalithic people. So this is important, that from this site it means that we find a development that is taking place. So from Neolithic to megalithic. I have to still explain what is megalithic structure. So megalithic is basically, it is associated with those sites where we find big stones. And these big stones are normally to mark a particular place. When do modern day human beings use stones to mark a particular site? When somebody dies, right? So for burial. So they use these big stones. I know it's very difficult. I have always imagined how they carried this all together, but it must have required an advancement in technology. And one more feature of the megalithic site is that we find evidence of iron made tools. This is a common feature along the megalithic sites. Okay, so we find evidence of settled life, we find evidence of hunting, and this is one example of hunting taking place along the site of Burzom, right? So you can see the Neolithic man and his hunting over here. This is hunting activity that is going. So I told you this also, painting is the best reflection of what is happening. Okay, we find large cache of tools and implements made of bones. So bone made tools were being used rather than wood. Bone was more prominent, and if you can hunt these things, their bones can easily be used. right? So bone made tools were used. And one more thing about Burzom is that Burzom is named after a tree species known as birch. So the one whose bark of the tree was being used for writing manuscript, first chapter. So Burzom is coming from that name of the local name of that tree. Now at Burzom we also find burial of a dog. Now what does this imply? Why would anybody bury a dog? You bury human beings because you are attached to it. That means that human beings are very attached to their dogs. That also means they were settled life. Even today we're very attached to our dogs, attached to our pets, right? And we bury it also. Okay, next site is Gufkral. By the way, all of this is actually beyond the NCERT. We're doing some additional points. So Gufkral. Gufkral is, literal translation is potter's cave. Potters, the people who make pottery. Now please, this is not a picture from the Neolithic times, right? There were no cameras back then. So this is just a just an indication of pottery being made. So we found this site where there was a lot of evidence of broken pots. So pots were found in large numbers over here, right? So this is known as the Potter's Cave. Now this is again a Neolithic site, and we all know this. This is Mehergarh. This we find good evidence of settled life. We see the structures that are there, buildings and structures. We find evidence of microliths. So we find from bigger stones, we find this transition taking place. We also find something very interesting about burial. You know, when somebody dies, you bury somebody. So anybody that buries somebody, it is in accordance with something to do with religion, something to do with God. So that component is always there. So here we found a pattern over here, and there was this one interesting thing where burial has taken place alongside two goats. Why would the goats be buried alongside the human being? Maybe it is reflective of a ritual known as life after death, or this belief of life after death. Maybe that. Because if we look at the Egyptian pyramids, so there again these things, even the bodyguards of the people who died, pyramids you will make only for the rich people that requires a lot of resources, plus a lot of food and other things. So we believe that with this reference to this Egyptian culture, we believe that it is part of this faith that there is a life after death and they need these resources. So likewise, it could be in this context. Now coming to Dauchali Hading. I mentioned this earlier in the first chapter. So this lies in the state of Assam. It is near the Brahmaputra Valley. And what do we find? I mean, one thing is that it is close to the routes leading to China and Myanmar, and we find some commonalities between the cultures of China and Myanmar that is found in Dauchali Hading. We find stone tools, we find mortars and pestles. We have seen this also, I think, for making that ginger tea, right? So to grind something, so grinding of grains also. So for this purpose, this was there. So this again reflects of settled life. This is again reflective of Neolithic age, Neolithic way of living. So these people probably were growing grains and preparing food from it, right? So this basically indicates this. Further, we find jadeite, a stone that may have been brought from China. We also find tools that are made of fossil wood. So this was common, right? And pottery is always there in a Neolithic site. So this essentially covers our third chapter. And now moving on to the fourth chapter, where we see from Neolithic age to straight away we are jumping to the Bronze Age civilization. Now coming to the fourth chapter, in the earliest cities. So in this chapter we are talking about the first phase of urbanization that took place on the Indian subcontinent. This is also known as the Bronze Age. It is also known as the Indus Valley civilization, and because the entire civilization revolved around the river Indus. We also call this as the Harappan civilization because Harappa was the first site that was discovered. Now let's imagine, let's say a site has been discovered, an archaeological site. So if it shares the elements that are common with the first site, Harappa, then it will be known as an Harappan site or a Indus Valley site. Now it is not necessary that this site has to be on the banks of river Indus. So we have Lothal, which is on the banks of river Sabarmati. So it is also known as an Indus Valley site. Now I said before that this is the first phase of urbanization. So this Harappan civilization came, it started in the around 2500 BC. It matured, the mature phase is the phase which we normally refer to. And then ultimately it collapsed, it declined. So people, it seemed, had abandoned these settlements. They had moved away from the urban life and maybe they moved towards, we find evidence of rural settlements emerging all of a sudden. So we find this. So this urban age had collapsed. This civilization that was dependent on the bronze, that had collapsed. So from Bronze Age, we find some rural settlements who had idea of copper, who had copper made tools, plus they were dependent on stone. So they were Stone Age man. So we came back to the Chalcolithic Age. Ideally, it should be after Chalcolithic Age, you know how to make an alloy of copper, you go to the Bronze Age and then the Iron Age. But in Indian scenario, from the Bronze Age, we go back to the Chalcolithic Age. And later, the second phase of urbanization is around 550-600 BC. So along the banks of river Ganga, we see emergence of new urban centers, right? So this is the second phase. Okay, now coming to the story of Harappa. Basically, how was Harappa discovered? And like most of the archaeological sites, this was also a case of an accidental discovery. So a railway line was being laid down for the first time, and they found a place which has a rich source of bricks. So they found this site, such a site they found, and they started picking up bricks for the construction work to save cost. Then when they realized that nobody lives over here, this is a mound, they started trading these bricks also. So they were brick robbers. So as a result of this, these buildings were completely destroyed. Many of these buildings, they were destroyed. People did not know that this site could be of archaeological importance. That idea, that notion didn't come across. If it was discovered, it would have been protected. Anyways, so it was under Sir Alexander Cunningham in 1872-73 that the site was first excavated. He found a seal also that was very unique, never seen before in India as well, never seen before. And he found this, but he could not date the seal. Now you would see this thing. This is basically to show what a seal looks like. Like in the modern day, we have a seal. So it is an authority like the Ministry of External Affairs. So they have a document, they seal it, that this order is by this ministry, or this department has sealed this building. So you can see the seal is made by the government. Likewise, the seal could be from the marketplace, like branding of your products, etc. So the seal could have been used for that purpose. Anyways, then comes the next archaeologist known as Rai Bahadur Dayaram Sani. During his time, it came to the knowledge that this site could be the first evidence of urbanization in the country, in the subcontinent. And this site could be very, very old. So this was very, very old. This was of national importance, high priority. Okay, now I refer to seals, but I am not elaborating it from the time link. And I'll promise I'll go well beyond this, the seals, because to me this is a very important source of history, and it can be asked in the GS1. Till now, I didn't find a question from this chapter, but I feel we need to go look deeper into the concept of seals as a source of history. Okay. Now, what is so special about the cities? And when we say special about the cities, we are basically concerned with the nature or characteristics of this city. Let's say a question is asked about the key elements or the traits of the cities. So these are the points that you have to write. So what was so special? Naturally, this was the earliest evidence of urbanization in a country, in the subcontinent. and there may be many historical sites, but this was special because earliest evidence, the oldest evidence of urbanization. Now, when we look at these cities that we find across in this river, we find that these cities have certain common elements, like the citadel. So we find, let's say this is the map of Mohenjo-daro meaning the mound of the dead. So this city could be divided into two parts. It could be divided into two parts, the upper city and the lower city. You can see this is raised. Normally, when we find a city where the establishment or settlement is raised, that is for people who are very important, people who are in power or authority. So it is for those people. Look at the Rashtrapati Bhavan or look at the Janpath of India. So there again you will find the Rashtrapati Bhavan is at a raised level. So important structures, important people must have lived over here. This was also walled. And this structure, this lower city you can find, here it could be the people, the common people were living over here. Look at the size of the settlements also, the size of the buildings also, you can find these are much smaller, congested as compared to the ones at the upper city or the citadel. This is known as the citadel. So this was a common feature across in this valley. Now these citadel had special buildings, as I said before. And two notable buildings were the Great Tank, and in Mohenjo-daro we also call it as the Great Granary. So let me just show you a tank over here. So this is the Great Tank, and this is also known as the Great Bath. Now this can be important in the sense that it could be of religious significance. Even today when we go to, let's say, Gurudwara or taking a holy dip is a very important part of religious activities. So this could be for that purpose, considering the location also. And furthermore, along this site we find evidence of compartments where people could go and change and then take a dip, like whatever they would do with that. Like even today we have such structures. So this could be for that purpose. And furthermore, we find naturally when water is being stored, it should not seep. So to protect it against seepage, it was made watertight. And how did they do it? By the use of natural tar. In fact, even today we do it. There was some problem, so we used natural tar over there also. Okay, so this was used. Now coming to the granary. Granary means the place where the grains were stored. Now this is important. The significance is very, very important. The grains are stored. So first of all, the grains must be stored so that the grains can be supplied to the people and consumed, right? And other thing could be that how is the grain coming from the farms to the granary? How is it coming? That is also something to think about. So there must be a system of taxation. There must be an authority that is collecting from the farms, collecting the grains from the farms. So that is what it signifies. By the way, even today we have the Food Corporation of India, we have certain authorities, we have the government who these days they buy from the farmers, right? Income tax is by means of money, by cash. But in that time we don't find evidence of coin. So maybe there was a barter system that was in place, and the taxation was collected in kind. That is, it was collected in grains. So this could be the significance. Okay. Then we find the use of baked bricks arranged in interlocking pattern. I'll show you. We can see this over here. So first of all, we have the bricks, and these bricks were of very high quality. These are baked bricks. That means they were more sturdy. Now look at one more thing. These bricks was well standardized, right? There was complete symmetry. Now look at the bricks. How are they arranged? See, one brick is horizontally placed and the other brick is vertically placed. So it was in an interlocking manner. And when you are in interlocking manner, it is going to be sturdy. It is going to get more strength. So that is why. By the way, today we do not have, you can look at some construction site or some place, you will find the bricks are placed alongside each other, not in an interlocking manner, but they use cement. Okay. Then we find fire altars, and this is very, very important. Fire altars are seen along the side that is towards the east, particularly the Indian side. So along Lothal we find Lothal on the banks of river Sabarmati and Kalibangan. I'll come to this fire altars, but first Kalibangan. Kalibangan is coming from, there was this factory where some craft work was used to take place. Here we found bangles that are burnt. So we found bangles that are black in color because of burning. So we call this as Kalibangan. Kali, black, Bangan, bangle. Okay, fire altars are important because this is a fire altar from Kalibangan. So fire altars are places, maybe these are used for cremation related activities, right? To cremate, you need to burn. So for that purpose it could be. And even when you go to the cremation ground, even today, so you will find that those are fire altars. Then it could also be, hypothetically speaking, it could be for praying, for Havan related activities. So both the things that I have said, cremation and use of fire for praying, worship, they are Vedic practices. So maybe some roots of Vedic practices, Vedic traditions can be seen from these sites. And fire altars are only found in the eastern side, not on the western side. Now one thing I want to clarify, I cross-checked this. In Kalibangan we have burial also. Burial was seen everywhere, but burial is seen in Kalibangan also. Naturally cremation we will not find evidence as such, but burial was seen, burial sites were seen. Now coming to the last part about the cities, that is houses, drains and streets. So they were, in general, they were well planned, they were well organized, well arranged. Okay, so these are some elements over here. So with reference to the houses, they were in one story or there were two stories. And with the houses, there were small compartments like we have today, bathrooms, special bathing area. There were ring wells from where each houses had ring wells from where the water could be taken out, drawn from there. And the bathrooms were connected to the drain. And these drains, this again reflects the sense of hygiene that these people had. Separate bathing area, then drain that is going. And this drain was slightly sloping. I drew a straight line, slightly dropping, so that the water drains in a particular direction. And these drains were covered. This side is not covered, but look at this, right? They were covered. And at select places, there were inspection holes. So again, somebody was managing it, somebody was administering it. So some sort of advanced system of administration did exist, modern day municipality. Okay, so there were covered drains and each drain had a gentle slope. Okay, so this was a description of the house, drains and streets. One more thing. I think we'll do it with the map here. Yeah, look at the map over here. So you can see the streets are in right angles. These are the main chalk maybe of that place. But if you look closely, these are streets like this. They're going like this. And they're cutting each other at 90 degrees. Right, so this was again seen. And a modern day Chandigarh is very, very close to the way the Harappan civilization or Harappan site would have been. Okay, so we're done with this, the qualities of the cities, what is so special about the cities. Now coming to the life in the city. What do people do in our society, in an urban environment? What do people do? People are engaged in various occupations. So same way it was with the Harappans also. So in an Harappan city was a very, very busy place. There were people who were engaged in planning activities. There were people engaged in administrative functions. I think that is something that I've already explained. There were people who were there were rulers actually who were sending people to distant lands. Some of the settlements that we find with reference to Harappans are away from the river. They are in inhospitable areas, but they are close to areas which are close to ports or which are close to, trade routes. So we know that rulers did send people to distant lands. And naturally this could be in search of metals, it could be in search of precious stones, etc. For precious stone, I have this lapis lazuli. So this was a stone that was blue in color, and this was sourced from Afghanistan. In fact, modern day we are talking about the lapis lazuli corridor. based on this stone, based on the heritage around the stone. Okay, so for ornaments of gold, silver, beads, then, and also we can add, I think, metals, right? So copper wasn't very available in the most of the Harappan sites, so they had to be sourced from some place. And this age was Bronze Age, dependent on copper and tin. Tin is again not available. So we had to go via the sea, get the tin and then make bronze of it. So naturally, there was trade taking place. There was somebody planning taking place. So naturally, somebody has to know how to write. So there must be scribes over here who knew how to write, on the seals. This is the script of the Harappans. Right? For various activities, we needed people who could write. Then there were people who were engaged in craft work, who made this seal, who made the precious stones, precious things from the jewelry, etc., from the stones, or the toys that you can see, terracotta toys, or the sculpture over here. Right? So there were people who engaged in craft work, and they were working from factories or workshops. So these are seen. Okay, now coming to the crafts that were there in the city. So there were various crafts. There were people who were making this jewelry. There were people who were making blades. There were people who were making bricks. There were people who were making tools of bronze. There were people who knew metallurgy. They knew how to treat copper and tin together to make bronze, and use metals, use this bronze for other things. There were people who made these stones, right? So the stones are basically used for measuring precious stones, the very small weight, small denomination, and to measure gold, etc., you need to be very, very precise. I think if you must have seen it with the jeweler also. So this one was made from the chert, and you can see the level of attention to detail that has been given. And this one that you see, it is carnelian. It is a red color stone. These are things that you need to find from the NCERT. These are important. So red color stone is carnelian, and this is polished, and a hole has been bored so that the thread can pass through it. Then there were seals also. So they were made out of stone, steatite, the name of the stone. Okay. Then there were people who knew how to use cotton. So there was cotton that was found in Mehergarh also. So from the cotton, how to make cloth. So that knowledge was also there. You can see the sculpture. The sculpture is wearing this cloth, and the way it is also reflective of the fashion of that time. Okay, and some designs are also there. So all this work was taking place in the Harappa, all the craft work. Now let's look at this sculpture over here, and as I said, it tells us about the fashion. It could also be this person was a king, or it was maybe a god that had to be worshipped. This is something that we found on a place in a big hall-like building in the Harappan area. Right? I'm not very clear, Harappa or Mohenjo-daro. Okay, now see the way this person I'm saying this person is important because see the way this thing has been put over here. So this must be people who are very, very important. Such people must be putting this, not everybody. Okay, the way the dress has been worn, the floral design, and the way the facial is also organized. Yeah, right? How well this is trimmed, the level of detail. And the moustache is not there, just the beard has been done up. Now in search of raw materials. And when I say in search of raw materials, we are basically concerned about trade that took place by the means of land and by means of sea. So in the nearby regions and away regions. So this is important. And why would the people trade? First of all, there were certain raw materials that could not be accessed by these people. So we have cotton, we have farmers for make food, so many things. But we needed these metals, copper, tin, particularly copper, tin, for the sustenance of the Bronze Age civilization. Because Bronze Age is all about bronze and it comes from copper and tin, right? Then this was not locally available. Then people needed gold, silver, precious stones. So they had to be brought from distant places. Now here I have a map, and there are certain texts, especially the Sumerian texts, which have a reference of people that are coming from Meluha. And we do not know what is Meluha, by the way. Yeah, we do not know what is Meluha. So there is the Sumerian text. This is Sumer. So this is the lower Mesopotamia. I was seeing some video, some place that said Mesopotamia was Persia. See, this is Iran somewhere here, right? This area is Iran area. This is Mesopotamia. This is different. This is Iraq, Syria, that region. This is Mesopotamia, right? This you have to keep in mind. So we know about Sumer, we know about Magan, but we didn't know Meluwa. So in an inscription of Sumerian king Sargon of Akkad, so there is reference of ships that are coming from Meluwa, Magan and Dilmun. So we can identify Dilmun, Magan, but we do not know Meluwa for surety. But then these were the places where settlement was there. We have evidence of these certain sites. So we can make a accurate, some sort of a guess, calculated guess that this site, Harappan site, must have been Meluwa. Right, so reference of Meluwa is there. Then some of the artifacts that were made by the Harappan people are found over these sites. The sites of the built up things, like some evidence of pottery is there, some Harappan seals are there, some bronze sculptures are there. So they are found in these areas, in the Sumer and the Dilmun region. So from there also we can make a guess. And how did people travel? So naturally they have to travel by ship. So we have this evidence of a toy or of the structure basically, which is reflective of a boat. Then there is a toy cart that is there, and this toy cart basically indicates that the grains that were coming, maybe grains or other things, they must be carried on the carts. Why would people make toys like this? Because they saw this, that is why they made this. And look at the wheels. These are solid wheels. These are not spoke wheels like we have today, right? So we have spoke wheels today, but these are solid. So that means they didn't know how to make the carts that were there, that were made of solid wheels. The people who have so much idea, they could have designed in the toys also like this, but they didn't. Okay, now coming to the food for people in the cities. See, for a city to sustain, right, for an urban life to sustain, it is very important that there are people who are the people who are away from agricultural activities, from farm activities, because you need to have surplus production so that people can engage in other activities. They can be engaged in craft work, they can be engaged in administrative activities, scribes, the work of scribe, etc., etc. They have to be away from farming activities, but for that to take place, the farmer has to be in a position to grow surplus. So that is a precondition. Now here we have the crops that were grown by the Harappan people, and it's basically dependent on the geography. So they knew about the wheat, barley, pulses, peas, rice, sesame, linseed and mustard. Now with reference to farming, if surplus is being produced, naturally they will not be using primitive tools, at least not like the Stone Age people. So there must have been a plow. Plow is very important for agricultural activities like digging the soil, for sowing the seeds, etc. So that makes it very, very easy. But the problem arises that we do not have an evidence of plow. Even today the farmers use plow, but we do not have an evidence of plow. We have evidence of toys. In toys we find plow like things, but we do not have an real evidence of plow being used. And this is quite a mystery. Here is a site, this is Kalibangan, and here again we find plowing taking place. Look at the land and look at the lines over here. So plowing taking place. So that means plow was there for sure. So maybe this plow was made of wood. So wood does not survive. Metals would have survived. So this could be a reason. Furthermore, to have surplus production, especially in a site, in a semi-arid area, we need to have some means of irrigation. So the river, from the rivers that were flowing, that would have been obviously irrigated, it would have been diverted for irrigation related activities. So that would have aided surplus food production for the city people. Okay, now there is a closer look. We are concluding this chapter, and Harappan towns in Gujarat, and there are two towns, Dholavira and Lothal. So coming to Dholavira, and you can see this PIB thing, basically Dholavira has been declared as the 40th UNESCO World Heritage Site. So Dholavira is very, very important, and this is the PIB that I have taken for you. I mean, some important facts from the PIB. Okay, now the city of Dholavira, naturally it is in Gujarat. So it was located on Khader Bet. This is actually, I've seen this question number of times, especially in mock test. So Khader Bet, also spelled as bet in the run of Kutch. Let me show you. So this is the Kutch area, this is Gujarat. So in the northern area, that is the Kutch, and we called it as Khader Bet. So bet is basically reflective of island, something like an island. So this is entire water. So this entire territory that you can see is the Khader Bet, and within this there is Dholavira, the big red dot that you see. So that is Dholavira. And the other site is Lothal. So this is on one of the tributaries of river Sabarmati. So Sabarmati is flowing like this, right? So this is the site of Lothal. Coming back to Dholavira, then Lothal is also very important. So this site was, we had the citadel and the lower town. So normally the Harappan cities were divided into two parts, but this was divided into three parts, and each part had fortification by means of stone walls, and one could move from one place to another by means of gateway. Naturally, gateways have to be there. Then we find evidence of Harappan script, we find seals, you name it. All the elements of the Harappans were seen over here. Now this is the information from the PIB, and one more thing about the Dholavira is that this site is reflective of transformation. So from the Stone Age, from microliths, we find the evidence of proto-history. We move towards proto-history, or we find this urban settlements. So this was also there, right? So in a single site. And this site, the important archaeologist is Dr. R.S. Bisht. I'm specifying this archaeologist, I'm specifying the river because in preliminary examination, you are going to be, like, Dholavira is an exception because it's a UNESCO site now. So more details can be asked, but in general, if you look at some past year papers, we find the name of the site and the place they are located, or the rivers, associated rivers, or associated archaeologists. So that is why these are all additional information. In fact, the reference of Alexander Cunningham as well as R.S. Dayaram Sahni, that was all extra. Okay, now coming to Lothal. Now if you look at Lothal over here, it is along the banks, it is along the tributary of Sabarmati, which flows into the sea along the Gulf of Khambat. Again, Gulf of Kutch, Gulf of Khambat. This thing you need to keep in mind. So here we find a dockyard. This is a dockyard. So it is where possibly that Harappans used to use this as a port, where they would send their material by means of a cart, or maybe use the Indus River route for navigation. From there they would come to Lothal. From Lothal they will go to the west, right? So this could have taken place, and likewise the ships could go inside from the sea into the river and reach Lothal. So this could be the reason. And here we find this site is in proximity where we find semi-precious stones, we find lot of seals and sealings, and again it is associated with trade related activities also, because to mark that this thing has come from Harappa, seal, stamp, tuck. So seals and sealings. So seals are sealing is the impression of seals on the clay, right? So when let's say this is the seal, I put it like this, the one that comes over here is the sealing. Okay, I promised you that I'll do this in greater detail, seals and sealings as a source of history. Okay, so seals are, see what are seals? So seals are the basically something that is used to stamp. Now why would you use this? Why would anybody use this? So maybe for branding related activities, especially in trade, that see this thing was made by a certain manufacturer, or maybe this thing is coming from the place of Meluwa. Likewise, Delmun people would also be doing, etc. Right? So this could be there. So branding purposes. It was a symbol of trade. It could also tell us about the language. So here is the Harappan seal, and you can see this is the script. This is the longest script that we have found, longest inscription that we have found, but we are yet to decipher it. And that is the reason why we call it as proto-history. We are trying to do it, but we are still not there. So this, we get the script from here. Then it could also tell us about the religious values. Why is the seal like this? Why is the seal? It's like a person who is in yogic posture and wearing this horns on it. So maybe this was of religious importance, and in fact it is also known as a precursor to Lord Shiva. It is known as proto-history. So maybe subsequently this tradition had survived from the Harappas and incorporated into the Vedic tradition. Likewise, certain animals are drawn. Maybe these animals were more important. Again, it tells us about the biodiversity of this place. Now look at this script. Look at the seal over here. Look at the people, right? Why is the people shown? And people tree is something that is considered of religious importance even today, right? So this could have been of religious importance. It is also reflective of authority that sanctions the seal, and it is also reflective of political presence. If we find the Harappan seals along the Indus River, if we find it along Lothal, we say that this site must have been from this place. So it is reflective of the political presence. Now if we find it in another place, in Sumer and Dilmun, so by means of common sense we can say that no, political presence could not be till that far. So it has come via trade, right? So it is telling us about the political presence. And again, this is very similar to the points that I shared for you for the coins. So the numismatics, from numismatics, how can we know about the history, right? So this is very similar to that. Now coming to the mystery of the end, and here I am adding another dimension about continuation of the culture. Okay, so what we find is that people stopped living. 1700 BC people stopped living. They had abandoned the place. We don't find evidence of writing, seals, weights that were associated with this culture. Raw materials brought from long distances had become rare, right? And again, we need these metals. We need the copper and the tin to make bronze. So that was also, I mean, if the tin is not coming, how will you make bronze? So the civilization will automatically collapse. The drainage system had collapsed. The buildings were not so impressive. In fact, the new houses, the new constructions were also done on the streets. So that means the administration was also weak. So what could be the reason? Now I'm adding some points. So the first reason that has been attributed is, they say that a tribe of people had come and they invaded into this territory, and we are basically referring to the Aryan invasion. But this Aryan invasion also, you cannot justify the entire territory collapsing. It's a very, very big area, right? So Aryan invasion could have been a reason. And now another problem with this theory is that we say that the collapse had taken place around 1700, but Aryan people, Rigvedic people, are associated with 1500 BC and onwards. So 1500 to 500 BC. So this is a problem. Then they say that the rivers dried up. Sometimes they say that due to flooding, this place became inhabitable. But then again, one site could have been affected, two sites could be affected, 5 sites cannot be the entire region, and people can find ways of creating cities or moving to a different place. That is what happens. But this is also not there. Then another thing that they say is that it could be because of changes in the environment and the ecology. And this is considered the most practical given the entire area that is we are looking at, the entire region. So they say that there was deforestation that had taken place. This region used to be rich in forest. Think about it. You need wood for construction activity. You need wood for burning the bricks, right? For various activities, you need wood for making of the plow. We say it was the plow was made from the wood. That means wood was there. This region was rich in forest. So we also find good cultivation taking place. And with forest, one concept that you need to keep in mind is where there are forests, there is good rain, because forests take water from the soil and there is transpiration. So they attract rains. So with the deforestation taking place, it affected the overall ecology of that place and therefore it became unsustainable to live. So this could be a reason. I mean, there is no one reason that can actually explain the end of all the cities, but then deforestation one is the latest one that has been speculated. So it appears as if the rulers had lost control. So the sites in Sindh, West Punjab, etc. were abandoned and the new cities emerged about 1400 years later. So that is, we are looking at 600, 550 BC, this time period. Now coming to elsewhere section. So like we have the Harappan civilization, there was another civilization that was based on the river Nile. And here what is unique is we find these big pyramids, and these pyramids were used to mark the dead, so where the dead were buried, and these dead were buried in a very unique manner. They were mummified, right, some way, they were very well preserved. And these pyramids had huge amount of gold and expenses of the world. All the important things were there over here. Sometimes even when the people were, when they died, when they were buried, they were also buried with with the people who served them. So naturally, one thing is very clear, that this was a part of the culture and it was part of rich people, people from the ruling class, because only those people can afford it. Common man cannot afford it. And also when you bury somebody with other things, with valuables, with food, drink, etc., it is reflective of a culture where people believe that there is life after death, or in death they will need certain resources. So it is reflective of that culture. Right. So this essentially covers our Harappan civilization, this concept over here. And now we'll move on with the next one, that is with reference to the Vedic period. Now coming to the fifth chapter, what books and burials tell us. Now there are two things over here. One is the books. So when we refer to the books, we are basically talking about the Vedic age. And the burials, when we look at the burials, we are referring to the megaliths. So there are two important concepts and both are a bit different. Now coming back to the Vedic age, and this book that is written, it's actually a bit of a wrong interpretation, in the sense that when we refer to the books, when we say books, that means that something was written. But the early Vedic people, in fact also the later Vedic people, never wrote anything. They composed the Vedas, but they never wrote anything. They recited it. One person taught his student, and then his student taught his student. Likewise, that chain went on. So these were composed, they were recited, but never written. They were written much later, and therefore saying that it is books, it is wrong. But yes, it provides us some sort of a literary evidence from which we can know about the source of history. We can know about the Vedic people. So this was the first time that it took place, because before this we talked about the Harappa, which was proto-history. We had the language, but we did not know what they were saying. Here we have the language. Writing was much later. The Vedic books were written and printed much later, right? So this is a concept that you need to know, and it is because of this we call Vedas as Shrutis also. Shruti means something that is heard. So it is recited, it is heard. That is why we call it as Shruti, because they were not written. Now again, coming back to the Vedic age, we call this as the Vedic age because the literature is very, very important as a source of history. So the time period in which the particular Vedas were written, we classify it accordingly. So when we talk about the Vedas, Vedic age, we are looking at the time period of 1500 BC to 500 BC, to this period. So 1500 BC to 1000 BC is the time period when the Rig Veda was composed. So the literature that we have is Rig Veda, and that is why the early Vedic age is also known as the Rig Vedic age. Then this part is the later Vedic age, and during this time we have the Samved, Yajurved and Atharvaveda. Fine. So again, let me just be very clear. Vedas are called as Shruti because they were heard. They were not written, they were heard. They were spoken, but not written. Now the Vedas are, in a way, it's basically a composition of prayers. So, when we pray, there are two things. One is hymns. So hymns are bhajan, right? So there are hymns, which is actually bhajan, and there are verses, which are poems or kavita. These hymns are known as sukta. Clear? Sukta, Shruti, right? So these hymns within the Vedas are known as sukta. Now, what did people pray for? And whom did people pray for? This is an important subject. So the people prayed to the gods Agni, the god of fire, Indra, the warrior god, Soma, a plant with which a special drink was prepared. Now this again reflects the type of society the people lived in, basically. So Agni again reflects nature, Indra, rain god, the strength, power, Soma, a plant. So nature was very, very important. Probably the man was very curious about the nature, and nature played a very important role as to how the human beings lived. Likewise, there was a god Varun also, right? So likewise. Okay. Now these hymns and verses are naturally will be composed by people who are very knowledgeable. So they were composed by sages, also known as Rishi. So the priest taught students to recite and memorize each syllable, word and sentence bit by bit. So therefore, Shruti, naturally when they are being spoken, they are being heard, we have to rely on hearing, and it has to be very accurate, because when two people talk and when the other person talks to the other person, then there is a confusion. So there has to be absolute perfection over here. So that was important. Now coming back to this thing, coming back to sages, so we also have certain Rigvedic compositions that were done by women. Now this is important because, women, that means, had a very important role. Some of the women had risen, they were sages, they were priests, and they were very well knowledgeable. So that is what it indicates about the Vedic society. Now some names I've written over there, and obviously there are fewer people, and therefore the names obviously becomes important for prelims. So we have Lopamudra, Maitri and Gargi, which are particularly famous. Now Rig Veda particularly is in old Sanskrit or Vedic Sanskrit, which is very different from the one that we have in the modern day. Now coming to Sanskrit, as we said, so Sanskrit and other languages. So Sanskrit belongs to a family of languages known as the Indo-European. I mean there are various languages, so Sanskrit has a similarity with that. That is why it is the family of those languages. So this includes Assamese, Gujarati, Hindi, Kashmiri, Sindhi, so some Asian languages, then Persian and many European languages like English, French, German. So they have some commonality with Sanskrit, and that is why this is a family. For example, here there is a reference of mother. So Matra in Sanskrit reflects mother, in Hindi Ma, and English obviously mother. So some words are common. Now, what does this indicate? Why are these words common? This is something that we need to think about. It could be possible that there was a common stream of people, maybe common ancestors, who spoke the same language and who migrated to different places. For example, there is a theory, and this is a very, politically it's a bit this thing. There is a theory that Aryans, the Vedic people call themselves as Aryans, So these people had an idea of horse. We do not find horse at Harappa. So probably in Russia, where we have the earliest evidence of horse, these people migrated. And some of them moved westwards. I mean, for them it will be east. Okay, they moved westward. Of course, it will be westwards. So they moved towards West Europe, and that part they settled. Some of them moved southwards, and some settled in the Bactrian region. Bactria is basically Afghanistan. And from there on, we have migration towards the Indian subcontinent. And again, the references of certain places are very, very similar. Early Vedic age are similar to that geography also. So maybe it could be this reason that we have commonality, because the roots can be traced to a particular place. And along the sides, we also find evidence of painted grey ware pottery. Okay, now like Sanskrit, there are other language, other families also. So we have the Tibeto-Burman family with reference to Northeast. We have the Dravidian family with reference to South India. And with Central India, we call these languages as Austro-Asiatic family. Okay. Now here is a page, and as I told you before also, the Vedic literature was written down much later. So one was the writing thing takes place, so scribes write it, and then like today we have printing. So this is the written thing, and therefore this is also known as the manuscript. So here we have, which was written on the bark of a birch tree, and remember it is found in Kashmir and the place is known as Bursa. So it is here that we got some evidence, and it helped us in printing a copies of Rig Veda. Now coming to the hymns and the verses, so here we have an example of a sage Vishwamitra who's praying to rivers. So this is a Rig Vedic hymn. So this is an example, and there are two things. One is we know, okay, fine, what was the type of text that was there, and other thing is, how can we infer history from there? That is about the Rig Vedic people. How do we know about them? Where did they live? Which gods did they worship? Like in the first part, we had reference of Agni, Indra, etc. How do we know about this? And the things that they possessed. So here there is an example, and this will help. So we have Vishwamitra who's praying to two rivers, Beas and Satluj. Fine, so two rivers coming from the mountains. So mountains, the velocity is high. So Vishwamitra compares, oh, rivers come down the mountains like two swift horses, like two shining cows that lick their calves. Now notice the rivers are being compared with horses and cows. And Vishwamitra is praying to the rivers. That means the horses and cows, they had an idea of this, and these species were very, very important to them. And it says that you move like chariots to the sea. That means they knew about chariots. Through the power of Indra. You are full of water and wish to unite with one another. Right? Rivers, obviously they merge together. See any map of the subcontinent, physical map anywhere, you'll find rivers merging. That is a common thing. Now the rivers say that, see, we are full of water, and this is being sanctioned by the God. So God has made us like this, and once we start flowing, we will not stop. Now it asks Vishwamitra, why do you pray to us? What is the reason why you pray for us? So Vishwamitra says, see, I have come a long distance with my chariots and carts, and please can you guarantee that your water will not rise above the height of the axles? So axle basically referring to the wheels. So rivers give an assurance that yes, we will let you cross safely. Now see, so much information is there just from this hymn. First of all, we know about the geography. It is talking about that river, the Beas and the Satluj. That means these people, the Rig Vedic people, had an awareness of the geography. There is more references of this particular geography. In the later Vedic, we find more references of Ganga and the nearby geography. We also see people worship nature. Vishwamitra is worshipping nature, worshipping river. There is also reference of Indra. There is reference of chariot, horses, carts, cows, etc. Now it again reflects that when we refer to carts, that means the person is traveling a longer distance with carts. Why does one travel with cart? Refer to the 4th Harappa chapter. to travel, to take things along long distances, right? So much can be inferred. So other rivers, especially the Indus and its tributaries and the Saraswati, are also named in the hymns. The Ganga and Yamuna are named only once in the Rig Vedic. But when we go in the later stage, we find more references of Ganga and Yamuna. Now coming to cattle, horses and chariots. So there are many prayers in the Rig Veda for various things. Actually, this basically reflects the things that people wanted. So people prayed for various things. So this includes cattle, that means cattle were important, children always important, right? And within this also they've had a preference for son, that reflects a patriarchal society. And also horses. Horses were yoked to chariots and they were used to fight, they used to get battles and win cattle. So people fought for cattle. People fought to get more land. And land was important for pasture, for grazing activities, you need land. Then land is also important for some hardy crops like barley, etc. And battles also for getting access to river, water, and also to capture people. We'll come to this people thing later. Right, so this we find. Okay. Now, when the battle is being fought, one thing that we can see that there is a reason to fight the battle, and one of the reason is to gain wealth. Cattle wealth was particularly important. Now, what did the people do with the wealth? And wealth could also be grains and other things. We do not find evidence of coin in the Rig Vedic phase. Okay, so what did people do with this wealth? So some of them was kept with the leaders, some of them was given to the priest whose function was to pray, and to pray in a manner so that the right verses are spoken, right mantra, right formulas are spoken. So priest was very, very important. And their task was performance of yajnas. So here you can see it's actually yagya, but because we speak in English, it becomes yajna. Okay, so J is actually pronounced at gear, but if you say this, you will be wrong. Okay, so performance of yajnas or sacrifices in which offerings were made into the fire. Right, so these things were there, and offerings included ghee, grain, and in some cases even animals. So again, sacrifice kind of prayer was based on sacrifice. Now we refer to battles. Now the important question is, did the people have a regular army? No, they did not have regular army. Then how did they fight? Everybody came together and they fought, and these battles were known as Sangram. Right, even today Sangram basically. So they used to fight for Sangram, and from Sangram, if you see, we can also break this into gram. Actually, I tell you some extra things here, but yeah. Okay, so people used to fight together. In normal times they would be in tending to the animals, tending to the cattle, in farming, other things. So there were no special army, regular army that was maintained. And these people also chose leaders who eventually looked after the people and who took responsibility. And with leader, we basically refer to the Raja. Okay, now words to describe people. So, when we describe people even today, we may describe them on the work they do. For example, I may be a teacher, somebody from army or like that. So on that basis, it could be on the basis of the language they speak, Punjabi, Sindhi, right? That is language, and the language is spoken or read in a particular place. So the places they belong to. So many times you will find this as common. Then their family, their communities, and their cultural practices. Now, with reference to Rig Veda, we have people who are being defined or described on the work that they do. So on the basis of their work. In fact, if you look at the caste system that is there, the caste system also is based on the occupation. That occupation then becomes the based on heredity or on the basis of birth. So here there are two references. One is of the priest and the rajas. Then we come to the common people, that is Jan. Okay, right. So priest, naturally, rituals, performance of rituals, etc. Raja, whose job was to so they did not have capital cities back then. They did not have palaces or armies. So they were basically normal people who were like the head. It was in the course of time, with fighting of battles, where kings acquired more and more land, and then comes palaces, regular armies, etc. Now it says they did not collect taxes, but they did collect bali. Bali was the type of tax, and bali, it is said that initial times it was voluntary. So people who are farming, people who are tending to the cattle, so they used to contribute. So this was voluntary. But in the course of times, this became regularized in the form of tax. So bali was no longer a regular commitment. I mean, it was not voluntary, it was a commitment. And the king used his power. Raja used his power. Now, whenever we refer to king, right, whenever we think about king, we refer to the Akbar or Mughals anyway, we find that the king is succeeded by his son. And normally there is the eldest son. So we have the concept of primogeniture, especially in the Hindu Vedic society. But when we refer to this, we do not find that, the sons, the Raja that was there, this post was not hereditary. And naturally there is no question of the eldest one becoming the Raja. That also wasn't there. So this was basically decided by committees known as Sabha and Samiti. These are two important committees known as Sabha and Samiti. And one more thing, women were also members. Some of the times we also have reference of women members. Now we have the priest, we have the Raja, and now coming to the common people. And the common people were known as Jana and sometimes also known as Vish. Actually, even Vis will do. Now, some terms like these are also asked in your prelims paper. Now, from Vis comes the caste known as Vaishya. Right? So these are certain things. Now, with reference to Jan, we have names, references. Vis basically referred to community at that time, or the group of people or clan. So here we have in the text, we have reference to Puru Jana or Vish, Bharat Jana or Vish, and Yadu Jana or Vish. So we did this earlier. So based on the Bharata Jana, this land ultimately came to be known as Bharat subcontinent. Okay, so do any of these names sound familiar to you? That is why this says. Okay. Now sometimes people who compose the hymns describe themselves as Aryas. And their opponents, they call their opponents as Dasas or Dasyu. Clear? The people who performed the yagya, people who performed the practices and prayed to the Agni and other things, they call themselves as Aryas. And there are people who were non-believers, who did not perform sacrifices and who spoke different languages. That means Dasa or Dasyu. That again means maybe some people migrated. Okay, so this we have. So then naturally there were a fight. There was a conflict between the two. There were battles, and during this time, the Aryas won and the Dasyus lost. And they were actually enslaved. Naturally, the people who lose, they are enslaved, and therefore the Dasa or the Dasyus came to be known as slave. Das as slave. So this happened. While the Rig Veda was being composed in the northwest of the subcontinent, there were developments elsewhere. Right now we are moving towards the megalithic age. Silent sentinels, the story of the megaliths. I think I told you something about the megalith actually. Okay, first of all, what is a sentinel? Sentinel is, the place where a security guard is there and keeping a watch on things. That is actually sentinel. So it's just an expression over here. So when we refer to the megalith, we are basically referring to some big stones that are placed at a particular site. And people normally would do this to mark the site that is important, mark burial sites, etc. So megaliths are basically referring to big stones, mega, big, literally big stones. So they were prevalent around 3000 years ago, and more so in Deccan, South India, and in the northeast and Kashmir. So Kashmir we refer to Burzom earlier. Okay. Now here is an example of this is also an example of megalithic site, right? And this type is known as cyst, like the one shown here, have potholes which could be used as an entrance. You see, this is in a circular manner it is being done here, and then these are some structures like this. These are very prevalent in European countries, and in fact on the Windows computer if you have, so you will find that there is this wallpaper, sometimes it automatically keeps changing. So one of them is also a megalithic site. Big stones are there, much bigger than this. So these are known as menhir. N is there, N is audible. Menhir. So a tall upright stone of a kind erected in prehistoric times in Western Europe. So this we find in India also. In fact, this is not Europe, this is Manipur. Now as we say that this is the site that marked the burial, so again maybe these people were also important. Now alongside burial we find certain things, and particularly iron equipment. So they were found around the megalithic burials. I told you before also that along megalithic we find evidence of iron based tools. So here is an example of horse equipment. You can see somebody could put his feet through it. Okay, these were the axes, and this is a dagger. Now you can see the make and the finish also. Maybe it's because of corrosion it's like that. Okay, now in the burial we also find some common features along the megalithic site. So we find a distinctive pot known as black and red ware pottery. Right, so you can see this is an black and red ware. This were not there in the NCERT actually. So you can see black surface is there, and then outside it is red in color, black and red. And red is again because of the iron oxide. This color comes because of this. Now with the black and red pottery, we find tools and weapons made of iron. We find skeletons of horses, horse equipment, ornaments of stone and gold as well. Interesting. Right, so these things were seen obviously from this site. Now these are some additional information about black and red ware. I gave you a brief insight also about this. So painted grey ware, after black and red ware we find painted grey ware, not everywhere, but these painted grey ware is associated with the Vedic age, especially the early Vedic age. So 1415 to 1200 BC, and is succeeded by painted grey ware. In the Western Ganges we find ochre colored pottery culture. Right, and after PGW we have northern black polished ware, NBPW. Now we are concluding, finding about social differences from burials, and I think I have already referred to some of the examples over here. So one we have a burial at Brahmgiri. So you can find this on the map here, and which is the state. You can write down in the comment section. And then we have Inamgaon. So in Brahmgiri we have a site where we find a skeleton who's buried with 33 gold beads, 2 stone beads, 4 copper bangles and 1 conch shell. What does this signify? Does a common man, if a common person's somebody dies, would that person be able to have 33 gold beads? No, right? So copper bangles, so basically the valuables were put over there, and that valuables were also, somebody could actually afford to put that also. People would normally take and transfer it to the next generation. So that means people were very valuable. And then there are other burial sites which are very normal and simple. Then we have a site at Inamgaon, and now Inamgaon, some aspects of geography, it is based on river code and the tributary of Bhima, which in turn is the tributary of which river? River Krishna. So here we find a pattern where generally buried in the ground, laid out straight with the head towards the north. So head is towards the north, and we find this pattern. So again, some sort of a ritual we can see, some sort of a cult custom. Okay. Then we find vessels that probably contained food and water were placed with the dead. Maybe it reflects it reflects a kind of a thing that, you know, after the death people need those things, or life after death, that type of a concept. Now here we have a very interesting burial where there is a big large there is a large house actually. So at the center of the settlement, center of the house, so in that courtyard we find a burial. So again this reflects that burial of that big house, again reflects that a person was influential. The person could have been a very powerful person. And likewise, normally the burials are away from the house, but here it is right in the house. So maybe this person was very, very important. Thereby the question asks, and again it was placed in a very unique manner. The body was placed in a cross-legged position. Now cross-legged is like chokdi when we meditate. Okay, so do you think this body was of a chief? Give reasons for your answer, right? So I mean, try doing this. This skill will help you in your mains also. Now, what skeletal studies tell us? From skeletal, actually, we can also know things from the dental thing also, dental bones. Okay. Now, one thing is, if the skeletal is small, that means it was a child, right? Else it was an adult. Now it becomes difficult to know the gender, if it was a girl or a boy. But here again, we can know, you know, if a woman with pregnancy, their pelvic is adjusted to bear the baby. For childbearing, that changes. The hip or the pelvic area of the woman is generally larger. So from here again we can know. Sometimes we can know about the gender from the jewelry. So we assume that women wear jewelry, so it could be a woman. The skeleton having jewelry would be a woman. But then sometimes men also wore ornaments. Now let's come to this. Now we have one more. This is important. We have a reference of Charaka, the person who's very famous for the Indian medicine, and there is one more Sushruta who's for surgery. So Charaka, who wrote his book known as Charak Samhita. Samhita means something that is written, so naturally in Sanskrit. Now he said in his book that human body has 360 bones. Now this is not correct, because the human body has around 200 bones. But it says that he counted the teeth, the joints and the cartilage. So he counted these also, and thereby he came to 360 bones. Now the question is, how did he come to this figure? And how did he count the teeth, the joints and the cartilage? It reflects maybe medicinal science, it reflects surgery took place, it tells us about and this is not Vedic age, right? We are looking at the later Vedic period over here, later Vedic period, and we are referring to Charaka's Bimbisara, that time we are referring to. So this is around 500 BC, for urbanization is taking place. So surgery and also the practice of dissection was there. How else would a person be able to count cartilages, right? You can still count bones, but not the cartilages. Now elsewhere, we are now coming to China. And China, there is this custom of oracle bones, where, you know, the bones of oxen, even turtle. So on that they write things, and they write some key questions, like the king has certain key questions, so he gets his scribes to write on it. Like who will win the battle if the battle is fought? How will be the harvest? So certain things they put. Now this is put into fire and then it cracks. So based on this cracks, there are priests who try to comprehend the message based on the type of cracks that have emerged. So this is the oracle bones basically. These remains are called as the oracle bones. So these kings lived in palaces. We find reference of palaces in cities. They amassed vast quantities of wealth, including large, elaborately decorated bronze vessels. So in the same time period, we find these kings were much more powerful, elaborate in their times. Right then, so this basically concludes our fifth chapter, and now we'll move on to the other one, sixth chapter. Now coming to the sixth chapter, Kingdoms, Kings and an Early Republic. Now before moving ahead with this chapter, let me help you build a context. So that will make it very, very easy to comprehend the subsequent literature that we are going to do. So first of all, this chapter is in continuance with the chapter number 5. So in chapter number 5, we refer to the Raja. The Raja or the king was the Raja of the Jan. So he was associated with being the Raja of the people. Jan is associated with people or community. Now there was another word for community that is known as Vis. So he was basically associated with the tribe or the community. And this tribe and community elected the Raja or nominated the Raja. So the most capable of them would become the Raja. This again means that this empire, this kingdom was very small. It allowed the interaction of the king and the people, right? And if you notice, there is no reference of land or territory. Now I say this because subsequently, in the later Vedic age, we are now in the later Vedic age, we find that there are Rajas of the Janpadas. So from Jan it becomes Janpada. That is, Pad indicates here territory of the people, where the people reside. So territory became important. And this also indicates, if we look at archaeologically also, that now the king was governing a bigger area, bigger territory. So territory had become more important than the community over here. King was fighting wars, the king was fighting battles one after the other, and as a result of this, it was acquiring more area or more territory of influence. Now one reason obviously is getting more influence. All kings, all people want that. But another reason was that when you get more territory means more fertile lands, so more agriculture revenue. Most of the peoples were farmer, right? So this provided the Raja more resources to fight war, sustain the soldiers, or do things for the people. So all of this, lot of benefits because of acquiring more territory. Now from Janpad, we come to the next phase, that is the Mahajanpada. Mahajanpada means greater areas, greater territories. So these are actually documented in the Buddhist and the Jain text, because Buddhism and Jainism were the two important religions that were originating, and there we have lot of literature from there. So that is a key source of our history, especially with reference to the later this Janpad and the Mahajanpadas. So we know a great deal about them. Now think about one more thing. When we are looking at this, when the king is expanding, naturally the ties with the people is affected. So now we see the emergence of monarchies that are hereditary. So the king's child will become the king. Likewise, the sequence would follow. The role of the Jan in deciding the Raja had come down because of this. Now there was an alternate system also that is known as the early republic. So this is an English term. It was basically Gana or Sangha. So at the end of the chapter, we will some emphasis has been provided to this aspect. Right. Now coming back to the chapter. So it says choosing leaders or rulers. As we vote today, in the earlier times we had monarchies or kings. Right, so this was there, and this was primarily hereditary. Now these kings performed various sacrifices, big sacrifices. For various reasons, they wanted some things, they wanted the welfare of the people. For various reasons, they performed big sacrifices. So now the king does not perform the yajna or yagya, right? So king needs the aid and support of the priest. Now one more thing about doing these sacrifices is, when the king does sacrifices, lot of people come and sit. The king gets a sort of legitimacy also, that he is the rightful king. He gets a kind of tacit support. So therefore the king was also interested in doing the sacrifices. But it required huge amount of resources. Okay, now coming to sacrifices, one particular sacrifice that has been mentioned over here is the sacrifice of Ashwamedha, or the horse sacrifice. Now remember, I told you earlier also, Ashwa means horse, right? So it means horse in Sanskrit. So in this, what happened was that, let's say this is the king, right? So king has certain area of influence. So the king sends his horse, his horse is kind of sacrificed, so he sends his horse, and this horse is allowed to travel to whichever territory, wherever he wants to go. Now, with the horse is also, behind the horse is an army contingent, right? So for the protection of the horse, an army contingent is also going. What is the idea? The horse keeps moving, and wherever the horse goes, until and unless it is stopped. If it is stopped by somebody else, and who will stop it? Other Raja of another territory. So if they stop it, it means that Raja has challenged the authority of the king. So in that area, he is claiming that this is my territory. Other Raja is claiming his own territory over here. So this would lead to a war-like situation. It will lead to a conflict. Now naturally, normally what would happen is the kings who are performing Ashwamedha are big kings, powerful kings. And in these territories, there are small kings also there. The small kings who have their own area of influence, but they are not as powerful and authoritative as the king. So they would allow the passage. They would let them go. And when they allow this passage, that means that the king accepts that this bigger king, this more powerful king is suzerain. He is more powerful, and ultimately he is the supreme ruler of his territory. The king Raja doesn't surrender his powers to rule, but overall he accepts that it is this Raja, the big Raja, who is supreme, or he is the suzerain. So that is the idea. Now coming from the Ashwamedha, in the sacrifices that used to take place, the Raja was a central figure. Naturally, the Raja is sanctioning the sacrifices, so he was the central figure, and normally he would sit on a special seat, a throne or a tiger skin. And his charioteer, naturally, the king is there and somebody is driving the horses. So his charioteer, also known as the Sarthi. So he knew a great deal about the king. He had observed the glory of the king, how he fought valiantly. So he spoke of the, tales of his glory. The king, the charioteer said. Sometimes he also guided, like example, we have the example of Arjuna being guided by a Sarthi, Lord Krishna. Okay. So his relatives, especially his wife, sons, etc., were also performing some minor rituals. Then there were people, spectators, who had to sit and watch and perform the performance of the sacrifice. The priests were doing these rituals, right? So they were sprinkling the sacred water, etc., etc. That was being done. So the ordinary people would bring gifts for the king, but there was a community who did not participate in the rituals, and these are known as the Shudras. So Shudras were not allowed, or they were excluded from these rituals. So now we are coming on, when we say Shudra is basically a caste. So when we talk about caste, we are coming to the Varnas. So here the concept of Varnas has been elaborated. Now, let me just give you a brief overview. Varna essentially means color. Literal meaning is color. So maybe when the Rigvedic people who were ruling over there, so they saw the Aryans as the people who had fair complexion, who had a long nose, like that, some features. With that, they associated the Varna. And the Dasas were the dark complexioned. Okay. So eventually the Varna came to be associated with the type of activities or the occupation of the people. Now in the Rigvedic age, we could have people of different Varnas in the same family. So like the Vishwamitra having a prayer to the river Satluj and Beas. So like that, we have many more poems. So in that, we see that within the same family, there are people who are performing different occupations. So within the same family, we can have people with different Varnas. But in the later Vedic age, what do we find is, we find that the Varnas came to be associated not with the occupation, but with the birth. So if a person belongs to the Brahmin Varna, so his child or her child will become the Brahmin, right? Likewise for Kshatriya, Vaishya, etc. Okay, so this is the basic concept over here. Now here we are referring to the later Vedic age, and during the later Vedic age we have more references of areas that were drained by Ganga and Yamuna. We did this concept in the earlier chapter. Okay, and in the later Vedic age, Samved, Yajurved and Atharved were composed, and they described how rituals were to be performed, and they also contained rules about the society. Okay, now the priests are the people who composed the Vedas, the sages. The priests divided the people into 4 groups called Varnas. So the first one is Brahmin, right? So Brahmins are expected to study and teach the Vedas, perform sacrifices and receive gifts. Then we have the Kshatriyas who were to rule or who were to fight battle and protect the people. They are also compared with Brahmin being the head and Kshatriya being the arms. Then comes the Vish or the Vaishyas. So here we are basically referring to the common people. So they were expected to do common tasks like farming, herding, trading, etc. So both the Kshatriyas and the Vaishyas could perform sacrifices. Now one Varna is left, that is the Shudras. So Shudras were the people who had to serve the other 3 groups. So they kind of subordinated, and women and Shudras were not allowed to study the Vedas. Now this Varna was being decided on the basis of birth. Was it always like this? No. In the Rig Vedic age it was on the basis of occupation, but gradually this occupation was fixed based on the birth. Right? So within the same group, so I mean it is still occupation, but occupation is decided by your birth. You cannot change your Varna, you can't change your surname. Simple. Okay, so this is it. Now subsequently after the Shudras also, a new caste was invented, and these were the people or known as the untouchables. Right? Untouchables. Who helped perform certain tasks like performing burials, cremations, and it was believed that if somebody came in contact with them, then they would be polluted and they may also lose their caste status. So if a person from the higher Varna gets in touch with the untouchable, then they may get polluted and they may also lose their Varna status. So the concept of pollution existed now. Okay. Now, there were certain people who did not like this. There were certain kings who thought they were superior to the priest. Some other felt that birth could not be a basis for deciding one's occupation or Varna in which one belonged to. What is a person's fault if a person has belonged to the family of untouchables? Why can't that person study and prosper in life? And telling a person to do only the menial task is again a wrong thing. Right? Today we cannot accept this at all. Then there were others who condemned the practice of untouchability. Then in Northeast, Northeast again we have the tribal and matrilineal culture. So the social economic differences were not very sharp, and the influence of the priests were limited. Okay, why did people oppose the system of Varnas? Now coming to the Janpadas. So as I told you earlier also, the Rajas of Janpadas now. So Rajas were associated with the Janpadas. So it is where the Jan has set its foot and settled down. So Pad is associated with the territory over here. That is what it signifies. So we have number of settlements in these Janpadas, such as Purana Killa in Delhi, Hastinapur near Meerut, Atranji Khera near Etah, Uttar Pradesh, Noida area. So we find, and what do we see about how did the people live over there? People made huts, lived in huts and kept cattle as well as other animals. They cultivated crops like rice, wheat, barley, pulses, sugarcane, sesame and mustard. Now over here we find the painted grey ware type of pottery. So they were fine to touch and they were used on special occasions. Now one more concept. When we say painted grey ware, that does not mean that other types of pottery was not there. along the things that are found. It only means that this was something that was unique. And when we say that it must have been used on special occasions, because we feel that it is finer and rarer, less in number, that could be a reason. Now coming to Mahajanpadas. So there were various Janpadas. Now some of the Janpadas became more important. They became bigger. So yeah, that is what it says. So most Mahajanpadas had a capital cities. Many of these were fortified, and this means fortified means they were protected. We have forts today also. So they were protected with huge walls of wood, bricks or stone, and which were built around them. And they were basically, forts are associated with the city also. Okay. Now, we have these sites over here. How do we know that these people were there? Naturally, we know from the archaeology, but specific names and everything, we need to have literary evidence. Archaeology does not tell us the names. So we have literary evidence, and this is primarily coming from the Buddhist and Jain text. We'll come to Buddhism and Jainism in the next chapter. That is the changes in the philosophical thought because of the advancement that was taking place. And as we said, it had capital city. That means we are in the second phase of urbanization. First phase was in this area. Now one more thing, this Gandhara region is important, right? Gandhara's capital, the most important city is Taxila, right? Kautilya, who wrote the Arthashastra, Chanakya, he was a professor at the Taxila University. So Taxila, this region is known as Malwa, and in Malwa we have the Avanti, and this is the Bihar UP region. So this is the Magad. Anga is in West Bengal, and this was again asked in the KBC also, that is, which of the following Mahajanpada is associated with parts of a body. So Ang, part, like that, right? So this is it. Now why would people build forts? Why would the king build forts? So this is an example of a fort, somebody is working on it. Now, basic reason of making fort is that you want to be protected, you are concerned about somebody attacking, so you build areas, your city that is surrounded by the wall. So you're afraid of the attacks. Now, you also break big structures because you want to showcase as to how rich and powerful you are. And when I say you, it means the king, right? Okay. So this is it. Now one more thing, if you go to a fort, like if you go to the Red Fort or any of the places, right, when you go there, you will find that these forts are self-sustainable and they have various resources over there. And since it is in a closed environment, it becomes easy to control by the king. Now, when you are making such big structures, right, lot of resources would be required, lot of planning activity would be required. So again, how will the resources come? That is the big question. Coming to the resources, but before the resources, this is the this page is in continuation of this page. So apart from the fort, the king was fighting battles also, so he had to maintain armies. These armies had to be provided regular salaries. And some of these salaries were made using the punch marked coins. So this is the first time in a subcontinent we find evidence of coins. And what are these coins called? Punch marked coins. So your metal is punch marked coins. We saw it in the first chapter, right? And furthermore, we see the evolution of the cities. So for cities, trade and commerce is very important. And for trade and commerce, you need to have coins for exchange to take place. Otherwise, barter system is not very efficient, right? So that is a problem. Now, how would these resources be generated? And this is what we are talking about, taxes. So now to collect taxes, right, and build huge forts and maintaining big armies and providing the governance task, the king needed resources. For that, they had to collect tax. And for this, they needed specialized officials. Now here is a breakup of the tax that was being collected. And I think if you notice one more thing, when we are doing these chapters, I'm highlighting a lot of things because these are the chapters where are much more important for prelims. Okay, so taxes were collected on agriculture, and this was 1/6 of what was produced. right? So agriculture, and this the tax collected from the farmer is known as the bhaga. Bhag, ek bhag, do bhag, kitne bhag, you know, if I speak in Hindi, so how many parts of something. So this was 1/6 of the produce that were collected from the farmer, bhag. Then the taxes were also collected on crafts. Taxes were also collected from the herders, so they were also expected to pay tax, and taxes were basically in kind, like in the form of animals or animal produce, so from that. Then taxes from trades, taxes from even from hunters and gatherers. Now it is asking you, what do you think would have been provided by the hunters and gatherers? What do the tribal people provide us? In fact, why don't you refer to the TriFed website? This will help you more with the prelims. If I tell you, not so much, right? So refer to the TriFed website or the things that the tribals provide. Okay, so these are the things over here, right? And here particularly bhaga is important. In the earlier chapter I referred to the bali, right? So the voluntary donation that was being made, now it is known as the bhaga. Now when we do the Mauryan dynasty, right, there it is known as shulk. So shulk is being used for the tax that is coming from the trade. Now changes in agriculture. Now when we have capital cities, when we have soldiers who are fighting, right? So for all those things, we need an agriculture surplus. We want a surplus over here, which can sustain cities, which can sustain the resources that the king needs, everything. Now with reference to this, we have two major changes. So one is we find the use of iron plowshare. So we find the use of iron plowshare instead of wood. So iron being harder, it will allow the soil being turned much more easily as compared to the wood. And when we go to the eastern side of India, right, eastern side, I'm referring to Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, this region, this was basically deeply forested area, right? This land was being cleared. So for bringing more land under cultivation, the forests were either burnt or they were using iron. And since the soil was virgin soil, right, it was heavy clay, and again because of the river also, so it was much more difficult to turn the soil, but it was very, very fertile. So iron in that regard also helped. Yes, again the next point, fertility was good. And then we find that people were, here rice was being cultivated. So rice has a much greater productivity as compared to wheat. So from Rig Veda, wheat and barley, now we are moving on to rice, and geography supports it. And the paddy was being cultivated by transplanting. Transplanting means that the plants are allowed to sprout. It's like they are growing in the nursery, and then once it is happening, the agricultural laborers are putting them into the soil, into the fields, and then they grow. And obviously the effectiveness of this technique is much, much more. But then this is a back-breaking work, right? Lot of effort is required. First you are cultivating in a small place, then you are putting it on the farm fields. Lot of work is there. So we see that this work was basically done by agricultural laborers, landless agricultural laborers, known as kamakaras. This was asked in the prelims. I don't know which year this has been asked. This was being done by slave men, women, dasas and dasis, and landless agricultural laborers. Now we are concluding. So a closer look at Magadha. So Magadha eventually emerged as the most important Mahajanpada, right? So from Bihar, this region, Magadha region, right? We don't call it Bihar back then. So they were expanding like anything, especially under the rulers, enterprising rulers like Bimbisara and Ajatashatru, and they belonged to the Haryanka dynasty. Right, I'm telling you all this, but even if suppose you're studying it, this is something that you need to research by yourself. So Haryanka dynasty, they were expanding like anything. So they were eating away the other, taking under itself other Mahajanpadas. Their challengers were Avanti in Malwa. And two things over here was that here we find iron, a fertile soil, forest, right? So forests were there, and with forest comes the elephants. So these were the factors that were responsible for the rise of Magad. Likewise, in Avanti region also we had iron ores, and this could be the reason that Avanti was able to sustain. For hundreds of years this battle continued, this struggle, but eventually this was given away. Right? So during the time of Ashoka, Ashoka was also from Magad. So it was a pan-India empire. So he becomes the first Chakravartin. Okay. So told you lots actually. Okay. Now the capital of there had been two capitals of Magad. So one was Rajagriha. So present day Rajgir. Now please note this, Rajagriha. Griha means fort. So fort. And this place was a natural fortress because it was like surrounded by three mountains. So it was very difficult for the enemy to attack. On one side, they had to defend by themselves. So they constructed a wall. So therefore, this is known as Rajagriha. But in the course of time, the capital was changed by the son of Ajatashatru, known as Udayan. So Ajatashatru laid the foundation of the city of Patliputra, and eventually Udayan had made this as the capital. Why? Because Patliputra lies on the confluence of rivers Ganga and Son. So it provides easy mobility, lot of water, and when water is there somewhere, it is also a Jal Durga, right? So a water fortress protected by water. So that was the benefit with reference to this new city Patliputra. So mobility in terms of trade, mobility in terms of moving soldiers from one place to another, everything. Plus obviously fertility. Now, after this, more than 2300 years ago, a ruler named Alexander, who lived in Macedonia in Europe, Greece basically, so wanted to become the world conqueror. So he had come to the borders of the river Indus, and it was the time of Nanda dynasty and the end and the Chandragupta Maurya. So this was the time. Now these people, they had conquered, just imagine the world map or the map of Europe and Asia. So from Greece, this person has come down, he has acquired the Iraq region, Arab region, coming eastwards, Iran, and then at the Hindu Kush mountains in the river Indus, that region. Imagine that area. So he is able to acquire all that territory, but when he comes to Indus, his soldiers say that we will not fight. We are concerned. There are people who are very good fighters and we don't want to fight. Right? So it was this time, and he actually said that the person who could not lose, who won over the entire world, lost from his own soldiers. Okay. Now a closer look, Vaji. So while Magadha became a powerful kingdom, Vaji with its capital at Vaishali, Bihar was different form of government known as Gana or Sangha. So here we are looking at the republic form of government. So we always, in our text or in the political speeches also, we say that the earliest republics is not that British, rhetorical actually, political. So they say that India had the republic culture much before and the values of democracy. It's not the same thing, by the way, but still. So Gana or Sangha. So Gantantra, India is a Gantantra republic. So Gana or Sangha, these were known as this. So what was it basically? In the earlier, when we were looking at the monarchies like the Magadha, so we had the Raja who was ruling over the entire territory. The Raja had a mind of its own, the way they had to perform, he's independent. But in the Gana or the Sangha, what we see is that the Raja had shared powers. In fact, in the territory of Vaji, imagine this as a territory. So there were many Rajas, like 1100 Rajas, something like this, huge amount of Rajas. So the Rajas would come together. These many rulers will come together and they will discuss some key issues or problems or what steps have to be taken. How do we protect ourselves from the Bimbisara and the Ajatashatru, right? So all those things. So they will discuss some key issues and work together. So in a way we can say we find some element of democratic discussion and deliberation, but it is not the same as the modern day democracy. It was only the ruling class or the elite that were discussing and deliberating on issues. The women the women, the common man were not part of this setup. So here it says, however, women, dasas and kamakars could not participate in these assemblies. Both the Buddha and Mahavira belong to the Ganas or Sanghas. And some of the most vivid descriptions of the life of the Sanghas can be found in Buddhist books like Digha Nikaya, which is mentioned over here, which contains some of the speeches of Buddha. Now here we have Ajatashatru. He wanted to get over this territory of Vaji, and there was a long-standing struggle. So he had sent his minister Vasakara to the Buddha. By the way, Ajatashatru had also accepted the Buddhist religion. So he had sent his minister to Buddha and wanted his advice on the same. And Buddha replied that, see, till the time Vajis met frequently, that is the Ganas functioned properly, and when he basically said these things, that if they met frequently, had public assemblies, they acted together, they followed the established rules, women were not held by force or captured, respected elders, and wise saints who followed different beliefs were respected, secularism. So till that time, if this is happening, it will not be able to defeat, and they will be prosperous. So once they stop doing this, the prosperity will go away. And this continued, the Vajis, the Gana continued for a very long time. It was only under the time of the Guptas. So Gupta, when we say this is around 500 BC, so imagine on the time scale, this is 500 years 0 and Gupta is around 300 to 450, around this time. So it is around this time, after almost 700-800 years later, that we find that the Ganas were defeated. So they were defeated by the Gupta rulers. Now coming to the elsewhere section. So like we have a reference of Gana, right? We refer to the Gana. Likewise in Macedonia, Athens, we find the evidence of democracy. And in fact, the word democracy itself is a Greek word following from the culture and traditions of the Athens. So demo means people, and kresi is coming from the Greek word kratia. Kratia means rule, so rule of the people. So here we find the earliest evidence of democracy where all freemen, now again here says all freemen, above the age of 30 years were recognized as full citizens. There was an assembly that met frequently and decided on important matters. Now see, when we were referring to the Ganas or the Sanghas, we said only the Rajas were meeting. But here, everybody was there. All the important matters, all the citizens were there. Freemen were there. So they could attend. Now, how did the people appoint? Like in today's, we have the election system. So where people vote and decide whom they want in the power. But that time it was done through lottery system. So system of lottery was there, like, people put their nominations on maybe a flask or something, on a bartan, and if from that a person picks. So that is a lottery system. So this was there, and the citizens were expected to serve in the army and navy. So a conscription system was there. Women were not considered citizens. Now, actually, I wanted to ask this, but there was this already there in the NCERT. Now, do you think this was a true democracy? Why don't you just write this and share your views with me? When you write, what will happen? Your understanding of the term democracy will improve greatly. And subsequently, in the history also, when you study history, there is Vijayanagar dynasty, Chola dynasty. So in the Chola dynasty, we say democratic functioning of the local bodies. So when you are comparing these things, this idea will be really helpful. So try doing this and try to see if it was truly democratic or not. Try to compare with the modern day like that. Okay, so this essentially concludes this chapter, and now we'll moving to the next chapter where we'll be looking at the philosophical side. Now coming to the 7th chapter, new questions and ideas. So in this chapter, basically we are covering Buddhism, emergence of Buddhist religion, so briefly about Gautam Buddha also. When we talk about Buddhism, naturally in the same way, Jainism. So these are actually new religions that had emerged. There were many more religions, but for the purpose of a chapter, and in fact overall also, these are the two religions that actually sustained. And yes, the Vedic religion. So with reference to Vedic religion, there was the emergence of Upanishads. So these three topics are the crux or the basic things that we are going to cover in this chapter. Now coming back, some context, right? So the chapter is titled as New Questions and Ideas. So these are what? New ideas, new questions in terms of religion, now we say. So basically what was happening is we are back in the age of Mahajanpadas. So during the age of Mahajanpadas, a lot of changes were taking place. And this is not just in the political realm where we find emergence of big monarchies, big kingdoms. Some of the kingdoms were into the empire building process. So political empires were expanding, they were coming up. But with this, we also see changes in the economic and social life of the people. So what sort of changes could it be? The economic life, urbanization was taking place, trade and commerce was there, prosperity was much more as compared to, let's say, the Vedic age. In fact, we are comparing with the Vedic age. So when we say new questions and ideas, so there were certain changes because of this. There were changes in the social life also because of the change that has taken place in the economic life. And what sort of a change was this? The Vedic people were very simple, be it imagine the Rig Vedic phase, also the later Vedic, they were very simple, they were a very primitive way of life, very basic, not like Stone Age, but yes, still quite primitive, dependent on pastoral activities, agriculture and pastoral. Here we find settled life, more food productivity, more trade and commerce. In the Vedic life, there was too much dependence on nature. And they were asking for praying to God. We say dependence on nature because they were praying to God, and the God was basically the nature. So it was asking for Indra, praying to the rain gods for good rains, for agriculture, good agriculture to take place, praying to the fertility god, praying to the Varuna, praying to the Agni. So they were dependent on nature. Survival, sustenance was the key thing over here. But here the thing had changed in the age of Mahajanpadas. Now here when we find that they were asking for material aspect, like for food should be there, we should have more children, more sons, but particularly here we find that people were praying, they were more into the philosophical side, like contentment of life, what is the concept of Atma, is there something that is more permanent than human body, what is God, what would God be? The gods that were being prayed in the age of Mahajanpadas were very different from the Vedic, and that is again a reflection of new questions and ideas. Right, so this is one aspect, that is the changes that were taking place. Other thing is, because of the changes again that were taking place, there was a reaction against the Vedic traditions and practices. And what was these? These were basically that Vedic religion was basically a lot of rituals were there. There was dominance of the priestly class. There was the dominance of the caste system. The caste system basically the segregation of the society based on one's occupation. So this has now become dependent on one's birth. Now because of the prosperity, people of the lower caste, generally they were also poor, but now in this case we may find people whose prosperity had improved, but socially speaking their social status was lower. So there was a reaction to it also. So there is actually a new dimension altogether, a bit actually I've gone beyond the NCERT over here. So this eventually led to the culmination of the new questions and ideas. Okay, coming to the story of Buddha. So Gautam Buddha, right, I just mentioned Gautam, so he was also known as Gautam and his name was actually Siddhartha. He belonged to the time of rapid change. Mahajanpadas were growing more powerful, new cities were developing, life was changing in the villages as well. So a lot of changes were taking place and people, the thinkers were concerned about what is the true meaning of life, Atma, soul, etc. Okay, now we will be covering some basic details about the life of Gautam Buddha, and once we do this, we'll come to this. I'll explain this, some internet research, not really actually. Okay, so with reference to Gautam Buddha, he belonged to the princely class. His parents, his father was a king himself. He belonged to the Sakya Gana. He was born in a place known as Lumbini and he belonged to the Sakya Gana. Now Gana, if you remember, Ghana is a type of political state. So one political system was the monarchical system where there was a king, right? And the king had absolute power control. And then we did Ghana or Sangha, which was basically the kind of state which had some democratic elements. So imagine this is a council, this is a committee where decisions are being taken. So there are many kings or rajas that are sitting over there. They are deliberating and discussing the key issues of the state, of their territory. So this is a Ghana. So he belonged to the Sakya Ghana. And why did I elaborate this? I revisited this because it reflects some sort of democratic elements, and we find Gautam Buddha coming from, not from a monarchy, but from a Ghana. And likewise, even this applies even for Jain, Mahavir Jain. Okay, so he belonged to the Sakya Ghana. He left his all comforts. He wasn't getting this sense of contentment. He had everything in life. He had all the comforts, material comforts. He was married. He had a son also. All good, everything. But still, that contentment was not there. And some key issues like what is sorrow, why is this sadness everywhere, what can be done about this, such questions were there on his mind. So he left everything. He left the comforts. He went into the forest. He asked, talk to people. What do you think? Why do we have sorrow? What is the meaning of life? Such questions, right? Philosophical. But those couldn't be answered. So he went to the people tree. He went under a tree. He saw a people tree at Bodh Gaya. So there he started meditating. It is here that is said that he attained enlightenment. Suddenly all the questions, all the problems that were there were answered. So he attained enlightenment and he was now known as Buddha. Right? So we say Buddha also, Buddha. So he's the wise one now. Okay. So these are actually some sites associated with the life of Buddha. So Lumbini, then Gaya. And this is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So important. Okay. Then from Gaya, he goes to Sarnath. He's got enlightened. Now this is the first time that he goes to Sarnath, where there is a deer park, very close to Varanasi. So he goes there and he delivers his first sermons, his key teachings, or he's sharing his enlightenment, right? So his knowledge is shared. So this is at Sarnath near Varanasi. So this event is also known as the turning of the wheel of law, Dharam Chakra Pravartana. Okay, then he travels from place to place. On foot, he is moving from place to place and delivering his teachings. He also formed a community or a commune known as Sangha. We'll come to this, it's just that I'm sharing it right now. So Sangha. So people who came under the umbrella of Gautam Buddha, Buddhism, right? And they left everything and lived together as a community. And they spread the message. That is one of the reasons of the success of Buddhism. Okay, so he traveled from place to place. Which of the sites did Gautam Buddha traveled? It is not listed over here, but this was asked in prelims twice, 2014 and 2015. So twice it was asked and not given in NCERT. I tried to search. So some common sense, if you apply, you'll be able to answer as to his location is Nepal, UP, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, right? This vicinity. So in that way, you can attempt it. Okay, so we already have Lumbini, Gaya, Sarnath. Eventually, naturally, all human beings die. So Gautam Buddha also passed away. It was in Kusinara, in Bihar. So, and this event is known as Mahaparinibban. This is in Pali actually. In Sanskrit, we will call it Mahaparinirvana. Right? So in language wise, some changes are there. For example, in Sanskrit, we may say Dharma, but in Pali or Prakrit, we call it as Dhamma. Okay, so these are the important events and these are very important to note. Now, before moving ahead with the teachings of Gautam Buddha, let us look at this site over here, which is mentioned in the NCERT. So this is the Dhamek Stupa in Sarnath. So Dhamek Stupa. So it is believed that this is the site, this is the place. It is a place where Gautam Buddha actually delivered the first sermon, where he taught. And this is known as Dhamek Stupa, as I said. And it is there in the news as well because it is under the tentative list of being a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Right, so this is it actually. So apart from Taj Mahal and Agra, this will be the third site if it is included. So 18 years it is there as the tentative list. So long time. Okay, now what did Gautam Buddha teach? What enlightenment did he get? So Gautam Buddha said, this is basically the same thing, so don't have to get confused. So Gautam Buddha said that there are 4 noble truths, or Arya Satyas. Arya means noble, Satya means truth. So 4 noble truths. And what are these 4 noble truths? So he says that life is full of suffering, that is dukh. And there is a cause for that dukh. Naturally, there is a reason why one feels sorrow, one feels sad. So samudaya. And this cause is essentially one's thirst or cravings or desire. This is tanha, right? All these things are mentioned here also. So tanha. Now we can overcome our dukh. We can overcome our dukh if we can end our cravings, end our desires. So if we can overcome this, if we can overcome this aspect over here, then we will not have dukh. We will overcome this if we are able to control our tanha, cravings, desires. Because think about it, if something is not fulfilled, you wanted something very badly and that is not fulfilled. Be it in a relationship, be it in your examination goals and life goals. So when that doesn't happen, you feel so sad. So if you are able to overcome that, naturally you will not feel sad. For this, one has to follow moderation. One should not be in the extremes. One has to follow the life of moderation. So this Nirodh can be achieved by Marg. What Marg? Marg means path, the middle path or the middle way. And this is also known as the Eightfold Path. So let me just revisit it. So there is dukh. There is a reason for that dukh, cause. And that cause is essentially your thirst, cravings. And we can overcome this. We can overcome this if we live a life of moderation. Sometimes also referred to as madhyastha. Right? So in that we can do. And this is actually also known as the Noble Eightfold Path. So, right, so basically these are the things that you see are some additional research or additional content that I am sharing over here from the NCERTs, beyond the NCERTs. Okay, so this is it. And what is this Eightfold Path? So Eightfold Path is very simple, basic moral living, right? So the right conduct, right knowledge, right view, right intention. So these things are there. And as I told you before, Gautam Buddha had formed a Sangh, he had formed a commune, he had formed an organization which would spread the message and would lead a life as Gautam Buddha would envisage. So for the Sangh, some sort of a norm was established or some sort of a code of conduct was established, and this is known as the 5 precepts or the Panchsheel. Don't mind the spelling over here, right? So it is actually Panchsheel. That spelling is also right, but Panchsheel. So that is, one has to refrain from violence, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, gossip, and taking intoxicating substance. Okay. Now, one of the reasons for the success of Buddhism spread very fast. One of the reasons, and it could reach out to the people, common people, as it was based in Prakrit. And Prakrit language, Prakrit is a very vast definition of language. Within Prakrit also there are different subsets, different classifications. So there is a form of Prakrit known as Pali. So it is the Pali language, the language that common people spoke. So Gautam Buddha talked in that, the Sangh talked in that, and as a result, the religion spread, the message spread very easily. Otherwise, it was Sanskrit, and Sanskrit was not a language of the common people, and it was the people who were knowledgeable, who had the knowledge of the Vedas. So that is the elite class, the people from the higher caste. But this was accessible to everybody. So therefore, the message spread very quickly. So here it is. What was the language used to compose the Vedas? Obviously, Sanskrit. Okay. Now some texts associated with Buddhism. So we have certain texts. So first of all, we have something known as Tripitaka. Actually, people also call it as Tripitaka. right? So, once I said it in the class when I was a student, so Pitak, Tri Pitak. So he said, because I read in the net that it is actually Pitak. It's not Pitaka, but if you because of this English thing, it that happens. So it's actually Tri Pitak. So there are three Pitak, and Pitak means basket. So this is an important text associated with Buddhism, and this is Tripitaka. And Tripitaka is basically Vinay Pitaka, Sutta Pitaka, and Abhidhamma Pitaka. And this Pitak or Pitaka is actually a basket, and basket basically means a collection of manuscripts that were written on, or that was based on the palm leaf. Right, so it is a basket or a collection basically, and there are three Pitaks: Vinay, Sutta, and Abhidhamma. Now let me explain this. Very simple. Gautam Buddha, as I said, had a Sangh. So it consisted rules of conduct and discipline that is applicable to monastic life of the monks and nuns. Now this is again important. Girls or the ladies were also part of the priestly class in Buddhism, and they could also join the Sangh. Okay, so Vinay Pitak. Then comes Sutta Pitak or Pitaka. And Sutta, if I go into the Sanskrit, and that will help you understand the meaning, it is Sutra. And Sutra means formula, right? So that is it actually. So it consists of the main teachings or Dhamma of Buddha. So main teachings were mentioned in Sutta Pitaka. And it is divided into 5 Nikayas. Nikayas means volumes of big text basically. And then comes Abhidhamma Pitaka. So Abhidhamma means a philosophical analysis and systemization of the teachings and the scholarly activity of the mosque. Right, so Abhidhamma. Right, so these are the 3 Pitaks. Now beyond this, there was one more important text, and that will keep coming to you, is the Jatakas. So Jataka is actually simple stories, moral stories, right? So these are all religious, very, very require some sort of a knowledge, philosophical. These are very simple. Jatakas are very simple, relatable to the common man. So Jatakas. So very simple moral stories, and it is said that it is based on the previous births, or it is based on Gautam Buddha in his various births. So the concept of the soul transmigrating from one being to the other. So in different births of Gautam Buddha, some events that are taken place, and that is in the Jataka. And these are very important when it comes to the popular culture. So when we look at the Ajanta paintings, Ajanta, Ellora, so there we find those paintings, and they are basically depicting the stories mentioned in Jataks. Sometimes when we refer to the stupas like Damek Stupa or the Sarnath Stupa, so there are those gateways or the railings. So there we find some carvings are done, and which reflects the story of the Jatakas. Then there are other important texts like Divya Vandana, Dipavamsa, Mahavamsa, Milindpana. Now Dipavamsa and Mahavamsa are very important. Dipavamsa is actually the first text that we have. It is a Pali text that tells us about Ceylon, and Ceylon is Sri Lanka. And based on Dipavamsa is Mahavamsa, so again Sri Lanka. Then comes Milindpana. Milindpana is about the Indo-Greek king Mininder. So him asking questions to a famous Buddhist saint, Nagasena. Right, so it's basically both having a conversation and him asking questions. So it's again basically teaching the elements of Buddhism, but through the conversations. Right, and then these are all in Pali Prakrit language, but later on we find the dominance of Sanskrit language, like Buddha Charita, which is written by Amog Varsha in Sanskrit. So then there was more dominance of Sanskrit in the later times, and it basically became what Vedic religion was earlier. So it was a reaction to this, but ultimately it metamorphosed into the Vedic elements. Okay, so this is about the language actually. So several Prakrits have been identified, as I said. So Pali is the language of Buddha, and it is kind of a Prakrit language. And this is also known as Ardh Magadhi. So Magad, as you can see over here, Magad is the place, right? So it is a language based on that. Prakrit, the forgotten ancestor. Okay, the story of Kisa Gautami, and I think you can also relate to the concepts of the Four Noble Truths over here. So let's briefly do it. So Kisa Gautami was it's a very famous story. So she was a woman whose son had died. Right, so son had died and she was roaming from place to place, street to street, that can anybody help if the son can be brought back to life. So some well-intentioned person, kind man, told her about Gautam Buddha. So she went to Gautam Buddha and Gautam Buddha said, see, I can get your child back to life provided you give me a handful of mustard seeds. So she was very happy, but then he said that, see, you have to bring this mustard seeds from the family where nobody had died. And then she realized that somewhere or the other, obviously every household has somebody who has passed away, right? So this is it. Now coming to the Upanishads. In fact, I'll tell you, I have a video on ethics, right? Complete course on ethics. So there is this second chapter. In second chapter, halfway, I have talked about the Indian philosophy and everything is discussed in detail. Okay, coming back, so Upanishads. So Upanishads is also known as the conclusion of the Vedas, and Vedanta. That is, at the end of the Vedas, right, at the conclusion, we find the Upanishads. And if you note carefully, Ved, Ant. Ant in Hindi or Sanskrit means the conclusion or the end. And literally, the Upanishads means, this is asked in the prelims. Upanishads means to sit near, so to sit near your teacher, and like student and teacher sit together, they engage in conversation, they talk, right? So Upanishads, the literal meaning is this. So it literally means approaching and sitting near, and text contain conversation between teachers and students. And it dwells into the questions of life after death, why sacrifices should be performed, is there something permanent in the universe? What about life after death? The concept of Atma, the concept of Brahma. So these concepts are actually talked about. Okay, now most Upanishad thinkers were Brahmins and Rajas, but then there were also women thinkers like Gargi. And I refer to this in the later Vedic texts in that context also, in the earlier chapters. Okay, so they were there, and there is this participation of girls in the royal courts. Then we also have reference, we know that, the Vedas were not permitted for people from the lower caste, for the slaves, and also for the women. But here we have a reference of Satyakama Jabala. So Satyakama Jabala. So who was from a slave woman known as Jabali. So we see some sort of a matrilineal connection also. That is, mother's name is taken here. So this person was from a slave, technically speaking not permitted, but then there was a Brahmin teacher who realized his quest for learning and he taught him things. And he wrote many texts, he became a well-known thinker of that time. Then with reference to Upanishads, they were later developed by a great thinker known as Shankaracharya. In fact, there is a statue of equality that is coming up to mark the place of Shankaracharya, right? So this is coming up now in the recent times. Okay, so there are now 6 schools of Indian philosophy. I have marked these sites, so the important philosophy and the sages who have composed them. So they are respectively mentioned over here. Then there is a reference of Panini. So Panini was a great grammarian, so he played a role in establishing a dictionary or a grammar for Sanskrit language, right? And Panini wrote, what was the name of the book that he wrote? Ashtadhyayi. So it's not mentioned here. Ashtadhyayi. So this was the work of Panini. Now coming to Jainism. So very similar, actually, the story of Jainism or Gautam Buddha and Vardhaman Mahavira, very, very similar. Okay, now coming to Jainism. So Jainism, it's believed that it was eventually under the last and the 24th Tirthankar of the Jainas, that is Vardhaman Mahavira. So now please note 24 Tirthankars. That means there were 23 other people 23 Tirthankars before, or great teachers before Vardhaman Mahavira. We know about others also, but the 23rd Tirthankar is particularly important because he laid the basic foundation and then it was concluded by Vardhaman Mahavira. So 23rd Tirthankar was Rishabha. Right, so Rishabha was there and then ultimately Vardhaman Mahavira. Now what about Vardhaman Mahavira? He was a Kshatriya prince just like Gautam Buddha, and he belonged to the Vaji Sangha. So Kshatriya prince of the Lachavis, a group that was under the Vaji Sangha. And we referred the conflict between the Vajis and the Magads, Ajata Shatrus particularly. So at the age of 30, he left his home, went to live in a forest, meditated, and ultimately attained enlightenment. And after enlightenment, that means he got knowledge, right? So he became a Jena, the conqueror. So the word Jena comes from the term meaning Jena, the meaning conqueror. So why do you think the term Jena was used for Mahavira, as I just told you? Okay, now his doctrine was very simple. He said men and women who wanted to know about the truth must leave their homes, strictly abide by the rules of Ahimsa, and don't kill anybody, don't hurt or kill anybody. All beings will wish to live, they wanted to live, and life was something that is dear to everybody, right? So non-violence is very, very important with reference to Jainism. Okay, so this is it. And then he taught, his message was spread through the language of Prakrit. Now please note, with reference to Jainism and Buddhism, when we talk at language, Buddhism Pali, Jainism Prakrit. Even though Pali is a form of Prakrit, we still say Pali. Okay. Now the followers of Mahavira eventually were known as Jainas, and they had to be absolutely honest. They were asked not to steal. They had to observe celibacy. Celibacy means to be brahmacharya, sexual abstinence. So these things they had to do. And they had to give up everything, including their clothes. Right? So there are actually different sects. Different people believe differently. So he was more conservative. There were Digambars and there were Shvetambars. Shvetambars were the people who wore the white cloths. Digambar who shed everything. So Vardhaman Mahavira was eventually closer to Digambars. Digambars were the people who strictly followed the teachings of Vardhaman Mahavira. So some changes are taken place during the time of Chandragupta Maurya. Okay. So this is it actually. Now let's look at, just like the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path, we have the Three Ratna and Five Vows, and they are naturally associated with Jainism. So it says one must have right faith, right knowledge and right conduct. In fact, think about it. If you want to have right conduct, first of all you need to know what is the right conduct, right? And you need to have the right faith also. Likewise, one has to follow the five vows. That is, one will always be ahimsa, satya, asteya, non-stealing, parigraha and brahmacharya. So these are things that a person must do. Then coming to the Sangha. Sangha basically means commune, community. So basically people who were following and strictly abided by the religion. So both Jainism as well as Buddhism had it, right? So they had the Sangha. And there was a code of conduct for this. For instance, I told you about the Vinay Pitak, right? So Vinay Pitak was there. And with reference to Sangh, we find that obviously there was a commune, but here we find both men and women were there. So there were different branches for both men and women. Now children could also be part of the Sangh, slaves could also be part of the Sangh, and this we are basically referring to Buddhism. So debtors debtors or people who had borrowed money from the creditors, all of them could be there. Only thing is that they had to seek permission, right? So they had to do. These people had to, those who had formed the Sangh, who had left everything, they had to lead simple lives. They had to meditate for most of the time, and they couldn't engage in their own earnings. Rather, they had to beg for food. So very simple life, right? So they had to do, and therefore they are also known as the bhikkhus, the Prakrit word for announcer or beggar, and bhikkhunis. Bhikkhunis again the feminine form. Right, this is it. Now here I'll tell you something very important, a great insight. I'll give you one insight over here. It says children have to ask permission from their parents, slaves from their masters, debtors that from the creditors, right? So if we see one thing over here, This is Gautam Buddha. So Gautam Buddha created a practical system. So he acknowledged the system, the changes that had taken place, even though Gautam Buddha's religion was against the, it was due to a reaction due to the changes that were taking place in the Mahajanpada life, Magadhan life. But somewhere he provided some sort of a acceptance or acknowledgement of the changes. So debtors had to take permission from the creditors, right? Slaves from that of masters. That means if the permission was not there, then the slave will have to remain a slave only. So some sort of an acknowledgement was there, some sort of system that was prevailing. It didn't go so much against it. So it accepted the new form of life that was there. And this included everybody, but only thing is conditions apply. Okay, now coming to a question was also asked on this. So coming to this monastery aspect. So monastery is basically the place, it is a place where people pray, right? It is something like a temple. So to begin with, both Jain and Buddhist monks went from place to place and they taught people, right? They traveled from place to place, they taught. That was the basic task of the Sangh. And during the rainy season, when they could not go and spread out and spread the message, that time they would come together and they lived under shelters. So sometimes these shelters were provided by the settlers, sometimes it was by the kings. So some construction was done, but many a times it was under natural caves. Particularly you will find this on the eastern part also and the western part also. So it was there. So it is here that we find chaityas and viharas. So this is a chaitya. So chaitya is basically the monastery where people worship. This is the Karle monastery, Karle chaitya, right? So chaitya at Karle, very famous. So you can see this is a carved out thing, right? And the place where people lived, the monks lived, that is viharas. Now, you know why I don't have an image for viharas, because that is a common place. It's just a 4-wall room, that's all. It's the chaitya where you have to see things, what is happening. So chaityas and viharas were created because of this. So viharas are basically some small rooms where people could live. So they would come and live together, they will discuss, deliberate on issues, all those things at that time. And then they will again disperse. Now with reference to Jainism, one thing I wanted to share, Jainist monastery, specifically in the Karnataka region, this is known as Basdi, right? So this you need to know. Chaityas and viharas was asked what is chaitya and vihara in your 13 examination, UPSC Prelims. So this was asked. So viharas were made of wood and then of bricks, and sometimes some were even in caves, especially in Western India, and which were the sites, you know, this Ajanta, Ellora and Western Ghats are there, so it is suitable for that. So especially in Western India. So viharas were built, donated by a rich merchant, landowners or the king, and eventually Buddhism was not curtailed to small pockets of the country, but eventually it spread out to the entire, not just a subcontinent, but also till Afghanistan, Central Asia. So that region also was influenced by this. That is why we have Kushanas and all these people who were Buddhist, and some UNESCO World Heritage sites also in Afghanistan with reference to Buddhism. Right, so now we are basically concluding our chapter. So now is the last thing, that is the system of ashramas, and these are things that we'll explain a bit more also, because from society point of view also this is important. So according to the Hindu religion, right, there is a system of ashramas, and ashram, as we know today, ashram is not the place where in normal context ashram is a place where people come together, pray, live together, right? But in this context ashram is something that is different. So ashram is basically the different stages of life. So there are 4 ashrams or 4 stages of life of a human being. Brahmacharya, that is the early age where a person is required to study the Vedas. Then live the life, marry and live the life of a grihastha. Then live in the forest and meditate, and ultimately renounce everything and become a sannyasi, retirement. Right? So these are the stages of life. So this is ashram. Now one more concept I'll add to this. the Varna system. So what is the Varna system? That is, the society should be segregated on the basis of their occupation. That is the caste system. And it was a responsibility of the king. It was a responsibility of the king to ensure that the ashram dharma, the Varna ashram dharma was maintained. And when you hear this word Varna ashram, so it is the two things combined. So one is the Varna system of society and other is ashrama system. So that has to be maintained and recognized by the king. That was given in the Dharam Shastras. Okay, now we have one more thing over here. These are some additions that I keep doing, right? So Purushartha, another concept. Purushartha means Purush, human being, earth. So the object of human pursuit. So it is a concept in Hinduism and refers to the 4 proper goals or aims of human life. And that is Dharma, Arth, Kam, Moksha. So Dharma, basically we're looking at religion. We are looking at a human being living a moral and a virtuous life. Arth is basically the livelihood, economic aspect, and again done in the rightful way. Then Kama is basically obviously sensual aspect, comfort. So those things are covered over here. And Moksha is achieving not just liberation, achieving moksha, right? Escaping the circle of life and death. Moving, not just about this is also about self-actualization. So this is Purushartha. Okay. Now this chapter is concluded. Now there is a reference of Iran, and I'll give you one question. I'll give you a context over here. From here, a question was asked in 2015 mains. So okay, so first of all, Iran, and in Iran there was Zoroaster, who was an Iranian prophet, and his teachings are contained in a book known as Avesta. In fact, Avesta is a great source of information which tells us about the late Harappa stage as well as the Vedic people. So the language of Avesta and the practices are described in it, and they are very similar to those of the Vedas. People also say that we find the similarities. Maybe there was a migration that taken place of the Aryans. Okay, so it says it provides the maxim: good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. Now the Zoroaster or the followers, right? So this was a major religion in Iran at one point of time, but many of these had migrated to India in coastal towns of Gujarat, Maharashtra, and today they are known as the Parsis, right? A very prominent people, Tatars and all, they are Parsis basically. Okay, now there is a thing to, the issue that one needs to think about is that Iran, where this religion started, is not there, but in India it is there. Why is it so? Why is it that the culture that was there in almost every part of the world was wiped off, but in India somehow this culture has sustained? The Hindu tradition, culture, Buddhism, Jainism, Parsi, all of them survive. Why is it so? This is a question that you need to ponder, that you need to think about, and the answer lies in the geography. Right? So look at the map. Try to visualize. If you don't, message me. My things are there in the description box, or write it in the comment section. Everybody would learn from the experience. Right, so this basically concludes the chapter. Now we'll move on to the Mauryan age, the age of Ashoka, basically, very interesting. Right there. Now coming to the 8th chapter, Ashoka the Emperor who gave up war. Now naturally when we are looking at Ashoka, right, when we are looking at Ashoka, we have to also consider the Mauryan Empire. And Ashoka was the third in line. So it was started by Chandragupta Maurya, then comes Bindusara, and then comes Ashoka. So this empire, Mauryan Empire, was started by Chandragupta Maurya, and he replaced the Nandas. Right, so Nandas were ruling over, and this which was started by Mahapadmananda. So Chandragupta Maurya had replaced them, and he was supported by his great prime minister, also known as Vishnugupta, and you can start guessing now. Vishnugupta, who is also known as Chanakya Kautilya, and he wrote his book known as Arthashastra. Right. Clear? Okay, now one more thing. During the time of Nandas, so the empire, the Magadhan Mahajanpad that we had referred in the earlier chapters, this had expanded to a great extent. And they were being challenged in this by the armies of Alexander. So Alexander, the great Greek king who wanted to acquire the entire world. He had this dream that he will rule over this entire world. But his army said, no, enough is enough. We are fighting all through. For so many years we are fighting, and that is it. You all have a dream. Why should you bother us? Right? So that is what happened really. So he said that I defeated everybody, but I lost for my own soldiers. Okay, now why do I say this? One, it led to the Greek establishments, and we'll refer to this especially in the later part of this chapter, that is the kingdoms after the Mauryas, right? So we'll do that. And we'll also refer to the Greek ambassador who came to the court of Chandragupta Maurya, famous one, that is Megasthenes. So Megasthenes wrote a book known as Indica, which is a great account of the political life of the Mauryas in Patliputra. Right, so it is a great source of information alongside Arthashastra about Mauryan administration. Okay, now what great happened was that Chandragupta Maurya had come, and Chandragupta Maurya had expanded, then Bindusara has expanded. Now for this great king Ashoka, only Orissa or the Kalinga was left. Kalinga is the old name of the coastal Odisha. Right, so this was acquired, and he became this was the time when this great Magadhan Empire, right? This is Magad only at the end of it. So this great Magadhan Empire reached its climax. So this is the maximum that it ever went. And after that it was Khilji, Alauddin Khilji, then Alauddin Khilji, and then Britishers. Aurangzeb and then Britishers. Right, so this was a major event, and he was also known as the Chakravartin because he had conquered every single territory or the natural frontiers of our subcontinent. So as you can see, therefore he is known as the emperor, while other people we refer to them as kings or kingdoms. So emperor, empire, basically very large territories, and this may have small kingdoms also, who are more or less independent, so in that regard. But they accept that, okay, this person is more powerful and I am subordinated to this person. Okay, so now what all we have covered? We have covered about Ashoka, we have covered about the Mauryan dynasty, we have covered about the sources to study about this dynasty, that is Arthashastra, Megasthenes, Indica, but one thing was still left about sources, that is Ashoka's pillars. So these pillars and rock edicts are very important because it is here that Ashoka wrote inscriptions. We studied this in the first chapter also. So he got people to write inscriptions. And what were inscriptions like? They were instructions. They were like communication of the emperor with his subjects and with his officers. So this is kind of a direct source of information. While Arthashastra is written much earlier, but it tells us about the Mauryan state. Megasthenes is also much earlier. But this is directly authorized by the king, and therefore it tells us about the nature of Ashoka and the nature of the Mauryan Empire. Now whenever we see a coin or anything to do with the government, basically we find this 4-lioned capital, right? These are 4 lions placed on back of each other, right? So this is very, very common. So where was this found? This was found in Sarnath. So this is Sarnath over here, you can see, right? And it was not in a very good shape. So actually it was like this. This is another pillar which is in Vaishali, right? So this Emperor Ashoka, wherever his territories were, he established his pillars over here. Now these pillars, apart from instructions, that means it also tells us about the territorial extent of the empire. Because obviously the king will be able to place pillars or emperor wherever whichever area he's ruling over, or he believes that these peoples belong to him. Okay, so this is the Vaishali pillar, and these are actually sites to commemorate Gautam Buddha actually. Okay, so you can see the pillar. So this pillar is monolithic, right? It is stone carved. You can see it is like, wood also, which is very nicely carved. So it is like a carpenter who has carved these things with great degree of detail. This is basically possible because it was sandstone. So carving is very easy. Not very easy, relatively easy. This top portion that you can see is capital, right? This is known as capital. This center portion that you see is known as abacus. Now at the Sarnath one, it is more detailed, as you can see, right? This is known as abacus and this is known as base, on which then comes the pillar over here. This is also known as inverted lotus, because you can see, right, this is lotus is made like this, right? So this is important. So it is sometimes to commemorate, it is to give instructions to the people or his officers, and it is also to mark the sites associated with Gautam Buddha. So that was also there. That is why it is there on Sarnath and Vaishali. Okay, now coming to several cities in the empire. So most notable ones were, as you can see here, inscriptions were found in important cities. So we have Patliputra, which was the capital of the empire, right? It was the capital of the empire. Then we have Tosali in the east. So there were basically 4 provinces, and Tosali was in the east, and this is in Orissa. So if you can just mark it on the map, this is Tosali over here. So Tosali is there, and Ujjain in the west, and Suvarnagari in the south, and Taxila in the north. Ashoka, before he became the emperor, right, when Bindusara was ruling, at that time, Ashoka was the provincial governor of Taxila and Ujjain. These are very important areas at that time. This region is also known as Gandhara. Taxila 1 is also known as Gandhara over here. Right. Okay, so Patliputra, Taxila and Ujjain is only mentioned over here, and Taxila was known as the gateway to northwest. Right, makes sense, right? Gateway to northwest. If you want to go to northwest, that is the route. Ujjain lay on the route from north to south India, and this route to north to south India is also known as Dakshina Path. Right, Dakshina Path, the highway that leads to the south. In fact, the term Deccan, we call this region as Deccan. So Deccan is actually Dakshin becoming Deccan. Okay, Takani, like that, this corrupted form of Dakshin actually. Okay, Ujjain was the capital of Avantipura, the ancient city of Avantipura, and this is it. Okay, so here urban lifestyle was there, urban cities had expanded. And then obviously in the rural areas we had farmers, and we have people who were dependent on hunting and gathering activities. Forest people were there. So naturally, because of this diversity, there were people who spoke different languages, ate different kinds of food, etc. I think when we referred to the Kandahar inscription in the first chapter, we saw the script also, right? So Greek and Aramaic script was used, while everywhere else you will find Brahmi script or Prakrit over here. So that again reflects different types of people. Okay, now this concept is interesting. Ruling the empire. So this empire was very, very big, and this becomes a challenge. See, areas that are close, kingdoms or small kingdoms, where you can actually interact with the subjects also, but this is very, very big. Right, pan-India, very big. And how does a person have control over territories? Let's say the king emperor is in Patliputra. How does he have control over what is happening in Ujjain or Taxila? Right, so very, very big empire is there. So here we have a concept, that area that was near and around the imperial capital. So there the administration was directly with the king or the emperor. Right, so everything according to the rules and procedures of the empire that was being done over here. So officials were appointed to collect taxes. If they didn't do, they were punished. People were punished for crimes. Okay, they were paid salaries. So they were given salaries as money. So for cash form they were given. Then there were messengers who would travel for communication related activities, and there were also spies who kept a watch on the officials if anybody is trying to overthrow the kingdom emperor, right? So all of this was being done. Okay, so this was there. There were royal family and there were senior ministers. Then comes the next component is there were other areas of provinces. As I said, there were 4 provinces. Right, and I refer to that Ujjain and Taxila was governed by, at one point of time, was governed by Ashoka. So the king, or the emperor deputed, he had various sons, right? So he deputed his relatives or people who he could trust. So they were known as Yuvraj, and they governed on behalf of the emperor. But naturally, that level of control, that level of command may not be there. There was a possibility this empire was there for a long time when the governor engaged in wrongful conduct. Right? Some were very good, some engaged in wrongful conduct. So that happened. The emperor did not have so much control because of the huge distance. Right, so this is it. Royal princes were often sent as governors. Local customs and rules were followed. Besides these, there were vast areas between these centers. Right? So in this reference, so you can see there are vast areas that are still left. So what the emperor tried to do was, he tried to control the roads, he tried to control the systems of navigation so that any trade is coming, that king could he could promote trade, promote economy, as well as collect shulk or tax. Right? So that was being done by the emperor. That was one of the goals of the empire. And furthermore, Arthashastra says, Chanakya was a great believer of everything under the state control and state doing everything possible to maximize the revenue, so that by this, the king or emperor has resources for the bureaucracy and for the governance related activities, and also to fulfill the welfare goals of the emperor. Right? So this was the objective. Now, Northwest was important for blankets, according to Arthashastra, and South India for its gold and precious stones. Right? So this was being done. And in the forested regions, forests will, what will they provide you? Forests will provide you with the wood. So wood was required, required for construction. It is believed that palaces were also made of wood. So palaces, house, right? So timber was needed. Then elephants. So elephants was a very, very important source. Honey, wax. So all of this was being provided by the forested people. In fact, today also, many of such things are actually coming from the forest only. So tribals. Now coming to the emperor and the capital city. And we know about this from Megasthenes Indica. So Megasthenes was a Greek ruler of West Asia named Seleucus Nicator. Right, so he had sent his Megasthenes over here, and Megasthenes has given here we have a small description. And one problem with Megasthenes is, by the way, Indica, is that a lot of exaggeration is also being done. So we can look at it here. So occasions on which the emperor appears in public. So how the emperor appears, the grand royal processions that take place, and he is in a golden palanquin. Palanquin is like a palaki. Right, so please search this if you can't relate. Palanquin. Okay, his guards ride elephants, right, decorated with gold and silver, and some of the guards even carry tree on which live birds, including a flock of trained parrots, circle around the head of the emperor. Now imagine carrying trees, right? Somewhere he also said that the people had faces like that of goat, pigs. Right, so different animals have been mentioned. So it's an exaggerated work also. But yes, by and large, it gives us an idea about the emperor and the capital city. So with reference to capital city, there is a description that this was a large and beautiful city surrounded by a massive wall, 570 towers, 64 gates, but notably, please note this, built of wood and mud brick. That is why the problem arises that when we are searching for the palace of Chandragupta Maurya or Ashoka, we are not able to find, because they won't have survived. But the structures of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa survived. Why? Because they were using burnt bricks. Right? So this is important here. The king's palace is also of wood and decorated with stone carvings, and it is surrounded by gardens and enclosures for keeping birds. Now I'll tell you something. There is this old NCERT of ours written by Mr. Arish Sharma, right? So he says that the city that has been described by Megasthenes is quite rectangular. It is in length, right? It could be in breadth also, so it is in length. So this is how the modern day Patna is also. So he says, okay, fine, if this is like this, then this person would be saying the right thing. So that is how in history, when we study, we have to focus on the exaggerations also that the person may do. So we have to cross-check also. Now coming to Ashoka. So Ashoka, a unique ruler. Why is he unique? So one is that the first ruler who tried to take his message to the people through inscriptions. And what was the inscriptions written in? They were in Prakrit and they were written in Brahmi script. And what does script known as? Lipi. Now, as I told you earlier, right, till the time of Bindusara, almost most of the empire was conquered, most of the subcontinent was conquered. The only thing that was left was coastal Orissa, also known as Kalinga. So this was left. And a major battle had taken, and as a result of this, lot of violence and bloodshed had taken. And so Ashoka went ahead with this, and there is a description where it says that hundreds and thousands of people had died. So here it writes 150,000 people, right? But actually it is written as hundreds and thousands. So hundreds and thousands of people had died. So how many hundreds and thousands have become slaves? They must be respectful from the Brahmins. They must be respecting the parents, right? So as ideal people basically. And then also they are taken as slaves. So this Ashoka says in his inscriptions in the pillar. So he also says that it is the 8th year after becoming king that Ashoka acquired Kalinga. And this filled me with sorrow. So this is the communication that the emperor is making, that so many people have been affected, so much bloodshed have taken, and this has filled me with sorrow. I can't take this. People who were kind to their relatives and friends, to their slave servants, have died or lost their loved ones, right? So from here on, the emperor has decided that we will not engage in any conquest by war. So we will not engage in Berigosha. Berigosha means conquest by war. Rather, we will focus on Dhammagosha, right? Conquest by use of culture. So culture, or that is what this is saying, or dharma. So based on this, we will win over. We will not engage in war any longer. Now this is reflected as a king who is very sensitive, right? And if the king was so sensitive, and this is a real analysis, that then why would the king, the emperor, not reinstate everything if he was so concerned? In a reality, why would he not? People are getting slaved, people are lost. Why wouldn't he still return everything, right? So undo that wrong. So that he didn't do. So he was a practical person, and this is a misconception actually on part of what we believe now. But so it's believed that Ashoka was a practical king. He didn't leave his soldiers or his army. That was always there. Capital punishment, mutilation as a punishment was given. It's just that a kind of code of conduct, a kind of messaging to the people in this case, right? So this is important. And the emperor did not require to acquire more territories. There was no need now, because the empire has reached its zenith. It has reached its climax. All the territories that were required to be conquered, have been taken over. So it doesn't make any sense anymore. So from now on, Dhammagosha. What does Dhammagosha do? Focus on peace, stability, non-violence. So those message has been shared. Then further he sends people to Sri Lanka, Syria and other parts where he spreads the message of Dhamma, right? So this is it. Okay, now what was Ashoka's Dhamma, right? So Dhamma is Sanskrit, means dharma, and dharma means religion. So in Buddhist, this thing, dharma is religion, is known as Dhamma. Prakrit, it is known as Dhamma. But there is this misconception where people say that Ashoka's aim was to spread Buddhism. Ashoka was himself Buddhist, but he never, he undermined other religions, or he always said that be respectful to the Brahmins, Shramanas, etc. Right? So this is it. So Dhamma was not really a religion. It did not involve worship. It was as if a king who's giving a set of instructions to his subjects. It is a communication between the empire who says that I am like your father and it is my responsibility to ensure peace and stability, and like good children you will not fight with each other, you will not insult anybody, you will be respectful to the priestly class, you will be respectful to the Brahmins. So with Hinduism or the Vedic, we are talking at the Brahmins, you'll be respectful to people of other sects. So Shramana, this includes Buddhists, Jains, etc. Right? You'll be respectful to the parents. So all of these qualities that actually have been listed over here. So this has to be done. So this message was inscribed on rocks and pillars, so on various rock edicts basically, to read his message. And there were also officers that were appointed who were to enforce the policy of Dhamma, that people, in the empire the Dhamma is being followed, right? So these officers were known as Dhamma Mahamata. And for this, anybody who wants to reach to the king, no matter what the king is doing, the king has to be accessible to this. So this Ashoka was very particular about it. Right, so this is it. And he sent his emissaries to different places: Syria, Egypt, Greece, Sri Lanka, etc. He also focused on building roads, dug wells, and build rest houses. Okay, now before I go ahead, there is this bull over here that you can see, Rampurva bull. So it is presently, it was in Bihar earlier, Rampurva. So you can see the amount of craftsmanship that has gone in this is stone at the end of the day, how hard it will be. So the level of craftsmanship, it can be seen over here. You can note this, and this is at the Rashtrapati Bhavan today. Now, why would the king emphasize on this messaging, right? Why would the king engage in such messaging where he says the rituals are not useful? Vedic, a lot of emphasis was going on the ritual aspect, lot of sacrifices were being conducted, animal sacrifices. Then the emperor also said that one must be gentle with the slaves and servants, respecting elders, one must have compassion, giving gifts to Brahmins and monks, and praise one's own religion or criticize another. So this is not wrong. It is both wrong to praise one's own religion and criticize another's. So why? And this is the important question. It is believed that this was a very big empire. And how do we know? How do we know? We know from the Kandahar inscription, the one that you saw. So at the Kandahar inscription, the emperor has said, it's at the later stage of his life, he says, I have been successful. There has been peace. People are not fighting. There is order everywhere. I have such a big empire, but still everything is going fine. And that is what it reflects. The emperor was concerned that there was a lot of sectarianism, there were a lot of different people, people of different religions, and we can infer that there was a concern about fighting taking place on the grounds of religion. Even today it takes place. So he was concerned about the welfare of the people. He was concerned that it was such a big empire and how will this administration work? Today or tomorrow there will be mutinies. He ruled for about 50 years. There is hardly any king who, even Aurangzeb was always there. I mean, he had a lot of problems. Akbar is said to be a liberal king, but he had a lot of problems, lot of mutinies, rebellions from time to time. But Ashoka never had this, and by means of Dhamma Gosha, not Beri Gosha, right? So this is a significant achievement on part of Ashoka. And it is here, and I want you to write this. Maybe you can share it with me on my Telegram or WhatsApp. So Jawaharlal Nehru, our first Prime Minister, had appreciated his, and he says that his edicts, Ashoka's, still speak to us in a language we can understand and we can still learn much from them. So here it says, identify the parts of Ashoka's message that you think are relevant today. Can you write this in 150 words? Still today, the teachings or the message of Ashoka's and its relevance in modern times. And in this way, I can also say that Gandhiji is this thing, Gandhiji's Gandhian values and its relevance in the modern times. So why not on Ashoka? Right? So try writing this with the modern day contemporary problems and how we can learn from what Ashoka had done. Right, so this was a great achievement. Okay, now elsewhere. India was not the only place where empire building was taking place. It was China and Qin Shi Huang. I had to really do this. Qin Shi Huang. The pronunciation is hard. right? So this was the first emperor actually, and on the northern part of China, right? So on the northern part of China, he created a wall. So this is known as the Great Wall of China, and eventually there were other kings also who kept constructing these walls. This wall really is about 6,400 kilometers long, and the maximum that was done, it was in the medieval times around 1200 AD. So imagine we are looking at 220 BC this time period. So around 1000 years the construction was still going on, and it was during the Ming dynasty. And why? So that the invaders do not, to protect the empire. So that was the idea. Now this is important, please give a lot of emphasis to this thing. So you can see some lines that are going on, right? So these were the routes under the control of Chinese rulers. So the ones in the pink, different codes are given. So basically we are referring to the Silk Route, right? So the route that is connecting China to Europe. So modern day Belt and Road Initiative, Maritime Silk Route and other things. So it reflects that from the eastern part to the western part, trade circuit was there. That communication, that interaction was going on. And time and again, there were Indian kings, especially the Kushanas, who tried to have these circuits, trade circuits, under its own domain. Why? Because that will provide them revenue from toll. And the major trade that was taking place was China, which had discovered silk, invented skill, I would say. And this silk had a lot of demand in Europe. Later, they learned how to make paper, right? So paper was again, which we learned much later actually. Okay, so this is the same thing over here. Now it says that with reference to India, that we were having trade interactions with Chinese, Indian, Iranian, Arab and Greek. And particular importance is Muziris in Kerala, right? Muziris and Poduka in the maps, right? So near like Pondicherry, this area. So this region is known as Arika Medu. So these are very important. Muziris is also kind of an heritage site. The state of Kerala has been greatly promoting it for tourism, right? So you need to know about this, some bit additional. And what did they get? See, India is a tropical country, and so we have tropical crops. So clothing, cotton, pepper, masalas, all of these were being exported from India. And in return, what we were getting? We had everything but gold. Right, so gold, silver, precious stones. So that is why especially during after Greeks, there were Romans. So, and Romans were referred to as Yavanas, people with fair complexions, right? So they brought gold. So we have a lot of Roman coins that are in Poduka or Arikamedu and Muziris. Right, now let me explain this. Basically, we are looking at the decline of the Mauryans and the various kingdoms that had come. And I'm telling you this because even I used to get confused. So let me just explain this in a sequential manner. So basically we had the great Mauryan Empire, right? So Mauryan Empire reached its apex during the time of Ashoka, something like this. Okay. Now, after Ashoka, there was few other kings, but they were not very strong, and it was a very big empire, very challenging. So it was Brihadratha, the last Mauryan king, who was killed by Pushyamitra Shanga. So he was a Brahmin, right? Brahmin king, and it is there is an allegation that this was a Brahminical reaction against the Buddhist, right? So Mauryans, Buddhism, like that. So it was a reaction, and the spread of Brahminical religion had taken place during this time, and there is concern about persecution of Buddhists taking place. Now, some historians counter this and they say that this may be an overreaction to things that are taken place. We don't know. I don't know actually about this, right? So Pushyamitra Shanga. So then first comes Shanga dynasty. Let me just clear this. Shanga dynasty, and after Shanga dynasty comes Kanva dynasty, right? So Kanvas, and ultimately all of them were defeated by Skandagupta. So Gupta dynasty comes into the Magad region. So this is the Magad region. Okay. Now remember when I told you about Alexander had encouraged his people to settle over the entire circuit from Europe to India. So there were Greek settlements, and Greeks had settled over there. When mixed with the people, they got married with the local people. So Indo-Greeks, right? So the people from Greek origin and Indo-Greeks mix. So they were there. So they were becoming more and more assertive now, and they started to settle in parts of India, especially in the northwestern parts, right? So this is it. So first we have Indo-Greeks. Capital, it should have been capital. Then we have Sakas. So basically in waves. So this was the Greek settlements, and from the north, Central Asian tribes. So they were invading. They were coming in waves, and so after Indo-Greeks, they were challenged by Sakas, and after Sakas, they were Parthians, right? And amongst them, there was another tribe known as Kushanas. And which is the most important Kushana king? Kanishk, right? But there was a topper also in IAS exam, AIR1. So Kanishk, right? So it was basically during the time of Kanishk, they say that it was an Indian empire, but actually it was a Central Asian empire who was ruling till Mathura, right? So this is it. And Kanishk, all of these kingdoms, they settled over a country. They adopted a culture. They were foreigners. They adopted a culture, a tradition, and enriched a culture. And Kanishk was a Buddhist, right? So this is there, and one of the famous Buddhist council, third or fourth, took place in Kashmir, right? So this is it. So we have this, on the eastern part we have this, on the western part we have this. Then towards the Deccan part over here, this area. So after the decline of Mauryans, we have the emergence of Satvahana dynasty. And in Satvahana, the most important king is Gautami Putra Satkarni. And we know a great deal about him from Nanaghat inscription. I'm telling you all this because actually you should read extra from whatever I'm telling you, right? So this is there. And then comes Vataka dynasty. So they were replaced, and Vatakas were actually a contemporary of Guptas, right? So this is it. Okay, so I have explained this all through. I have explained this all through, and yeah. So this was there, and then there were traders. There were other people. There were traders who explored land routes. There were basically changes were taking place in the life of the ordinary people. Their trade was prospering. Agriculture was becoming more important. Land was becoming more important. Stupas and temples were being built. Books were written, and scientific discoveries were being made. What scientific discoveries were made? This is a question before you, right? Which was a famous text. Most of them are associated with the Gupta dynasty, right? So which of them were there? You can please search this. Right then, so this basically covers this 8th chapter. Now moving on to the next one. Now coming to the 9th chapter, vital villages, thriving towns. So naturally we are going to study about the villages and what was happening in the towns. But what time period? So in this chapter, we are basically referring to the Mauryan age and the post-Mauryan age across the subcontinent, right? That was what we studied in the previous chapter. So it's basically an extension of the same chapter where we are not talking about the political development, rather what were the villages like, which communities or people lived in that villages, and the same applies for towns. Then how do we know about these things? What are the sources? So that is going to be the theme of our chapter. Okay. Now here below in the chapter, we have a reference of a child who goes to a blacksmith's shop. In Hindi, we also call it as lohar. So person who is specializing in the work of making iron-based tools. Now please don't get confused. Iron and steel are essentially the same thing, at least in a common usage. So steel is an alloy of iron and carbon, right? Like we talked about the bronze. So bronze is an alloy of copper and tin, right? So the same thing over here. Okay. Now iron played a very important role at that age, that civilization. Even today it does, but the amount of change that iron could bring was phenomenal. So we do not realize this today because we are quite accustomed to the usage of iron. But imagine when we are transitioning from the Bronze Age to Iron Age. So iron, that is tools made of iron, played a very important role. These are harder, these are sturdier, and therefore they played a very important role. Like they helped in bringing more land into cultivation. Like it helped in clearing the forest. It helped in the Indian subcontinent, especially on the eastern side, right? So when we refer to the eastern side, even today we find the density of vegetation or the forests are much more dense. So when the forests were being cleared, especially for the first time, the soil is very, very hard, very tough, but very fertile. So iron plowshare played a very important role in making that land cultivable, right? So that is the significance. So bronze wouldn't have sufficed. Wood in any ways will not have done the job. So that is why iron was very important, and it played a role in improving the productivity or production from agriculture. Because think about it, we are having an empire or a kingdom which wants to be an empire building stage. We want the king to be able to raise resources, because resources are required to fight wars, to pay salaries and economic activities also. So agricultural productivity was very, very important, and iron played a very important role in that regard. Okay, so we have iron, and it played a role in supporting the flourishing of villages. But then there were other factors also which led to the increased production of agriculture, like the use of transplantation. So transplantation of paddy, we did this earlier. So it is simply we are basically germinating the seeds in a controlled environment and then planting it on the fields. So this improved the production from the paddy. Paddy in any case is actually, it has higher productivity as compared to wheat. Okay, so transplantation, irrigation, and more land was brought into irrigation. And with irrigation, what all things were there? Canals, wells, tanks, and artificial lakes were created. Now, who lived in the village? We talked about village agriculture, but which communities lived in the village? And this can be important. The names of the communities, etc., can be asked in your prelims. So we can subdivide this into two parts. So one is in the southern India and other is northern parts. So in south we have, imagine this is the village. So a person who is very, very powerful and who has large amounts of land, so that is villalars. And then there are people who have less amount of land and they are usuvars. So common plowmen, ordinary plowmen. And there are people who do not own land, they are poorer, they are landless laborers, and they may also be slaves. So they were known as Kadaisiyar and Adimai. Right, now these are important for your prelims. Now likewise in North India we had the village headmen who were known as Gram Bhochaka. Now here Gram you can relate to village, right? So that is easy. Gurgaon became Gurugram. So Gram Bhochaka. So this was a village headman, and what would the headman do? The headman would be responsible for the administration, for tax collection. He would help the king in collection of the tax. He would also play the role of maintaining law and order. Sometimes he may also be discharging the functions of a judge or a policeman, right? So that was the task of the Gram Bhojaka. And why would somebody make this person a headman? Quite logical reason would be that this person is affluent, this person has huge amount of land. That should be the reason, right? So usually this person was the largest landowner, and thereby this position of village headman was hereditary. That is, it ran within the same family. Now today we do not have this. We have a system of elections, right? So sarpanch etc. are done by elections. Now this is the Gram Bhojaka at the top level. Then we have Grihapatis. That is, Griha means land, Pati means in a way owner, right? So independent farmers or small landholders were known as Grihapatis. And then there were people who worked on their fields. So these are Dasa Karmakar, right? So this is the name of community mentioned. Now besides agriculture, there were also people who engaged in certain craft work. which was required by others in the community. So we have blacksmith, we have potter, carpenter, weaver. So they performed their task, they performed the tools and supplied it, and in return farmers also provided them food. So kind of a barter system was there in this setup, rural economy. In urban we have the punched mark coins. Now how do we know about the cities? Finding out about the cities. We may know about them from maybe from the references in the stories, from the accounts of the travelers who came to the country and they observed, then from sculpture as well as archaeology. We did one archaeology, Harappan civilization, Indus Valley civilization. Okay, let's do the first thing. So from stories. So we have the earliest Tamil compositions, which is also known as the Sangam literature. Sangam literally means assembly, and what happens in assembly? There is meeting, right? In school assembly also everybody comes together, the entire school comes together, assembles. So the key laureates of the time, right? This is the contemporary of the Mauryans. So the key laureates, the main laureates would come together. This was a massive assembly that took place. They discussed their literary works, right? So all the literature that is written during this time is attributed to Sangam literature. And I think for prelims we will do this, but still I want you to do it since we are covering this is something that you need to inculcate, that you please Google this, right? You will reach the Wikipedia page and read the first paragraph, that's all, and it will help you with your prelims. So we had this, and this assembly was in the city of Madurai. Now I'll tell you how do we know about the cities. We have the Silly, Padikaram or Mani Make Malai. So these are great epics, but these epics, there is a story there. It may be a work of fiction, but in the background of that story, there will be a reference of marketplace, port cities, kings, the types of expectations from the king. So that will tell us about, we can infer about the society, about the political system, economy from that setup, right? So we can infer those things. The story may be fiction, the story may be a work of fiction, but what was happening in the background? In fact, the same you can do while watching a movie also. So when you are watching a Hollywood movie or anything, so you're seeing things in the background, right? That background thing would be more or less correct. Okay, so we have this Tamil compositions. Then we also have Jatakas. Jatakas are essentially fables. Actually, fables are short stories with a moral twist to it. So we have studied about Jatakas. I've told you before this. So Jatakas are basically these short, simple stories with a moral lesson, and they are about Gautam Buddha's previous births. So it could be a high caste or a low caste. It could be a prince, anybody. It could even be an animal, right? So in any form, Gautam Buddha, his story is mentioned over here. This is a Jatak. And this is quite relatable to the common people. Fables are relatable to the common people. So these were stories that were probably composed by ordinary people. We say so because these are having events, incidents of common people, relatable. If we read other literature like, right, if we Tripitaka or the conversation between the king and the priest, monks, so these are intellectual in nature, but these are very, very simple. So you write the text, whatever you do it as compared with, with reference to the audience. So this must have been written from the point of view of ordinary people, and therefore composed by also ordinary people. We are presuming this. Okay. Now let us see this. I told you this, right? Now let us see how we can use this in practice. So we have the story of the clever poor man. Now our exercise over here is, from this story we have to infer certain things like occupations, key people, right? So those things we have to infer from this short story. So this basically tells us that there is a clever poor man, very enterprising in this approach, and he only had a dead rat. Dead rat has no utility, but this person actually sold this dead rat to a hotel for their cat. So they would be having cats, right? So for the rats and other things. So for that they gave it, and they gave a coin in return. Now see, we know that there were hotels, there were rest houses, right? And for that there was coin economy was also there. Okay, then one day there was a storm and the king's garden was littered with branches and leaves. So the gardener was very worried that how do we clear all this mess that has been created. So the young man offered to clean, and but he said that in return I want your woods and leaves. He said, fine, very good, they are of no use to me, the gardener said. Then what happened was that he offered sweets to the children who collected it. So in very no time the garden was also cleared, right? Now one day what happened was the king's potter. Now you see, we have potter, we have gardener, right? So king's potter is the person who bakes and makes pottery out of it. So naturally he would need fire to do that. So the potter needed fuel, and fuel was coming from the woods and leaves that the person he had collected from the garden. Then one day he got a plan. He started to offer water to 500 grass cutters. So there were 500 grass cutters and whom he offered water, right? For no reason, he just offered water. So people were very happy that you gave us water. You want any help in return? He said, yes, but I'll tell you when. So one day from a trader, he got to know that a horse dealer is coming to the town with 500 horses. So 500 horses, okay. He said, now I gave you water, I helped you, now it is your turn to return the favor. He said that you guys will not sell your grass that you have cut. The horse dealer went across the place, he didn't get it, so he ultimately sold the grass, right? So this is what happened over here. So he gave him 500 bundles of grass, and in return he got 1,000 coins. So see, now we know about occupations, right? Occupations of this place. We know that a lot of people, there were people coming for trade and other things. Trade activity was going on. People were coming. There was movement of people that was there. We also have reference of coin. And see, notice this thing that let's say somebody asks you money, right? You say, I have a 5 rupee coin, I have a 10 rupee coin, 1 rupee coin. But here it says a coin, 1,000 coins. That means coins did not have a denomination, right? So from literature, maybe this work is of fiction. Maybe there is no 500 grasses. Maybe this is just a work of literary expression. Like we say, we will be there in 2 minutes. But it simply means that we will come quickly. It doesn't mean that we will literally come in 2 minutes. Nobody believes that. Right. So this was kind of an expression. Here also it says 500 bundles of grass and then 500 horses. Right? It can't be, right? It's not possible. Okay. So this is it. This is how we infer from the story. Now we can also know from the sculptures. Not just from the literature, but also from sculptors. For example, there are these, to decorate it, we have this carving work that has been done on this gateway, right? You have this wall, on this it is done. So it is depicting people's life in towns and villages as well as in the forest. So maybe this is just a jataka, this is a story, but the story is depicting something, right? So we can know from here, okay, fine, people were there, people were living in a community, there were elephants, somebody was riding over it. So we can know certain things from here. Now the basic purpose was to decorate railings, pillars and gateways of buildings. Now with reference to stupas, we call them as toranas, right? So in Mauryan times, the gateways of buildings were known as toranas. So that were visited by people. Now coming to archaeology, we have a reference, we did this earlier also, but we have a reference over here, massive fortification walls. That means sometimes it is just to impress the people, but it also means that there was a threat of invasion or military attacks. Now in many houses, we find these structures. These are known as ring wells. So they are rows of pots or ceramic rings arranged one on top of the other. So this could have been used, like you see this goes downwards. So this could have been used as a drain. So many times we feel that it was attached to the kitchen, for instance, right? So it could go down into the drain, or it could be used for disposing of garbage, so garbage dumps. So they were usually found in individual houses. Then how were the houses like? So houses that were made were of wood, mud brick and thatch, and this may be the reason that it did not survive, right? The Harappan structures have survived, but not these. In fact, here we do not even have references of palace. We don't have a reference of what would have been the Mauryan palace like. We don't have a reference. Yes, we have a very big wooden structure. We presume it was the palace of Chandragupta Maurya. Right, so we do not have much evidence over here. Why? Because these structures did not survive. They were not sturdy enough. Harappan structures have survived. They were built much earlier, but still they exist. Okay. Then we have account of travelers. Right, so we have accounts of sailors who traveled, who visited them. And now these things are again interesting because this gives a perspective of a different person from a different culture coming to your place. So it is that person's perspective. And normally what happens is, suppose the sailor will go to one city, then he may go to China also, some other place. So they will also provide us a comparative analysis that Indian society was like this, the Greek society was like this, right? So they will also have a tendency to compare things. Okay, so accounts of sailors and travelers who visited them. So we have an account of an unknown Greek sailor and he described all the ports he visited. So here we have one reference of the story of Bahri Gaza. So Bahri Gaza is basically the corrupted form of Bharuch, which is on the mouths of river Narmada. Okay, so he says that this Gulf of Khambar, this gulf that is there, it was very difficult to navigate. So therefore, skillful and experienced local fishermen were employed by the king. Then it tells us about things that were imported into Bahri Gaza. So we have wine, copper. See, copper and tin is a scarce thing. So wine, copper, tin, lead, coral, topaz, cloth, gold and silver coins. And this cloth also will not be ordinary cloth. This cloth must have been the silk type of a cloth that has a lot of value. Okay. Exports from the towns included plants from Himalaya, ivory, agate, carnelian, cotton, silk and perfumes. Right. So this is how it is. Okay. So special gifts were also brought by merchants for the kings. These included vessels of silver, singing boys, beautiful women. That means trade in people were also there. Fine wines and fine cloth. Now coming to coins. Now you see over here no numbering is given. Compare this with the coin that we have in the present times. So this coin, as you can see, it is as if it has been stamped upon. Right? It is punched. So punched mark coin. The finishing is also not very symmetrical. Okay, so these are known as punched mark coins. These coins were not inscribed but were stamped with symbol using dies or punches. Right, so this is with the Mauryan age, the earliest coins that we have alongside the Mauryan age. Then we find lot of refinement taking place. Okay, cities with many functions. Now think about it. Whenever we even today, we have, okay fine, we go to this city. So let's say we go to Panipat and we say, okay fine, there is a refinery. This place is important for textile, right? So every city, wherever you are, okay fine, this is the administrative capital. This is the financial capital, like Bombay. So every city has certain specialities. It is known for something. Likewise, here we have a reference of Mathura. Mathura, which was strategically placed over here, and this is like from northwest. If one had to go to the east, it is like this. From north to south, Dakshina Path will go like this. In fact, even today, if you board a train and if you want to go towards south, Mathura will come. So Mathura normally comes in route. Okay, so this is it. Now Mathura became the second capital of Kushanas, right? So this was the Kushana kingdom under Kanishka. So it was the second capital of Kushanas. Mathura was also a religious center. There were Buddhist monasteries, Jain shrines, and it was an important center for worship of Krishna. right? So Mathura is very, very important. Now crafts and craftsperson. Now we have this pottery. We have actually studied many crafts by now, but yeah, we have this pottery. It was unique to this age. So northern black polished ware. So you can see this. This is the NPPW this thing ware. So it doesn't mean that there were no other types of pottery. It is just that this pottery was unique to this period, and this really is unique actually. How many times you go to the marketplace, right? Even today also, you will find a black pottery. I've never seen it. Okay, so this is why this is black, because it is heated at a very high temperature that has led to the blackening of the outer surface, and it has a mirror-like shine. So mirror-like shine is there. So we have this that has been found, and this is contemporaneous with the modern age. Okay. Then we have evidence of many other crafts like cloth. So cloth was very, very important. So there were famous centers like Varanasi in the north and Madurai in the south. So you see cities and many functions. This is also a function that the city is doing. And both men and women worked in these centers. Now when we have crafts, right, so we also have a jati system in a society where jatis are basically associated with the work or occupation that people did. So we have somewhere it is relatable. Shrenis. So Shrenis basically means association of people who engaged in a particular activity, right? Association. So people like, for example, the association of, or the Shreni of potters, the Shreni of carpenters, the Shreni of weavers, right? So likewise, there were Shreni of different occupations, crafts work. And what was the advantage over here is that since you are working together in one line, now imagine if people are working like this, they are scattered together, then they will compete also, your price will not be protected, but they are brought under a single umbrella, that is Shreni. So they are working together, so they are able to extract the best price. They will be requiring certain raw materials also, so that they will get from farmers or other Shrenis, right? So that used to take place. So it gives them better bargaining power, both from the producer, the raw material supplier, and the one you are selling to. And other thing that it helped is, these are important perspectives, that it helped in skilling. So within the Shreni, same Shreni, and normally Shreni was hereditary. So kind of that skill or the craft work was, that knowledge was percolated downwards, right? So that tradition had continued, and that is one of the reasons why Indian crafts were very, very specialized and well known across the world. Now I believe UPSC can be a bit naughty, right? So I mean this. So Shreni, let's say the Shrenis and modern day associations, how are they relatable? Like we have Assocham, we have Shrenis of hotel industry and many other things. So can we relate this? UPSC has a tendency to ask questions like this. So associations, modern day associations and Shrenis, how are they relatable? Think about it. You have a query, you can always reach out to me. My details are there. You can mention in the comment section, I'll get back. Okay, now since they are engaged in all this activity, they have paisa, right? Lot of money they have. Okay, so they also engaged in lending activity. They also accepted deposits. So they functioned like banks where rich men and women deposited money. They also earn, and why would anybody deposit money? Because they will get interest. Okay, the Shrenis also contributed to support religious institutions such as monasteries. Now we are basically concluding, so a closer look, and we have Arikamedu. So Arikamedu we did in the earlier chapter very briefly. So Arikamedu is in Puducherry, names keep changing. Okay, so Puducherry, and this is particularly famous. Obviously it is a coastal settlement where ships unloaded goods from distant lands. And which distant lands we are basically referring to? We are particularly concerned about Romans, right? So Roman trade used to take place over here. Romans were there. So with the reference to this, we have some unique kind of a pottery, unique kind of work over here, which is known as amphorae, right? So this is tall, double-handled jar. And what was it used for? It was used to contain things such as wine or oil. And then we have stamped red glazed pottery, right? So this is known as Argentine ware. So both of them are associated with Roman. So we have Roman type pottery in India. So this is indicative that we had trade with Romans. Then one more evidence is that we have, people have a tendency to save things. So at that time they used to keep things in pottery to hide things and etc. So in that valuable things, Roman coins are also found. And which Roman coins would be there? Roman currency has no meaning over here. It has to have some intrinsic value, that is gold coins, right? So gold and silver coins were found in potteries in some houses. We also have evidence of Roman lamps, glassware, gems. So they all have been found at this site. We also have evidence of a brick structure. So this is the structure that is referred to. Now what I find interesting is this accurate type of architecture over here, right? So this is basically this is Indo-Islamic architecture. In North India it comes with the Indo-Islamic architecture. We didn't do this earlier, right? So this is seen over here. So maybe this would have been influenced by Roman architects, and I presume this is the same site the NCERT is referring to, brick structure which could have been used for a warehouse. Now we just ending it. Okay, so this is this inscription that has been found on inscriptions on pottery, right? So you can see the earliest evidence of language. Now small tanks have been found that were probably dyeing vats used to dye cloth. So dyeing activity was also there, and actually people are wearing cloths and people want to wear colorful clothes. Then for making beads and semi-precious stones and glass. Now what are dyeing vats? So we have a reference of modern day things, right? So this is this bucket kind of a thing. So where the dye color is there, cloth is dipped in it, heated and then removed, right? So this is the vat dye. So we have this reference of indigo over here. Right then, so this concludes our chapter, and now moving on to the next one. Now coming to the 10th chapter, traders, kings and pilgrims. Now traders, you can understand, pilgrims are people who go for, people for religious purpose. They travel long distances, visit different shrines or sites of religious importance. So pilgrims. What is important over here is kings that we are referring to. Now we haven't yet touched the Gupta age, so we are again referring to the Sangam age. We'll start with the Sangam, then we'll go northward and reach the Satavahanas and then Kushanas. So in light of these kings, we'll again study more about them, and in light of this, the trade activities that were going on, the pilgrimage that was going on, we'll cover this. And with here also, with reference to pilgrims, we are particularly looking into the aspect of religion, and we are covering the Buddhism, and after Buddhism, Bhakti movement. So a new concept is coming over here, and this chapter beautifully describes the Bhakti movement, and that will help you subsequently. Okay, so starting with the chapter, we have a reference of Nadan black polished ware, and this pottery is available across the subcontinent. So throughout the subcontinent, this is available. How? That is the big question. So it was basically because of trade that is taking place. So traders would buy this at one place, they sell it at a different place. So that is why. And that also reflects there was a sound system of inland trade that was going on. Now coming to overseas trade, right? So external trade, and South India was particularly prominent over here. So South India, because of its location that you can see, India was a peninsula, and in the Indian Ocean region, you can see the prominence that Indian subcontinent has. And aided by the seasonal reversal of winds, the monsoonal cycle, right? Southwest monsoon, which will draw the ships towards India, and then the northeast monsoon, which will draw them away from India. And this also influences the oceanic currents. So this aided the maritime trade, and South India particularly benefited because of this. Now South India also has warm, hot, tropical temperature. So this was ideal for the growth of spices, particularly spices, right? Spices also, textile also. Okay, So it was famous for gold, spices, especially pepper, and precious stones. So for this, people from across the world would come and want to come to India over here. Right, so this was the reason. And furthermore, let's say China says that we also have everything, but if they had to go anywhere, even to Europe via the sea, they had to come to India because there was no motorized boats like in the present times. So they had to depend on the weather systems. So in that regard also, India became a key junction for trade, particularly this peninsula part. Okay, so this is it. Right, so this was there. So, and for pepper had a lot of demand in the Roman Empire, particularly in the Roman Empire. So they were willing to pay gold for pepper. So that is why it was also known as the black gold. By the way, today black gold, if anybody says black gold, we are referring to petroleum or crude oil, right? Because that is very, very valuable today. So this is the reason why we find large amount of Roman gold coins in the South India. This is basically a description of the weather patterns and how it aided trade. Now coming to the new kingdoms along the coast. So we'll start with the geographical description of the coast. And when we refer to the coast, we are basically referring to the southern half of India. So you can see there is a long coastline with hills, plateaus and river valleys. Right, you can see the physical map of India also. Okay. So river valleys were particularly important because river valleys, one, it is flooded, it provides water along the plain areas, and further they bring sediments. So therefore it is very, very fertile. And of particular importance was Kaveri. So Kaveri was important. Now these river valleys were controlled by chiefs and kings who obviously controlled the river valleys and the coast. So coast and then river valley, good for agriculture. So they became rich and powerful. Now the Sangam literature, Sangam poems, call them as Movendar, these chiefs. And these Movendars were basically, they were the three ruling families, that is the Cholas, Cheras and Pandyas. Right, so these were the important ones, and they are referred to in Sangam. Now these kings had two centers of power. So one along the coast and one inland. So if we do 3 into 2, that means 6 cities were there that was important. But amongst these 6, 2 were very, very important. So one is Puhar, also known as Puhar. Right, let me just write this only for convenience. So Puhar, and so this was on the mouth of river Kaveri, that is why Kaveri Pattinam. So the port of the Cholas, and Madurai, the capital of Pandyas. Now we know about them from the Sangam literature as to the life, trading activities, etc. Like Sila Padikaram, Money Make Malai, they tell us about this. Now the chiefs did not collect regular taxes. Now you can compare this with the Mauryan system where everything is elaborately defined. So they did not collect regular taxes, rather they demanded and received gifts. Right, so this was the system that was going on. Okay. Then they sent military expeditions. They sent their troops into the neighboring areas and they demanded tribute from there. Right, so this was there. And what did they do with the tribute? Obviously, you get money, you get resources. So this, you keep it for yourself or you give it to your people, soldiers, poets, etc. So this was done. Now, when I refer to the Sangam literature, right, Sangam poems. So Sangam was basically the Sangam or the meeting of these poets or these laureates. And this Sangam took place in Madurai, the capital of Pandyas. So they told about the glory of the great Movendars, the Cholas, Cheras and the Pandyas. So they composed in praise of the chiefs. And then in return, the Movendar provided the Sangam chiefs, the Sangam poets, gifts, precious stones, golds, you name it, everything was given to them. Why? This you should think. So basically when the poets or anybody does important praises the king, in this case Movendar, it improves the legitimacy. It glorifies the persona of that person. So legitimate people will believe that king more, right? So king will have greater authority, and in lieu of this, the king provides them gifts, right? So this is basically system over here. Now moving northwards, we have the Satavahanas. So 200 years, basically Mauryans, after the decline of the Mauryas. So they were Satavahanas. And the Satavahanas were also known as the Lord of the Dakshina Path. Now you can see from north to south, the road that connected was known as Dakshina Path. Dakshin Path road. So literally the route leading to the south. Now with reference to Satavahanas, we have the most important king, the most important well-known ruler was Gautami Putra Shri Satkarni. And how do we know about them? We know about him from an inscription that was commissioned by his mother, Gautami Balashri. Right. So this inscription is located in Nashik, and therefore it is known as the Nashik inscription. And what does Nashik inscription tell us? It tells us about the glory, or it praises Gautami Putra Shri Satkarni. And therefore, since it praises or does prashansa, right? So it is known as prashasti. So these are known as prashasti. Something in praise of the king is coming from the Sanskrit prashansa. In Hindi also we call it as prashansa, right? So this is it. Okay, now with reference to this inscription, there is one more inscription that is very, very important, and this is known as Naneghat or Nanaghat inscription. And this is in praise of the first important Satkarni king, again not the founder, but the first important Satvahana king known as Satkarni I. And it was commissioned by his widow wife Devi Naganika. Right, so this was done. This is known as Naneghat inscription. Now you get certain points from here. First of all, you know, okay, fine, Gautami Putra Shri Satkarni was not the founder. In fact, he was the king. There was the Sakas over here who defeated Satavahanas. So they were very, very weak and feeble. So Gautami Putra Shri Satkarni brought more territories into his control, and brought back the ancient glory of the Satavahanas. So he was able to do that. Therefore, the most important ruler, right? A well-known ruler. Satkarni I, as I said, he was the third ruler in the Satavahana dynasty, but the major king, the first major king. Right? So these are things that you need to know about it. Now these kings, as there is a reference that he sent his army to the eastern, western and southern coast. This we know from Nashik inscription, Gautami Putra Shri Satkarni. So in different directions to get control over the coast. And why would that be? The coast provides money, trade. So from trade coming lot of resources. So it is also responsible for money and resources. So this could be used for further expansion and glory of the kingdom or the empire. Now I'll add one more thing. Now you please notice this name, Gautami Putra, Gautami Balashri. Mother's name is taken over here. So it reflects matrilineal culture. We live in a patriarchal society where we take the surname of our fathers. But here we find the name of the mother given more prominence. So some sort of a matrilineal society must have been there. Now all of this is nothing taken extra, right? Everything is coming from this text only. Okay, the story of the Silk Route. So now we are coming to the Silk Route over here. So let me just showcase this Silk Route over here. So basically the Chinese discovered silk. So they discovered silk and they kept this as a secret. Right? They learned about silk. I'll do the text now. So they discovered this and they kept this as a secret, and they started selling this across the world. So the silk having this fine texture, right? It has this shiny, glossy material over here. So this was very appeasing and it was very, very expensive. So the ruling elite, the nobility wanted to wear this. So it had a lot of demand that was coming from China. So they had safeguarded the secret of making this to itself. So they were very particular about this. So the route connecting from China to till Europe, this is known as the Silk Route because it was known for the trade of silk. And today also we have the Maritime Silk Route, we have the One Belt, One Road initiative of China. So this name silk is coming from the ancient route of the Chinese till Europe. Okay. So the Chinese had discovered the process of making silk. So it was coming from the cocoons of silkworm, right? Unlike cotton, which is coming from the plant, so it was coming from the cocoons of silkworm. So here we get a fiber. If you look any thread, actually, if anything that is close to you, you will find thread. If you look closely or moisten it up, you will find fiber that is arranged together and a thread is made by that, right? It is spun into a thread. And if you take this thread and you take number of threads or any cloth fabric, and if you put it in front of the tube light or anything, so there you will find lot of threads are there, right, arranged in this manner. So this ultimately, when you put these threads very close by, you get the cloth. So likewise, the same concept applies for the silk also. Okay. So this technique was first invented in China around 7,100 years ago. I mean, every time I read this, I have a difficulty because 7,000 if you do 5,000 BC, much before Harappas. Could be possible. Harappas also had, I mean, Mehergarh also cloth was found. So it is quite possible, but still 5,000 BC. So it was there, they kept it as a secret. They knew this is very, very unique and gave it, I mean, they traded in this. So Chinese rulers, the Chinese would go to distant lands on foot, horseback or camels, and they carried silk with them, and this path came to be known as the Silk Route. The Chinese rulers sent gifts of silk to rulers in Iran, West Asia, etc. There was a lot of demand for this thing, right? It was used by the ruling elites. And the route through which it came, the terrain was very difficult. Sometimes there were dacoits also in this process, right? So safety was also a concern because lot of, not just trade is taking place, lot of money is also going back. So this route was very, very dangerous. People were looking at opportunity at attacking them, and therefore the safe passage was a problem. Now sometimes there were people who living along the route who often demanded payments. There were kingdoms, but in particular, who found a way of, we have the Kushana kingdom actually, who were ruling over here, and they were able to extract revenue. They said, we will not let you pass unless you provide us revenue. And this, because of this, the Silk Route actually had to come southwards into India, and this provided gold because they paid in gold. So gold came, and the Kushanas, in particular Kanishk, the famous king, so was one of the first king to issue gold coins. So first time we have gold coins in Indian subcontinent. So it was coming from the trade routes over here. They collected toll from the traders. So some kings tried to control large portions of this route. So Silk Route were the Kushanas who ruled over Central Asia and Northwest India, right? Their capital, their two major cities were Peshawar and Mathura, and Taxila was also included into their kingdom. Now during their rule, a branch of the Silk Route, now imagine this is the Silk Route, so a branch of the Silk Route extended from Central Asia down to the seaports at the mouth of river Indus, from where it was shipped westward to the Roman Empire. Now just compare this with China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. So this is Indus, right? So from boat it may sail over here, and from here it will find a way to the Roman Empire, or in fact anywhere actually. So China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is also this only, a branch of Silk Route that is going. Now since we were talking about Kushanas, and during the time of Kushana, the most famous ruler was Kanishk. So Kanishk was there, and the famous good part actually of all these people, like be it Indo-Greek, be it Sakas, Parthians, Kushanas, so they were tribes who had come, they had settled into a country, and they adopted a culture, they adopted a religion, and in fact they became champions of a culture. So Kanishk adopted Buddhism. Buddhism was very, very popular. It had spread into Central Asia, so he adopted this. And he convened the Buddhist council. So I'll give you more literature on this for your preparation. So he convened the Buddhist Council. Now the time period 1900, you can do this, right? So we are referring to 70 to 100 AD. Buddhist Council. So basically the fourth Buddhist Council was conducted under the Emperor Kanishk. And why would a council be formed? Council is, what is a council? Council is a meeting that is taking place, right? So meeting would take place. So this was the council where Buddhists of maybe it has been so many years, like Buddhism came around 550 BC during the time of Gautam Buddha, and now we are referring to a time period of 100 AD. So over the years there may be a lot of differences with reference to interpretation of religion, code of conduct, rules of the monks, the medium of transmitting the message of religion. For example, it was Pali, but later it became Sanskrit. Right? So there may be number of issues. So to solve those issues, to sort the differences, councils were convened. Now during this time, this council particularly, the chief priest was Ashvaghosha. These are things that you need to keep in mind. So Ashvaghosha, who was a poet who composed a biography of Buddha known as Buddha Charita. And this is written in the Sanskrit language. So Sanskrit actually became the medium of the transmission of Buddhist religion. Earlier it was Pali language, which was a form of Prakrit language. So this marks a significant change in the Buddhism that was there, because Sanskrit language was always considered the class of the elite. The commoners spoke Prakrit, Pali, Magadhi, right? Those languages. But now we find Buddhism is coming into this Sanskrit. They are associating themselves more with the ruling elites. And this change is also known as metamorphosis of Buddhism. Okay, so this we are done, Sanskrit. So this is one change that we see. We find that a new form of Buddhism had emerged known as Mahayana Buddhism. So Ashvaghosha was basically the champion of Mahayana Buddhism. So with reference to Mahayana Buddhism, Sanskrit gained prominence instead of Prakrit and Pali. So that was set aside now. Okay, so this happened. Then how Gautam Buddha is represented. So Gautam Buddha was represented in symbolic form, never in the human form, like as a peepal tree. In the sculpture you can see in the form of peepal tree. But later he came to be depicted in the human form over here. Now statues of Buddha were made. This is the Gandhara art. Then Mathura, again a capital, or the second capital of the Kanishk, Kushanas. This was again very famous for the Buddhist sculpture. So here we have a difference also over here, comparison. Okay, so this was there. Then let me just keep taking this Sanskrit, Mahayana Buddhism, the way Gautam Buddha is depicted, and then comes the change or the emergence of a concept of bodhisattvas. So apart from Gautam Buddha, who was obviously enlightened, there were people who got enlightened. There were other people who got enlightened. So they were known as bodhisattvas. So they attained enlightenment and they could have lived in complete isolation and meditate in peace. But instead, they remained connected to the world. They remained in the world to teach and help other people to become bodhisattvas or get enlightened. So the worship of bodhisattvas had emerged. And they became very popular throughout Central Asia, China, and later to Korea and Japan. Now this again means that in these countries we have, Buddhism apart, we have Mahayana Buddhism. Right? So Mahayana Buddhism is seen in these parts of the world. Buddhism also spread to the western and southern parts of India, and there were dozens of caves that were hollowed out of hills for monks to live in. So we have the Karle caves, we have Ajanta, Ellora, etc. Right? And we studied about this briefly, Chaityas and Viharas. So what are Chaityas? The place where people worship, monastery within the cave, and Viharas are the resting places, Vihar. Many housing societies are actually named Viharas. Okay. So this was there. And these caves were prominently located, like even this Ajanta, Ellora, etc. They are located on the Western Ghats. They are located through the passes, mountain passes, because they continuous range, the Western Ghats. So only via the passes people can move from western side to eastern side. Right, so this is the continuous range. With certain areas there are openings where people can do this. Roads connecting prosperous ports on the coast with cities in the Deccan ran through these passes. Okay, I'll come to that sculpture part. Buddhism also spread southeastwards to Sri Lanka and Myanmar, and the great role, it was one of the great, Ashoka played a very important role in spread of Buddhism to these areas. And during the time of Buddhism, there was Theravardin Buddhism. In fact, Ashoka himself was Theravada Buddhism. And what did Theravada Buddhism say? They basically wanted to be true to the teachings of Gautam Buddha. Right, so it was closest to the teachings of Gautam Buddha. And during the time of Ashoka also there was another council, that is the third Buddhist council. Now you can see the Chaitya at Karle, right? So this is a Chaitya. Okay, now see, these are the sculptures naturally across the country. Wherever you are, you will have like representation of Gautam Buddha also. You will have different styles, different ways of doing things. So this particularly, there was the Gandhara style. This is the Gandhara style. You can see, you can look closely over here, and this is the Mathura style. That is the sculpture made in Gautam Buddha reflected in human form in Mathura. Then another form is Amravati. So this is in Andhra, right? Satavahanas and that region basically. So this was there. So these are particularly important, and particularly these two are important. Comparison can be asked. Now a mains based question was also asked, more specifically with reference to just this aspect, the Gandhara art. Highlight the Central Asian and Greco-Bactrian elements in Gandhara art. And when we refer to Gandhara art, it is basically with reference to Gandhara. I hope you understand, right? Northwest, this part of the subcontinent. And it was here that the Greeks had settled. So the Central Asian and the Greco-Bactrian. Bactria is Afghan region basically, right? So that influence can be seen. So this influence, this style, the Greek style of making sculptures and Indian religion, Indian concept. So there is a fusion over here. So that is depicted in this sculpture over here. We will study this in greater detail in 11th NCERT, right? So that NCERT on fine arts, that you will do over there. But still look closely over here. So first you will find over here that curly hair. Now you compare this with the sculpture for, let's say, Alexander or anybody, any Greek. So you'll find that similarities over here. Okay, then you see the way cloth or the robe of Gautam Buddha is being depicted. And look over here in Mathura, right? So robe is shown over here, but it is transparent. Then the attention to detail with reference to eyes more accurate, whereas here you will see it is different, it is bulging, right? Lips much bigger. So those features are more pronounced as compared to what it is reflected in the Gandhara art. So these are certain things, these things you need to learn to observe. Obviously you will study this, but when you read it, it's very boring. So try to compare and relate with the images that you see. Now this is a description of the Buddhist council. I want you to read by yourself. This is your homework. But yes, I will tell you certain things. One thing with this council over here is that these four councils are particularly important, 5th and 6th being much later. Now what you should know is that which Buddhist council was conducted where, right? So you should know this. Who was the main king like Ajatashatru, Kalashoka? Kalashoka was in the Shishunaga dynasty, and after Shishunaga dynasty comes Nanda, and after Nanda comes Maurya. Right? He was murdered actually, Kalashoka. And what was the main subject that was discussed? Of particular importance is the 4th council and 3rd council. Right? So these things you should know. First council was after the death of Gautam Buddha. So to compile the Vinay Pitaka, Sutta Pitaka. So these things were done over here. Okay. Now the quest of the pilgrims. So pilgrims are, as I said before also, so they are people who travel for purpose of religion. Like religious sites are there, so people go, they want to visit that site, seek blessings, right? So that is basically pilgrims. So pilgrims are there, and pilgrims came to our country. Within the country also we travel from Chinese, the religion Buddhism had spread across almost way to far off lands also. So China, Buddhism was very popular, and they wanted to come to the homeland of Lord Buddha, Gautam Buddha. And they wanted to study in those universities like Nalanda, Taxila, etc. They wanted the literature. That is the reason why they wanted to come. So in this particular reference, we are referring to the Chinese travelers who had come to our country. So we have of particular importance is Fahin, right, the Buddhist pilgrim, so who had come, then Xuanzang and Aiqing, right. So these are the people particularly important. Now, when they come to our country, they write their chronicles also about their story, their journey, the difficulties that they experienced. For example, from their literature, we get to know about the caste system. We know about the types of punishments that were given. And obviously they came in different time periods. For example, he came during the time of Vikramaditya Gupta dynasty. Then Hyun came during the time of Harshvardhan, the next dynasty, and in fact he friended them. So again, it gives us a good insight about the king also, right? So the system of punishments that was there. Okay, they have a reference of them being raided by dacoits. That means there was a problem of law and order, right? So political instability is also reflected over here. So these are certain things that we can draw from their travels over here. So they left an account of their journey, right? All of them wrote, not just one particular person. So they encountered the dangers that they encountered, which often took years, of the countries and the monasteries that they visited, and the books that they carried back with them. So these are the things, and we can infer a lot of this from their chronicles, lot of things over here. Okay, for your convenience, I have this text, and you can have this Fahin, Yunsang and Aiqing. Right? Same people, actually, spellings change, even UPSC will do that. So you should know which dynasty they are associated with, right? So this, which time did they come? What were their important works? So this you should know, right? So some basic idea you need to have for your, prelims examination. Now comes the account of Fahin when he had to return to China. So it reflects as to how Fahin began his journey back home from Bengal. So he boarded a ship to some merchants, belonging to some merchants. So with traders, the pilgrims also came and went. So they had barely traveled for some time, and they were caught in a storm. And during the storm, to lighten the boat, they had to throw off their belongings, right, to lighten up the boat so that the boat could travel. So in that case, in that scenario, he threw his personal belongings, but not the text, the books for which he had come to India. And he also tells us that the sea is boundless, with lot of, boundless in extent. It is impossible to know east or west except by seeing the sun, moon, stars, etc. From there we can see. And if we cannot see anything, if it is totally clouded, etc., if there are storm or winds, so we just naturally go by the winds. So it took him 90 days to reach Java, where he halted for 5 months, and then he boarded another ship and went to China. So it tells us that how traders were also traveling, how people were also traveling, right? So difficulties during the journey and this. So social system is not described, but I have told you, given you a brief account of this. Now coming to Xuanzang, right? So Xuanzang is here. So who took the land route back to China. So he went by the land route. So he went via the sea, he goes via the land route. And which land route would it be? If you look at the map of China and India even today, so from Central Asian side, we are connected via the Kashmir. So from there he went back, and he took with him the statues of Buddha made of gold, silver, sandalwood. He took the 600 manuscripts loaded on the backs of 20 horses. And he lost some of the content that he had. So while crossing the Indus, his boat had capsized. So he spent the rest of his life translating the remaining manuscripts from Sanskrit into Chinese. Okay, he gives an account. He wanted to come and study at Nalanda, so he gives an account of how the system was in Nalanda, and he tells him that the best people of the best and the highest ability could only come and study over there. There were discussions held throughout the day on the matters of religion and other subjects. They were learned men, and they were men who were old, young, etc., and they would help each other in settling their doubts. An interesting perspective is shared that if one had to enter, then there was a gatekeeper who would ask them a series of questions, and they were very hard questions, and only 7 or 8 out of 10 people could were sent back. Basically, they were not able to answer. So there were very few people who could actually enter. Now somewhere it reflects the modern day entrance test also, right? So this is it, actually is account of Nalanda. Now coming to the beginning of Bhakti and the conclusion of a chapter, right? So beginning of Bhakti. So a new trend had emerged in Hinduism where there are deities that are being worshipped, particularly of Shiva, Vishnu and goddesses such as Durga, right? We have so many deities in the Hindu religion which we worship. So it basically means the concept of Bhakti, which can be seen from Bhagavad Gita, right? Bhagavad Gita, which was included in Mahabharata, where Shri Krishna is telling Arjun that who was his devotee and friend, that you abandon all the dharmas and take complete refuge in me. You surrender yourself to me, do as I say, and in that process I will free you from every evil. So it means a person's devotion to his or her chosen deity. Like Krishna, Shri Krishna is telling Arjun, see, you leave everything aside and I will give you do as I say, you surrender yourself to me and I will get you free from the evils. So likewise, devotion to his or her chosen deity. It could be a rich person, it could be poor. You didn't have to surrender yourself and to the deity. You don't have to know knowledge. You don't need the Gyan mark, right? As Shankaracharya would say that knowledge of Vedas is important, and for knowledge of Vedas you need to study Sanskrit, and caste system is a barrier to that. So that was not there over here. Anybody could do it, man or woman, high caste or low caste. That was the significance. So those who followed Bhakti emphasized devotion and individual worship of a god or goddess. That means the reliance on priests had come down, because there is a direct connect between the god and the devotee, or the deity or the devotee over here. So according to the system of belief, if a devotee worships the chosen deity with a pure heart, the deity will appear in the form in which he or she may desire. Now in this case, talking about the form, we have the form of Vishnu known as Varaha. So this is from an image from Iran. Basically sculpture, anything is known as image. So Varaha or boar form of Vishnu. So this is according to the Puranas. We have that Vishnu took the shape of a boar in order to rescue the earth, which was sunk into water. Now Iran is also important. Iran is in Madhya Pradesh because it gives an account of the practice of sati as well, right? So practice of sati or self-immolation of women, that is burning of widows, is basically the practice of sati. So it can be traced to the Iran inscription, and that is also one of the reasons why Iran inscription is important. So here there is an inscription also. Okay, so Bhakti. Now this description is given in this text form also. So Bhakti is directed towards Bhagavat, right? Devotion, Bhakti, that you know now, right? So it is, I'll put it this way. Bhakti of whom? Devotee. So devotee surrenders himself to whom? Or Bhakti towards whom? The deity, any god, anybody, right? Any form of the god. So deity. So this is there. So bhakti is directed towards Bhagavat. So this Bhagavat also means, translates into God according to Hindu religion, right? So Bhagavat, deity, which is basically the Bhagavat. And what does Bhagavat means? It is coming from the Sanskrit word bhag, fortune. So the devotee, by having bhakti, complete surrender to or towards the deity, he shares the bhag of the Bhagavat, right? So literally good fortune or bliss. So the devotee known as the Bhakt or the Bhagavat shares his or her chosen deity's bhag. Now read this first part. The Bhakti term comes from the Sanskrit term bhaj, meaning to divide or share. So this suggests an intimate two-way relationship between the deity and the devotee. So when you're studying, read this part first and then read the initial part later. So that clarity will come. So because these deities were special, the images of these deities were also made. They were also kept in temples. At important places they were kept, even in the houses. So they also influence the art. Naturally, like Gandhara, Mathura also, they are basically a form of art. So likewise in Hindu religion also. So this could be seen in sculpture, poetry, architecture, painting, right? So in different forms we could see this. Now, how do we come to this Hindu word? We have done this earlier, right? So Hindu word is coming from Indus, people living to the east of Indus. So they were known as Hindu. Now elsewhere. So we had the emergence of Christianity. So 2000 years ago. And why about 2000 years ago, right? We know it very specifically because the dating system is coming from the Christian calendar or the European calendar. From there we have borrowed this. Okay, so Christianity emerged in West Asia. So Jesus Christ was born in Bethlehem. I'll show you this, which was then part of the Roman Empire. And his teachings were very simple: to treat others with love and trust others, just as they themselves wanted to be treated. You can quote this in ethics. Okay, so this is what he said. Rest you can read this, right? So this was there. All religions basically teach the same thing over here. Now I'll tell you something interesting. Christianity emerged in West Asia. Christianity came to India much before it went towards Europe, where the Christianity is actually much more prominent, right? So this is there because, and why is that? Peninsular India, geographical, trade, commerce. So it first came to South and then it went to Europe. And the same applies for Islam also. So before it spreading to the Arab world also, it first came, one of the first mosques was actually built in India, South, Kerala. Because Muziris in Kerala was a natural place for any trade or any activity that was taking place. So Christians of Kerala, known as Syrian Christians because they probably came from West Asia, are amongst the oldest Christian communities in the world. The same thing. Now here you can have a look at this thing. I thought you would be interested. So Bethlehem, this is how it looks like, right? And desert basically. Okay, so Israel, and this is a disputed area. This is the West Bank area, right? And interesting thing is West Bank should be on the west, but it is on the east. So it is the Palestinian town south of Jerusalem in the West Bank, and it is the biblical birthplace of Jesus. So Bible is the holy book. So it is here, it says that it is the birthplace of Jesus. And he was born in the Church of Nativity. So I'll show you. It is marked by an inlaid silver star. So 6th century this thing was done. So this is the site where we believe Jesus Christ was born, right? So this concludes our 10th chapter. Now moving on to the 11th and then 10th, 12th quickly. Now coming to the 11th chapter, new empires and kingdoms. So finally we are moving on to new empires, and till now we did till the Kushanas. Now we'll do the Guptas, and after Guptas we have the famous Vardhan king, that is Harshvardhana. So we'll learn about them. And then we'll also study in the Deccan we had the Chalukyas, and who were in conflict with the Pallavas. So we'll learn about them. Now, naturally, when we are studying about their empires, we'll study about their territorial extent, the famous emperors, right? These are long, like we're talking about 4th century to 6th century AD, long time durations. So naturally, we'll not cover everything, but important ones. And how do we know about them? We know about them from literary evidence, particularly biographies. So people wrote an account of their kings, how glorious they were. And when we say it sounds like a praise, right? How glorious they were. So they were also known as prashasti. So this is the prime area of focus that we are going to cover in this chapter. Now let's get on with the chapter. So first of all, we have Arvind, who's playing a king. He's already like a king or the great emperor, and we know that the emperors fight battles. So he's ready. He's gotten his mustache, right? Twirling his mustache. He is wielding the silver paper wrapped sword. So for the sword to fight like an emperor. But he's told that, see, this is not what you're going to do. You have to sit and play a veena. You'll play a veena, you'll recite a poetry. So basically you are going to be a musician king. So I don't know if you were in that position, how would you feel? I'll be disappointed, to be honest. And I'll be worried that I have to recite a poetry. Okay. So whom are we talking about? Yes, the musician king was the famous Gupta king known as Samudragupta, who was a great warrior. And it was under him that the Gupta dynasty had expanded from north to south to west to east. And we know about this from a very long inscription on the Ashoka's pillar at Allahabad. And it was composed as a kavya. Kavya means like a poetry by Harisena. So it is this pillar that we are talking about. This is in Allahabad. You can see it is obviously it has all the makings of the Mauryan architecture. So it was done by Ashoka. We have Ashoka's inscriptions all over this. And within this, an addition was made much later by Harisena, the famous minister poet of Samudragupta. And it gives us an account of the bravery and the qualities of Samudragupta. And since it is a prashansa or the praise, it is also known as prashasti. Right? We know prashasti is a Sanskrit word which means in praise of. So Samudragupta prashasti, the poet Harisena, has praised the king in glowing terms as a warrior, as a king who won victories in battles, who was learned and the best of the poets. He has been described as equal to gods. And all of this in very long sentences. Like this gives an account of him as a warrior. You can read this by yourself. Right? Okay. Now think about this. I'm just talking from UPSC perspective. Ashoka, what did Ashoka say? Ashoka talked about peace. Ashoka talked about peace. He said that we have to, obviously we will have conquest. But conquest will not be by means of berigosha, by means of fighting, but it will be by means of dhamma. And what is he doing? Berigosha. He's fighting. He's giving an all account of fighting. And we can see this. Here is a reference of his prashasti about the battles that he had. So Harisena basically describes 4 different kinds of rulers under his empire, Samudragupta's, and how he dealt with them. Basically how he fought them and subjugated them. That is what it is saying. So we'll do this with the help of a map here. So you can see this is the map of the Indian subcontinent. So the first one, it is called as Aryavarta. You can see here the green one. This is the Aryavarta. This is kind of the core area. And there were about 9 rulers over here who were removed, who were uprooted. And their kingdoms were made part of Samudragupta's empire. Complete control over here. So it was like a core zone where obviously the Samudragupta was directly controlling here. Complete control over this area. Then the regions that were far away from where it was not possible, maybe because of the limitations of that time, to have direct control. So we have the rulers of Dakshinapath, lords of Dakshinapath. Remember Gautami Putra Satkarni? So he was not there, but yes, we have about 12 kingdoms, including Satavahanas, so scattered around this region over here, right? So the king, Samudragupta, would go, he would defeat them in the battles, and he would claim superiority over these kings, and then come back and allow them to rule over this area. But in return, he wants money. Money is very important. So he wants tribute from the kings, the local rulers over here. Right, so this is what it is saying. Then comes the inner circle of neighboring states. So you can see the areas around the Aryavarta region, which he says. So this is the one that is marked in purple. So they were also defeated, the kings over here. They were brought to the court of Samudragupta. They had to listen to their orders, right? So time and again they had to listen to or follow his orders. So this is what it says. Now again here, if you see, they have to follow his orders and attended his court. It means that they were subjugated, but somewhere they were still allowed to rule, but under the banner of Samudragupta, right? So it was only this area where he had direct control over here, and they were somehow, some sort of control was influenced by the emperor. And then the rulers of the outlying areas. So this could be the descendants of the Kushanas and the Sakas, and then the ruler of Sri Lanka. That means he had influence still here. They gave them tribute time to time. They also sent their daughters for marriage. So they established matrimonial relations so that the Samudragupta, the famous warrior, doesn't interfere or doesn't defeat them, doesn't engage in war with them. They were scared of them, that means matrimonial relations. Right, and matrimonial relations somewhere creates a sense of trust. You become relatives also. So in that sense. Okay, so you get the territorial extent, and you also get as to how the king was dealing. So first there's the core area, and then the far off areas, he allowed considerable amount of flexibility to the rulers. Okay, now you can also see the emperor from his coins. So he's shown as playing a veena, right? You can see, so he's not just about fighting, but he is also shown as veena. In fact, even in the inscription, it is reflected, he's reflected as a poet also, and somebody who plays veena. So gold coin. And by the way, how do we know? Us inferring information or us inferring history from coins, that is known as numismatics. We did this in the first chapter. Now coming to genealogies. So genealogies basically means the study of the family tree, tracing the lineage, etc. So most prashastis also mentioned the ancestors of the ruler. For example, Samudragupta's great-grandfather, grandfather, father, mother, etc. So we get to know, okay fine, Samudragupta's mother was Kumara Devi, belonging to the Lichavi Gana. His father was Chandragupta and was the first one to use the title of Maharaja Adhiraj. So, emperor, Maharaj is fine, but Maharaja Adhiraj. So, Adhiraja again meant Samrat. So, we meant that, and the same title was also adopted by Samudragupta. But his ancestors, like grandfather, great-grandfather, so for them, they used the simple title as Maharaja. Somewhere it meant that these rulers were more prominent, more powerful as compared to their ancestors over here, right? So this is what it basically implies. Now there is one more meaning actually. We find that they also adopted much bigger titles. So it is quite possible that there were other landlords, there were other people who also adopted grand titles. So to differentiate and to say that, see, we are more powerful. So they adopted more bigger titles, right? So Maharaja Adhiraj, and even I have sentences going till one line altogether, that long titles. Okay. Now after Samudragupta, the later prashastis also give a reference of Samudragupta. So in turn, so they also tell us about the genealogies. So such as is the prashasti of Chandragupta II. So we know about Chandragupta II, who took the title of Vikramaditya, right? So who took the title of Vikramaditya. So we know about him because he assumed the title of Vikramaditya because he overcame and he defeated the last of the Sakas. So Sakas were always a bit of a challenge to them. So he defeated them and he assumed the title of Vikramaditya. So, and why did he assume the title of Vikramaditya? I think this is something that you need to think about it. And it says that, it is also a reference of Vikram Samvat over here, basically signifying the calendar or the time period, which starts in 58 BCE. So don't get confused. We are actually talking about the time period of 4th to 6th century, which the Guptas belong to, and this is 58 BCE. Basically, there were the Sakas that were there from a very, very long time, and Sakas were defeated by a king of Ujjain known as Vikramaditya. And he became a legend because he defeated the Sakas. So Chandragupta II assumed the title of Vikramaditya after defeating the Sakas altogether, uprooting them, and took the title based on this, the name of the king of the Ujjain over here. And therefore, the Vikram Samvat started with this defeat over here, and this was the 58 BCE. Right? So don't get confused, they are two different things over here. But yes, Vikram Samvat has been incorporated into our national calendar alongside the Christian calendar which the Britishers had brought to us. There is one more calendar known as the Saka, right? So Saka Samvat, so that is 78 AD. So this was asked in Prelims 2014. It was asked in 2014, yes. Okay, in the court of Vikramaditya, which Vikramaditya, the son of Samudragupta, Chandragupta II. So they were full of learned people. 9 famous learned people, also known as Navratna. And this included Kalidasa the poet and Aryabhatta. Now, see, Kalidasa is associated with which king, which time period. So that is how you have to play. Now coming to Harshvardhan and Harshcharita. Naturally, Harshvardhan belonging to the Vardhan dynasty, and his biography is known as Harshcharita. Remember Buddha Charita written by Amogh Varsha? So likewise, Harshcharita. So Harshvardhan, who ruled nearly 1400 years ago. In fact, so this is around 600 AD or Common Era. And after this, we assume that medieval India had started. In fact, we find traces of medieval India from the Guptas itself. Okay, so he ruled, and the Harshcharita was written by Bana Bhatta. He wrote his biography, and this was written in Sanskrit. So this is one source from where we know about him. And then there was the Chinese traveler, which we studied in the earlier chapters also, Xuanzang. Right, you get that right? Fine, and then Xuanzang. So it's the same person over here. So this person wanted to study at Nalanda. He wanted to visit it. He also gave an account of the gatekeeper. If you have a confusion, you can correlate that way. Okay, so Xuanzang became very close to Harsha. So he was at the Harsha's court also. He became a very, very good friend of him. And when he went back, he wrote an account of what he saw, and this included the life of Harshvardhan also. Okay. Now Harshvardhana was the king. He became the king of Thanesar despite of not being the eldest son of his father. Right? He became the king of Thanesar. Now where is Thanesar? Thanesar is in the old Kurukshetra city. Right? Very, very important with Mahabharata also. So this is there. And eventually he took over the kingdom of Kannauj. Where is Kannauj? Kannauj is basically the Doab area where the Ganga and western UP region basically. So the region between the Ganga Yamuna region. So this region is very, very fertile. So good productivity, very important for agriculture. So this region became very, very important in medieval India. So anybody who wanted to rule over the Hindustan had to take over Kannauj. That was necessary. Okay, so he took over the kingdom of Kannauj and then led an army against the ruler of Bengal, which he defeated. How do we know? Xuanzang wanted to study at Nalanda. And why would he talk to Harsha if he is not having Bengal? Right? Nalanda is in Bengal. Okay. He also tried to go southwards. Right? So he tried to cross Narmada and reach the Deccan where the Chalukyas were ruling, but he was defeated by the most important king, Pulkesin. right? So he defeated Harsha lost to Pulkesin. Okay, but Harsharita says that this king Harshvardhan never lost a battle, but he lost, but that is not mentioned over here. Why? It is glorifying the king, so that the king gets legitimacy. So there is this problem or challenge with the study of history, where you have to correlate with different sources and verify the facts. Okay, now comes the Pallavas, Chalukyas and Pulkesin's Prashasti. So we are referring to the two dynasties in the south. So we have the Deccan area, which is the Chalukya Empire, as you can see, and here we have Pallavas. So if you remember, during the Sangam, we referred to the Sangam age. There was the Chera in the Kerala region, then Pandyas and Cholas. So Cholas were still there, their kingdoms were still there. It is just that Pallavas emerged. So they kept ruling. They had the small principalities. They were ruling over there, but Pallavas emerged as the great emperors over here. Okay, now they kept fighting. They always kept fighting for this region over here. So this is known as Krishna Raichur Doab, right? So this area over here, they kept fighting. Why? Same region. This region is very fertile, good for agriculture. Anybody who's able to get this will influence more power over the neighboring state. So that is why they kept fighting. In fact, this continued even later when we had Rashtrakutas and Cholas, and when we had the Bahmanis in this area and the Vijayanagar Empire in the south. So this always continued. Okay, now coming to this, right? So Krishna, Tungabhadra, Raichur Doab is done. Now the Chalukya, the capital was Aihole, right? So this was the capital and it was an important trading center. But eventually this site became very important for religion. So great temples were built over here. Aihole temple is very important. The temple of Badami is very important. So you should research. Okay, so temples were built over this region and became a religious center. Now the Pallavas and Chalukyas kept raiding each other's territories, and their wars were really very nasty. They destroyed each other's prosperous towns. Now the best known Chalukya ruler was Pulkesin, and we know about him from the Prashasti that was composed by his court poet Ravi Kirti. Now Ravi Kirti said that Pulkesin led expeditions along both the west and east coast, and this we studied with reference to Gautami Putra Satkarni also. So he was trying to extend both ways. So why? Because he wants access to both the coast on the western side also, eastern side also. And why would that be? For trade. Okay, now it also tells us that the Harshvardhan that we studied, so which means happiness. So he was no longer happy, he was no longer Harsha after being defeated by Pulkesin. And Pulkesin also attacked the Pallava king who took shelter behind the walls of Kanchipuram, and Kanchipuram was the capital of Pallavas. Anyways, doesn't matter, because eventually both dynasties disintegrated, collapsed, and there was the emergence of Rashtrakutas in the Deccan region and Chola dynasty. And I don't know, even with Rashtrakutas and Cholas also, they also vanished suddenly, and then Bahmanis and Vijayanagar, they also vanished simultaneously. It was always simultaneous, and they were always fighting amongst themselves. And here is the question, who were the other rulers who tried to control the coast, and why we did this? Now, from the point of view of exam, right, from art and culture, GS1 art and culture and history, I want to just bring out this fact. First of all, the Pallavas were very famous for their rock cut architecture, rock cut temples, and they built the famous Shore temple. It is also known as the Mahabalipuram group of temples, and it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So this was built by Mahindra Varman. So they are the fine example of the Pallava style temples. Now I am telling you this because it is important for prelims. Now other thing is that think about this. A question was asked on Chola architecture. So basically the Pallava temples that were made, the Dravidian style emerged, and it got its maturity during the Chola time. It got its culmination. So therefore it is known as the high water mark. Now, if a question can be asked on Chola architecture or Chola temples, why can't a question be asked on the Pallavas? And therefore, you need to work on this aspect also, right? You need to work on this. And a question was asked on the rock cut architecture, and it says that the rock cut architecture represents one of the most important sources of our knowledge of early Indian art and history. How do we do this type of a question? It's quite likely that you won't have studied about them. But yes, you would study rock cut architecture. You have this example. You can name a few. What does it tell you? This significance thing is something that you need to think. How do we know about Indian art and history? We know about the architectural art, right? We know about the architectural art. In here, we also find paintings. We find sculptures. So all of them are art. The earliest art, they have been preserved over here. Sculpture. What do paintings and sculpture have? Story. Definitely a story. There will be some inscriptions also. Inscriptions are normally telling us about who commissioned the temple, how was the temple getting the revenue for the task that it performs. So normally villages would be set aside, revenues from villages for that particular temple. How are the nearby areas affected? So all of this account will be provided over here. So that is how it is a great source of our knowledge of early Indian art and history. In fact, we know a great deal about Chola administration at the village level. In fact, Pallavas also from the temple inscriptions. Right? So this is how you have to work. And you have to just keep your mind open and the things will fall into place very easily. It's very, very simple. And if you ever have a doubt, if you have a query, and if it is just before the exam, just feel free to call me. The details are there on my description. Okay. Now coming to how were these kingdoms administered? How are these kingdoms administered? So first of all, village remained the basic unit of administration. So this is one thing that it says. Other thing that it says is that the king adopted number of steps to win the support of men who were very powerful, either economically, socially, or politically, or military strength. So they were people who were powerful, who could challenge the king, and the king was aware of this. This is what we can infer from here. Right? This means, okay, now let's see how does this happen. So first of all, we get to know that there were some important administrative posts which were now hereditary. For example, the poet Harisena was a Mahadandanayaka, or the chief judicial officer, like his father. Now imagine if the same post, if the same office runs within the family, won't those people become more powerful over the generations? They will keep getting powerful. Why do we have this IAS system or the posting system? Then we retire and then the other person gets the office. If the same person had the office within the same family and in the same geography, they'll be very, very powerful. And that is what was happening over here. In fact, in lieu of salary, they were actually given land grants. So that land became theirs in a way. So they had considerable influence over their territory. And if there was Harisena like of person who was a very, very powerful person, very powerful minister, then their influence will be very, very strong, both politically, economically, socially, and militarily. Okay. Now it says that it also happened that a particular person had multiple portfolios. For example, Harisena was the chief judicial officer. He was also a Kumar Amatya, meaning an important minister, and a Sandhi Vigrahika, that is the minister of war and peace. Now see, Sandhi Vigrahika is associated with which of the following for prelims? Okay, then there is reference of people we reference to local administration. There were people who were important, that is Nagar Shreshthi, or the chief banker or the merchant of the city. Sarthava, or the leader of the merchant caravans. Prathama Kulika, or the chief craftsman, and the head of the Kayasta, or the scribes. Right? So these people were very, very powerful, and they also had huge amount of land also with them in lieu of the salary. So sometimes they could again challenge the king. This was possible. So these policies were reasonably effective, but sooner or later, some of these powerful men grew strong enough to set up independent kingdoms. So what do you think may have been advantages and disadvantages of having hereditary offices? I think one advantage will be expertise, right? Expertise will be there, and loyalty will be there, that we benefited by aligning with this king. But at the same time, we have scenarios like people may become too powerful, and at special times when the king is weak, at the center they are weak, they can be chucked out by people who are powerful, by more ambitious people. Okay, a new kind of army. See, king always maintained their army. They always had elephants, chariots, cavalry and foot soldiers. But they were also borrowing people who had a lot of land. So they were people who maintained their own army. Imagine this is the Gupta Empire. Imagine this is a square, and there is the Gupta area, Gupta Empire, under direct control. Within this, there will be certain landlords or warlords. Within here also, there will be certain people, some zamindar likes or a bit powerful people who would be having their own contingent of troops. So the king will have their own armies. When there is a war, they will also provide the military to them. Right? So this landed class came to be known as Samantas. And whenever, let's say, the king becomes weak, they feel that, we should also be the emperor like our emperors. Now this is weak. Let's take this opportunity. We are ambitious people and we will become the new emperor. So time and again, there was a challenge when the ruler was weak and Samant tried to become independent because he's being controlled. He doesn't like this. Nobody likes this. And at the same time, they have the means to push over the ruler of the dynasty and establish your own dynasty and establish your own legacy in history. Now, assemblies in southern India. About this is important, very, very important, particularly for your prelims. So with reference to, from inscriptions of the Pallavas, and these inscriptions will be in the temples, we get a mention of number of local assemblies. It tells us about the governance at the local levels. So it tells us that key decisions, etc., were being done by Sabha, right? Sabha was the village of Brahmin landowners. So it was an assembly of Brahmin landowners. And they undertook tasks in their areas. They undertook tasks of irrigation, agricultural operations. Basically within the Sabha, imagine there is a council. There is a council. Imagine today's polity also, if you must have studied, there is a council. And within those council, people have been given certain portfolios. There are certain committees which have certain portfolio like irrigation, agricultural operations, road making. So some task has been assigned to them. Right. So this was their task. Now let me put it this way. Within the Sabha, there was a committee and this committee was known as Varyam. It was known as Varyam. For example, this was asked in prelims, that is why I'm saying this. There was a committee for tanks, which was very, very important because tanks supply water. So Eri Varyam. Eri means tank, Varyam means committee. Likewise, for non-Brahmins, there was Ur. So the Ur was the village assembly of landowners that were not Brahmins, right? And they also had the same system. Then at the city level, it was known as the Nagaram. So Nagaram was an organization of merchants. Like, it is likely that these assemblies were controlled by rich and powerful landowners and merchants. And many of these continued to function for centuries. Now coming to ordinary people. So we can get to know, normally we have to infer, but we can get to know from Kalidasa's writings over here. So Kalidasa, so he had he is known for his plays depicting the life in the king's court. And an interesting feature about these plays is that kings and Brahmins are shown as speaking Sanskrit, while women and men other than the king are shown to speak Prakrit. That means Prakrit is there. Okay, so common people are speaking Prakrit. So his most famous play, Abhignana Shakuntala. So it reflects the story of the love story between the king named Dushyant and a young woman named Shakuntala. Right, so it tells us about the story. But in that story, it gives us as to how the communication is taking place, how the local people are staying, and the plight of the poor fishermen also. So when they are telling about the poor fishermen, we can say, okay, fine, this must be in the plight of the other people also. So this is how we can infer. Now we can also know from Chinese pilgrim Fahin, who came during the time of Vikramaditya. right? So Vikramaditya and Yunzhang during the time of Harshvardhan. So he gives an account. Obviously, he tells us that, okay, I was looted, this thing happened, that thing happened. But there was an interesting perspective where he tells us about the plight of those who were treated as untouchables. So untouchables. So whenever they would travel, there was this concept of pollution, that is, the people who were from the caste of untouchables, they were not to be touched and not to come nearby. Also, if anybody came nearby or in their contact, they would get polluted and lose their caste status. So this, that consciousness was there, which is the wrong thing. Okay. So they would live in the outskirts of the city. They will do the menial work, and whenever they were coming, they would, they will beat a drum or they will make a sound with the wood, with the idea being that people get aware that they are coming and they be far away from them, so that they avoid touching him or brushing aside against him. So that is what it says. Now here we have Bana Bhatta. Right, so Bana Bhatta providing us with a vivid picture of the king's army. And who was the king now? Harshvardhan. So it tells us as to how the army of the king would go. And when the king's army was going, it was not just the troops that are going. With them, the tools, the things for the day-to-day usage like pots, pans, furniture, golden footstools, etc. Right, so they also went. Okay, there were people who were accompanying them like sahayaks, labor. Right, those people were also required. So they were there. Then wherever they went, they had musicians beating drums and other playing horns and trumpets to announce that, see, the emperor is coming, the king is coming, their army is coming. Now wherever they went, the villagers were required to provide hospitality to them. Right? They have to provide them hospitality, they have to provide them gifts, curds, flowers, fodder for the animals, elephants, horses, whatever is going with them. And whenever they left, there was a lot of destruction that took place, because imagine the animals running over the fields of the farmers, right? So elephants often trampled down the huts of the villagers, and the oxen yoked to the caravans of the merchants ran away, scared by the tumult, by the loud noise that is there. So Bana Bhatta says that the whole world was swallowed up in dust once their army had left. Right. Now we are concluding this chapter, and there is a reference of, during the same period, there was the emergence of Prophet Muhammad, and when we say this, the emergence of Islam. So in Saudi Arabia, there were many pastoral tribes, and amongst them was the Bedouins, who were dependent on camels, hardy animals that could survive in the desert. Now in this time, there were different tribes, and they were fighting amongst themselves. There was idol worship at that time. So at this time, Prophet Muhammad conceptualized Islam. So Islam had taken birth, and it played an important role in unifying the people under a common umbrella of Islam. And basic teachings of all religion like Christianity, etc. remain the same. That is, it laid stress on equality and unity of all before Allah, the one supreme God. And here is a verse you can read yourself, right? But basic idea is, it is telling us about equality and unity. Now, the important thing about the political significance was, because of this unification that had taken place, where people were fighting, the different tribes, communities were fighting, now they were under the single umbrella, they were also politically united. And this paved way for expansion of the Arabs in all directions, taking under the banner of Islam. So this had taken place, and within 100 years, Islam spread to North Africa with the Arabs, North Africa, Spain, Iran, and India. Arab sailors who were already very familiar with the coastal settlements of the subcontinent, as we did in the earlier chapter, now brought the new religion with them. So the Arab soldiers also conquered Sindh. In fact, there were early settlements, early mosques in the Cheras. On the western coast of India, there were Cheras, so they gave them permission to do. There were settlers in the Rashtrakuta dynasty, so which we'll do in the medieval times. So the Islam started to spread within India also. So one is on the western front, where there was the Arab who conquered the Sindh, and from the coastal side also. Right then, so this concludes our chapter. Now moving on to the next chapter, which is oriented towards the culture side of things. Now coming to the 12th chapter, buildings, paintings and books. So basically we are focusing on art and culture, right, in every possible way, building, paintings and books. Dances are not mentioned. So art and culture, and the time period is around 500 AD. So 4th to 6th century common era we are referring to. Now, first of all, it starts with a reference of this famous iron pillar that is located in Mehrauli, Delhi. And it reflects a remarkable skill of the Indian craftsmen. So you can see this pillar must be very, very heavy. It is 7.2 meter high and weighs over 3 tons. Now the craft work required to work on this steel and then get it erected. And then you can see that this is more or less in the same manner as it was when it was made back then. It is not yet showing signs of rust. Anything that we have today, anything, even car or whatever, we will see rust in 10, 11 years. So no rusting has been seen. It has been subject to rough use also, but still it is very, very good. So it reflects upon the skills of craftsmen who were known as metal. This craft is known as metallurgy. Now we do not know as to who commissioned this. Naturally a ruler has to commission this, but we do not know as to who was the person. But yes, we do know that there is a name of a ruler known as Chandra, which we haven't studied, but yes, we have people with the name Chandra, Chandragupta. So Chandragupta, the father of Samudragupta, and then the son of Samudragupta, Chandragupta too. So it is possibly commissioned during the Gupta age. Now coming to the buildings. So buildings in brick and stone. So let's get started with the buildings in brick. So we're basically referring to the stupa over here, which basically literally means a mound. Something that, mound of things, things kept one over the other. So this is a stupa, as you can see. So what it basically says is that there were stupas built across the country, and they had certain common features, and it is the features that we are focusing upon. So first of all, these stupas contained a basket or a casket which had bodily remains of Buddha. Sometimes even bodhisattvas in the later times, as we did, the bodhisattvas were being worshipped under Mahayana Buddhism. So remains of Buddhas or his followers, the things they used, their precious stones, coins, teeth, bone, ashes, whatever. So this is placed, and then it is covered with bricks, right? A structure is made over this. So there is a small box placed at the center. So this contains the remain, and then comes the brick structure over here, which looks like this. And this is basically this is also known as anda. So this box, known as relic casket, was covered with earth. Later a layer of mud brick or baked brick was added on top of this. Okay, now I'll add some more things over here. On the top of this mound, you can see this balcony type of terrace kind of thing is made. So this is known as harmika, and on top of this something like an umbrella, so chhatri, right? So these are certain features of the stupa. Now you can see when, let's say, somebody is entering the stupa over here, so like any religious site you go, so you walk around that site. So this path is known as Pradakshina Path. It was laid around the railing. So it is around the stupa, and around the stupa there is this railing. This railing is known as Vedika, right? It is known as Vedika. And the gateway is known as Torana. You can notice this is the gateway, and it is known as the Torana. And in this you can see some artwork has been done, some sculptures have been made, some images have been made over here, right? So this was there. So stone carvings were there across on the railings also, inner side, so where people could see, and here also. Now there were other buildings also that were hollowed out of rocks. So we have lot of cave temples also, cave structures also, like Badami caves. So the rocks from the rocks, the caves have been made out of it. For example, for instance, you can see this must have been the rock-like structure. So it has been hollowed out. So a cave has been made, so that artificial cave, so that there is a room over here. And the same applies for Ajanta, Ellora, Karle, right? So all of them are examples of rock which has been carved out or hollowed out to create artificial caves. And in this, chaityas or viharas are built. So some of these were very elaborately decorated with sculptures and painted walls. Ajanta, right? So very, very important. Again, these are Ajanta, Ellora, etc. are UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Then it is believed that some of the earliest Hindu temples were also built around this time. So deities such as Vishnu, Shiva, Durga were worshipped. And the site at which the priest worships, I'll explain this. This is a temple. The earliest reference of a temple, it's very, very simple. You can see the square ground plan. This is squarish. So as you go to the temple, there is the place where the main deity or the shrine is. So it is the priest who does the puja, who does the aarti. So this site, now this same structure, consider this over here. This is the square ground plan. This is the entry. So it is here, the shrine is there, and here is the priest over here. So this site is known as, where the main deity is known as Garbh Griha. Right? It is the core, it is the house of the deity, Griha, house. Okay. Now to mark this, the shikhar is made. Right? So it is elevated structure over here. This is known as shikhar. Now this is a very, very simple structure. This is in Bittergaon, Uttar Pradesh. In the course of time, this became more and more complex. Right? So you can refer to the Khajuraho temples. So this is an example of Nakada style of architecture. And the Khajuraho temples, they are much more complex, and that means it reflects the high mark, like in the Chola temple it said, the culmination of the Nagada style of temple building architecture. Okay, so this is there, and this must have been made by keeping brick on top of each other and then plastered, like the stupa that was there. And then we also have monolithic temples, such as the shore temple at Mahabalipuram. Now I don't have the entire temple. You cannot see the entire temple over here. You can just Google that also, shore temple. So there is this entire complex, Mahabali group of temples, and amongst them there are also these Rath type structures also. So they are monolithic, that is, they are made from a single stone, single lithic stone. So each of these carved out of a single piece of stone. Now there is one thing that you need to keep in mind when a brick structure is being created. So you place one brick over the other. So if you go bottom up, but when with reference to the monolithic, you have a rock, you start carving, people start working on it, and it takes a lot of time because it's a rock. So you keep doing that. So from top you come to the bottom, right? So that is how it is made, and it is much more time consuming, much more difficult also, intricate also. Okay, so this is there, all the same explanation. Shikhar, this is the shikhar, this is the top portion which marks the Garbhagriha. Now in the course of time, now this is the temple over here, this is the Garbhagriha, this is the shikhar. In the course of time, mandap was also added. Mandap is basically the hallway, it is the space, so where people could assemble. Sometimes cultural activities also took place in this area. Right, so this was the mandap over here. Now this is the Durga temple at Ahihol, very, very important, and you can see this is the place where the Garbhagriha would be, and this is the long part, elongated part is the mandap over here. Now, how were stupas and temples built? Naturally, somebody who could afford such resources, this must be, common man cannot do it, even trader maybe will not have that kind of a resource. So somebody very, very influential and powerful. So it was normally commissioned by the kings or queens who decided to build this, and this was very, very expensive. Huge amount of resources are required. Now rock cut architecture, or if you have to hollow out the rocks and create artificial caves, lot of resources are required, intensive resources. Now imagine this, the pillars are being made over here. So for this, you have to identify the rocks. You have to identify a site. That site has to be available. And then if you look at the pillars also, naturally these pillars must have been added later on. So the dimensions have to be clear. It is not like a, if there is a straight wall, standard structures are there. But here one has to be, it is made somewhere, then it is placed. Then this is higher, like this. So it has to be placed in a precise and right position over here. So this is the Jain temple from Jain monastery from Odisha, where the Jain monks lived and meditated in these rooms. Okay. Then kings and queens probably spent money from the treasury to pay the craftspersons. Naturally, from why would anybody work if they don't get paid? So they had to pay from their treasury. Now, devotees also came, and devotees also give their dakshina. Naturally, wherever you go, you would see. So devotees came to visit the temples and stupa. They often brought gifts. They also, we have a reference of an association of ivory workers, or in what is association called? Shreni. So Shreni that paid for the beautiful gateways at Sanchi. So this is the stupa. So you can see this is the gateway. So this was commissioned by the help of the donations from the merchants. Right? Okay. So merchants, then they also paid for the decorations for merchants, farmers, garland makers, perfumers. So they also provided whatever contributions they could do. In fact, it is said that even the Ajanta caves that are there, it is done by the contributions or by the efforts of the traders or the Shrenis. Now moving on to the paintings. Now, the most important is the Ajanta paintings, right? They are very, very famous. And here is a reference of the painting that is there. Now, these are made in the caves. It must be very, very dark. It must be dark, and it is being done in a very fine manner, and they still are very vivid. So that again reflects somewhere about the craft, about the knowledge that the people had. And they did this in the darkness. So this must have been done with the light of torches. Naturally, you need light to paint. And the paints that were used, they were made of plants and minerals. Now coming to the world of books, and I have referred to this also, so works associated with the Sangam, particularly Sila Padikaram, written by Elango, the poet named Elango, and another Tamil epic, the Mani Mekkalai, composed by Sattanar. So these are the two best known, particularly with reference to the Sangam literature, Tamil. Okay. So the epics. So epics are basically grand, long compositions. Commonly we know as Mahabharata and Ramayana are two very famous epics. Very, very long text. They tell us about the heroic men and women through stories and also about gods. So what does Sila Padikaram tell us? The famous Tamil epic written by Elango. It is the story of Kovalan, who is married to Kannagi. Right? So Kovalan lived in Puhar, and where is Puhar? Puhar was the capital of the Cholas, Pumpuhar. It's a port city on the banks of river Kaveri. Okay. So Puhar, and so he was living in Puhar, and he fell in love with a courtesan named Madhavi. So he fell in love with her, and as a result, he neglected his wife Kannagi. Okay. Later, Kovalan and Kannagi, they left Puhar and went to Madurai. Madurai was the capital of the Pandya king. Right, so Pandyas. And during this time, Kovalan was accused by the court dweller of stealing, of theft. And as a result, the king gave him punishment. So he was sentenced to death. And Kannagi, as a result, she still loved him despite the affair, and she was in anger and grief, and she said that the entire city will be ruined. It will be destroyed. So she cursed the city. Now this is a story, this is a love story, but then it gives us a background about the society. It tells us about the king, it tells us about the occupations that were there, the trade that was taking place, everything. Now there is another Tamil epic, Mani Mekkalai. It is basically it's an offshoot of Sila Padikaram, and it is about the story of the daughter of Kovalan and Madhavi. Fine. Okay. Now these compositions, most of these compositions that we have, they are actually lost, and we have very few literature over here. Now other writers were, the famous one is Kalidasa, about whom we read in the earlier chapter, and he wrote in Sanskrit. So here is a verse from a work known as Meghdut. Meg means cloud and Dut means messenger. And what does verse mean? Verse means something that rhymes. Something that rhymes. Now we are reading this in English. He wrote it in Sanskrit, so it will rhyme. But when we read, it will not rhyme in English. Okay. So it is basically about a love story between two lovers. It is between lovers who are in great distance. And it's the imagination of the author that the meg or the cloud will carry their message and their love. So it is giving a description, and you can read this, that this meg that is there, it is a cool breeze delighted as it touched this cloud with the fragrance of the earth, the swollen by our showers, inhaled deeply by elephants, and caused the wild figs to ripen. Basically, what this text is telling us, what NCERT wants us to think is that, do you think Kalidasa can be described as a lover of nature? Right, you know the story is about this thing, but he is using his art, his literary art, and he is correlating it with the nature. And it reflects, if he has that sort of an insight about nature that he is able to bring, it means he loves nature. Okay. Now, recording and preserving old stories. A number of Hindu religious stories that were written in circulation were written down during this time. So most of the texts were written down during this time, including Mahabharata, Ramayana and Puranas. Now yes, when we say old, and old literally, Purana means old. Now Puranas are important. Puranas contains lot of things. It contains stories about gods and goddesses. It tells us about how earth may have been created. It tells us about the king. It tells us about gods and goddesses like Vishnu, Shiva, Durga, Parvati, right? So all of them. So from religion point of view, it's important in a way. And it is also telling us about the kings. So it is telling us about the genealogies that we did in the earlier chapter. But it is not considered as a very reliable source about this, because if you read this in greater detail subsequently, it is made up actually. In some things are made up to glorify the king, right? But yes, it is still a very, very good source of history. Okay, now the Puranas were written in simple Sanskrit verse. Simple Sanskrit, what does this mean? It was to be heard by everybody, including women and Shudras. Right, so Shudras and women were not allowed the education, yet there were still people who were still getting educated, and there were women laureates as well. But in general, yes, they were not allowed to study Vedas. And it is quite likely that it was the priests who would recite them at the temples, and people came to listen about them. Now there are two great Sanskrit epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana. So Mahabharata, as we know, it is about the battle between the Kauravas and the Pandyas, who were cousins, and they were contesting to gain control over the throne of the Kurus and their capital Hastinapur. Right, so it is about this. And who composed? It is believed that both Puranas and Mahabharata were composed or compiled by Vyasa. And the Bhagavad Gita is also mentioned in the Mahabharata, right? So it was later included in the Mahabharata. Then coming to Ramayana, so Ramayana is the story of the prince of Kosala, who was sent to exile, right? So he was sent to exile. Later his wife Sita was abducted by the king of Lanka, Ravana, right? So all of this, the story, and this was composed by Valmiki, which is recognized as the author of Sanskrit Ramayana. So all these were being spoken, but as yet they were not in the written form. So it was during this time that all of this was taking place. Now these are all about gods, goddess, the ruling people, kings. But what about the common people? So some of these, the stories of the common people They were told, ordinary people also told stories, they composed poems and songs, sang, dance, performed plays, etc. So this we get from the Jatakas and the Panchtantra. So the stories of the Jatakas were often shown on the railings of stupa. And what are the railings of stupa? Known as Vedikas. So, and in paintings in palaces, in places such as Ajanta. So here is a story, I think you can read yourself only, the story of the Monkey King. Right, so this is the story, you can read this by yourself. Now coming to writing the books on science. So it was not just religion, it was not just the work of fiction, but a lot of things were taking place in the realm of science and everything, right? So it was taking place. So this was also the time when Aryabhatta, the mathematician and astronomer, wrote a book in Sanskrit known as Aryabhattiyam. So what was the name of the book? Aryabhattiyam. And in this he explained the rotation. Everybody believed that the sun is rotating around the earth. So he countered that view. He explained that day and night is being caused by the rotation of earth on its axis. He developed a scientific explanation for eclipses. Then calculating the circumference of a circle, he created the method for this, and the pi, the value of pi, right? 2 pi r square. Okay, so this was done. Now, one thing before I go ahead and to the credit. So, in a very, this is like what religion says, and there was freedom actually, if you can look at it this way. So freedom to write, freedom to express, if you compare it with medieval Europe. So there was a lot of repercussions if somebody said, like Copernicus or somebody else, they were persecuted for this. But that freedom was there, and we had advanced a great deal in the realm of science, mathematics, astrology, etc. So we have others also like Varamera, right? So he made a great contribution towards the work of Zero, and this work is known as Panch Siddhanta. You need to know about this, right? So Varamera is Panch Siddhanta, or the 5 principles. Brahmagupta wrote Brahma Siddhanta. So literally means the doctrine of Brahma. So Brahma Safut Siddhanta, right? So this is the name of the book. And Khandaka Dhyaka. So this is another Khandaka Dhyaka. And Bhaskaracharya had a daughter known as Leelavati. Now this is important, Leelavati, and he wrote a book by this name itself, which was actually having puzzles, etc. for his daughter Leelavati. So the system of zero, it is believed that it came from India. I mean, how to represent this? Zero came, and eventually it went into the Arabs, then Europes, and eventually we again relearned this thing. And we were even advanced in the field of medicine, so Ayurveda, and again we were advanced in the field of medicine, so Charak Samhita, which is the book on medicine, and Sushruta, he was a great surgeon. He was also known as the father of Indian surgery. So Sushruta Samhita. Samhita means book, text, compilation, right? Now elsewhere, it's always there in our books. So elsewhere, it's basically paper. We have been talking about books, so paper. So paper was invented in China. Even silk was invented in China about 1900 years ago. So about 180. But they kept this as a secret, right? And they used to export paper. Something routine, I think, kind of deja vu, right? Okay. So what was the method? And this method is still being used. So he basically beat plant fibers, cloth, rope, and bark of trees. So he kept beating them, and then he got the paper. So handmade paper even today is using the similar principles. So gradually they kept this as a guarded secret, but gradually it went to Korea. From there it spread to Japan, finally Arab world, and then comes to India also. So earlier it was being written in a different way, right? So bark of a birch tree, we have done this before in the first chapter. Right then, so this essentially concludes our 6th NCERT and ancient history, and I'll tell you how to use this. I have told this before also at the introduction, that all you have to do is, yes, I have given you some insights with reference to the examination, But before the examination, and this is what I religiously did whenever I attempted, and I did pretty well in the history paper, especially when the trend was changing from modern to ancient and medieval component. So I focused on this NCERT, 6th NCERT particularly, and I did some value addition rather than reading the 12th themes history NCERT. I did this. This was easier. There was a lot of facts and figures, and this helped me despite me having history optional as a subject. So this really helped me, and with the good recall, because just before the exam we have a tendency to forget facts. We remember concepts like physical geography, you'll remember, but you'll forget the facts. So facts are being asked in Indian geography and 6th, 7th history NCERT. So this, if you'll do just before the exam, you'll be greatly benefited with your prelims. Right then, so this is it from my side. Bye bye, take care and all the best, and thank you for streaming in for such a long video. Bye bye.